Mexico is up sharply in the pre-market this morning. The beverage and snacks giant with a quarterly beat despite some softer demand in North America. Sarah Ice is here this morning at Post 9 with a special guest. Sarah.
Hi, Carl. And here with us is David Basil's interview. Happy CEO of talk to you. The street is looking at the numbers better than expected. Revenue growth. The volumes were still down. Tell us what the story is about the quarter, both on food.
Yes, we're very pleased with our Q2 performance. We've seen an acceleration of the business in the U.S., both in snacks and in beverages. We've seen a continuation of very strong international growth. Very consistent for us. It's a $40 billion business that's single digit. In the U.S., we're seeing the acceleration, as we're saying, sequential acceleration. We're seeing more competitiveness in our business. We're more competitive in many of the subsegments of foods and beverages that we participate. We're very pleased with Pepsi. Pepsi in the cola category continues to gain share behind non-sugar.
Good morning. Good morning.
Pepsi and good advertising. The taste challenge is great. We're seeing great share in stores for Bell. Foods, we're seeing a stabilization of the category. Number one priority is stabilizing the health snacks. We're growing share in some of the subsegments. Cheetos, share in Doritos. We're growing share in permissible snack. It's not our segment. So please, and we think that segment should continue.
Why? What changed?
Well, nothing has changed. We've been working at strengthening our brands for quite some time. We've been working on finding the right affordability levels for the consumers to stay in our categories. We're continuing to invest in away from home structurally, and that's a channel that where we're seeing incremental occasions for our brand. So it's been more of a strong productivity, consistent productivity, investing in value, investing in the brands, bringing some innovation to the market in the segments of the category where there's growth, and that tends to be more on the functional and in the permissible part of the business, and we're doing quite well there. So that I would say nothing has changed. It's more of we continue to see the result of the things that we've been working with a few years now, and we're getting through.
We're going to shift the show. And usually wouldn't have to speak this way to a CEO, but you've gotten into the government that seem to be very much interested in your business. Our opinion, submitting productivity, but they can check the president liking competitors for cane instead of high fructose, where there's really no difference.
All right. Okay, we got about 30 stocks green advancing on the NASDAQ 100 this morning. Top stock, Ansys, PepsiCo, Netflix, Meta, and Constellation Energy. Okay, Tesla's up. Snowflake is trying to push higher. Apple is up. Apple is up. See if we can get a follow through on Apple. Okay. 212.50. We'd like to get above that. Futures fading a bit. Futures. SMR higher this morning. New Scale Energy. These energy stocks looking good. I took some off pre-market. SMR looking for a little dip that I can buy again. SMR looking good. I like this one the best so far. I like this one the best. It's a nice clean look to it. RSI rising, volume looking good compared to say Oklo, which has a similar look. Has notice the Bollinger Bands haven't turned like New Scale. We're talking about this last couple of days. And you got Nano Nuclear. Okay, that one's squeezing too. So these two look like they're ready to break out. Oklo and Nano Nuclear. Lightbridge also looked good. Lightbridge. Did I buy some Lightbridge yesterday? I think I did, right? I did not. I did not. Lightbridge looking good though. Looks like that could go. Okay. We've got 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go. Yeah, Uber buying. Uber is buying Lucid EVs. I think they said they were going to purchase. I want to say 60,000. Lucid plan takes on Tesla robotaxis, jumps 50% on self-driving partnership. Uber, Lucid, Nuro to launch robotaxi. 20,000. 20,000. Yeah, so Uber, keep an eye on Uber today. Currently a little bit, it looks like it's in the upper half of yesterday's range. Okay, so we got a nice area for a bounce. Okay, I'll be looking for Uber. I would be looking for some buy order blocks in addition to this one. Pre-market, there's some buy order blocks right in here. I'd like to see some buy order blocks at the open, and then maybe we can lift off of this area of liquidity on the daily over here on the right. The daily, you can see this area of liquidity. Buy orders there. All right.
However, what we're seeing is we're seeing increased appetite for protein, we're seeing increased appetite for smaller portions.
Okay, Stephen, I agree with you. The fear greed indicator is at highs. We have to be cognizant that the markets are perched up here at all-time highs. So I have been taking quite a bit off. I'm at 72%, 72% cash in my trading account. My investment account, I'm still close to 75% invested, 25% cash. I did adjust a little bit. SPMO, I did take some of that off. SPMO. But we're still hanging out here at the highs. S&P 500. Okay, a lot going on. 21 day is right there. So it wouldn't be a stretch to test the 21 day. So the quantum stocks you're dealing with there, Brother Bill? Okay. QBTS. I'd like to see IONQ go. IONQ is set up. Let's see, QBTS. Okay, that one's set up too. QTUM. Okay, all of these look good, Brother Bill. Okay, QMCO. BBAI is one I believe Dr. Frank looked at. BBAI. Yeah, Robinhood looks good. You guys are all on the same page. Good. Meta's trying to push a bit higher. We got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets. After about 9:50, I'm looking for a trend, high relative volume. PepsiCo, you looking at, Nick? Okay, cool. PepsiCo. Yeah, PepsiCo looking good. Number 2. Yeah, PepsiCo is wound up. PepsiCo is wound up and ready to rip. Okay, PepsiCo is wound up and ready to rip. It's up right now 4%, 4.5%. So it'll be clearing some of these levels soon. 200 days overhead. Quantum stocks are ready to go. Okay, what's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave trying to hold on to this recent area. 142, 143. CoreWeave was up near 145 this morning. CoreWeave was up near 145, so looking for the next leg higher. It is, I assume that it is basing CoreWeave. Okay, so if you're thinking about trading it or you're already in it, futures pulling back a bit more. Futures. Okay, futures are pulling back a bit more. Okay. Okay, let's turn the Yankees off here and go to Bloomberg. Okay. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. We are open. Okay, looking good. Core weave dipping a bit. Okay, BMNR. You guys were looking at this yesterday. There goes SMR ripping. Okay, SMR going. Okay, looking good. Okay, UMAC is down. We've got CoreWeave down a little bit right now. CoreWeave. Okay, there goes Google. Google's on the move. Google moving. Okay, it's early. Let's take a look at some of these. Google. Let's take a look at some of these. For buy order blocks, getting ready for the open. Buy order blocks at the open for Google. Okay, let me switch to this particular. Okay. Snowflake. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft on the move. Microsoft's been kind of tricky lately. Coinbase pulling back. SMR moving higher. SMR. SMR is going. Okay, looking good. There goes SMR. Snowflake. Netflix pulling back. Netflix got earnings tonight. Netflix. Okay, Constellation Energy was up pre-market. Constellation Energy. All right, so all I'm doing right now is just assessing the markets. I'm not going to chase anything at the moment. Okay, PepsiCo looking really good. PepsiCo, big gap up and follow through. Okay. Soundhound, SOUN. Soundhound, SOUN. Okay, IONQ. These look good. The quantum stocks looking better. Bill is trading QBTS. Okay, nice squeeze there. QUBT. Quantum computing, that one's squeezing. Okay, back to SMR. SMR is ripping here. SMR, big move on SMR. Let's see if there's any news here. SMR. Okay, so these are old notes. Snowflake higher, Snowflake. Okay, BBAI. Okay, moving higher, BBAI.
They're selling Americans that Buffett selling back America, like the number 2 selling back America. The underperformance, you have to shake out the fellow draft.
New York Fang components.
I'm in this for one, because I think there's a group of assets that
Tesla, a little dip there on Tesla, Nvidia. People taking profits. New York Fangs are lower.
Was it he? A lot of people are saying, what was it? Was it him? Was it not him? But the people who are leaving are people who just
Amazon.
Stocks named as Warren Buffett didn't realize they're just really great.
Okay, let's look at a few of these names that are up this morning. ANSYS, ANSS. ANSYS, that one's gapping down now. PepsiCo, Lulu. Lulu was most active yesterday. Lulu most active. Okay, Lucid coming off the low. It's a double bottom, Lucid. Potential double bottom on Lucid if you're thinking about swing trades. Lucid, Lulu.
It's like watching Rivian yesterday, and Rivian was I think that these are all.
Okay, Lulu. Double bottom on Lulu looks pretty good. Because see this one higher. I can't see yoga. I can't see yoga going out of style. Matter of fact, I see it doing the opposite. Lulu reports September 4th. Lulu September 4th is earnings. It looks pretty good coming off the low here. I might buy some long-term. Might buy some long-term Lulu here. It's on the move, Lulu. Let's see, Lulu. Let's look at a 40 delta. Let's go out a ways. Let's go out to September. That's when next earnings are. So September 19th. Let's see. There's not a whole lot of volume out here. Not a lot of people buying. August. There's a little trickle here. 250.
Is telling people, look, China needs us. Now, the only other people that feel that way are the people who work at NVIDIA. China needs us. We are discovering things that China needs from us. And they need GE, and they need service. And the conversation about us and China is like the way it used to be. Or like the Katrina can be, which is, hey, they need us, so we're doing business. It's not like, well, you know what, they're saying, no, we're not going to get that. There's some license. No. It's business as usual. Yeah, there's a piece on the table. Some restrictions, creating a backdrop for some kind of deal.
Spending the potential for returns on AI. So,
all right, so SMR looking good. Lulu, I'm going to buy some 250s. Lulu.
We continue to see it being a theme, a secular theme over the next several years. Now,
250, 260. Call vertical.
Beyond the
Okay.
into some of those sectors that will experience the productivity gains. So think about financial services.
Lulu, I'm looking at August 15, August.
All of those should benefit over time. So this theme of, yes, AI and tech should be a part of your portfolio, but keep it diversified and broad, we think still makes sense here.
I am curious more about some of the new entrants into the markets. We're seeing a pickup in IPO activity. With regards to investor sentiment and their appetite.
You're looking at XRP. Okay, Lulu looks pretty good. Double bottom here on Lulu. Looking forward to get back to this upper Bollinger Band. Okay, let's take a look at what's moving right now. Okay, the markets. Looks like support is holding 6,300, looking for SPXW.
was, a lot of folks beginning of the year were very hopeful that we would see a meaningful pickup. We're starting to see that trend emerge. IPO activity, M&A activity, capital markets in general, we heard from the banks, is starting to show signs of life here. And we do think, if you think about, for example,
Support and resistance.
$7 million still in money market funds on the sidelines, there is cash that can be deployed, especially as rates move lower. Folks, investors may start thinking about, what are our alternatives to these money market funds? And we could see that flow back into the market. So we think the setup is positive for pickup in capital markets activity here.
Mona Mahajan of Edward Jones, we thank you so very much for your time this morning. Of course, a choppy trade as we get underway in the trading day. We're going to look at the stock market right now and look at the biggest movers under the hood here. We were talking about Pepsi and just how well it's been faring. The stock is still down year to date, but it is your biggest mover on the upside.
Okay, looking for S&P 500 to get something going here, like we saw yesterday. Might buy some S&P. It's a little early, but looking for the turn, looking for dealer hedge flows to give us direction.
These are earnings stories here. Lower the top end of its full year guidance, where Elevance had cut its guidance. But big tech is mixed. Let's look at sectors here to get a better look at what's happening across industry groups, because healthcare, as we've been talking
Okay, you're looking at Caterpillar.
more than 0.6%, drive a little bit on the S&P 500 here. But consumer staples,
Caterpillar. And there goes Snowflake and Microsoft.
Discretionary, all higher financials as well. Remember, yields have really cooled down a little bit from this morning's spike off the heels of high economic data. And you can see, of course, Romaine, those retail-friendly industries holding on strong after those economic data points that are this morning.
All right, when we come back, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into earnings season. In fact, one of the biggest movers in the S&P right now is United Airlines. More predictable second half. That's what the CEO says. Discussion when we come back. Right here.
S&P. Okay, there we go. S&P looks good. We got dealer flows looking good. Okay, looking good.
Relax more. At the Live Animal, we optimize journeys for minimal transit, maximum comfort. We know how.
Okay, S&P is on the move.
This is Cisco AI Canvas.
Okay.
First, deep network. Years of Cisco expertise for every decision. Unified telemetry across the security, cloud, and apps. The only solution that troubleshoots and executes across the network at agent speed and scale with full human oversight. Agent Ops, Cisco AI Canvas.
Sarah Benzino, brand to Blacksky Auto Body LLC. What'd she call her? Yeah, she sold the twins' name.
Okay, S&P is on the move. S&P. Okay, S&P is on the move. Okay, looks good. S&P 500, looking for the flow. The flow is rising. You can see the flow rising here on S&P. What happened there? What happened? S&P equity flow.
Cloud native campus gateways. Wi-Fi and URWB. Advanced firewalls. New rugged switches. The secure network. The AI-ready campus, branch, and industrial IoT.
These dishes just aren't getting clean.
The problem isn't your machine. It's likely your detergent. Really? I recommend switching to Cascade Platinum Plus. These new pods dissolve completely, using more sulfate scrubbing.
Okay, Broadcom with the bounce. There goes Microsoft ripping.
Breaking down 100% of stuck-on foods.
That's impressive.
And it works so well, it even keeps.
Okay, SMR going.
Roto-Rooter recommended safe for bites.
Oh, it's mesmerizing.
I can't look away.
Cleaning that greasy mess.
And not even scrubbing.
Well, fluff my feathers.
Dawn Platinum is for bringing it.
You know it. It cuts through the grease better than their old dish soap.
Keep whacking.
Platinum breaks down the slimy stuff it would leave behind. Remove
keeps them alive, but that's not even the story today. No,
Okay, SMR is on the move. SMR doing really well.
We're talking about beverage or snack. Now, PepsiCo saying this about changing consumer preferences because we're seeing both
Spy, Flow.
trend change in how consumers approach snacking, but also you've got pressures from the government about making food healthier. Right, the Trump administration wants to make America healthy again. PepsiCo saying this quote: "If the consumer is telling us that they prefer products sugar and they prefer products that have natural ingredients, we will give the consumer products that have sugar and natural ingredients." I said that on a call with analysts. That comes after they are, attempting to eliminate artificial colors and flavors from beverages and food after, the Trump administration has called out, for instance, they called out the competitor Coca-Cola saying they agreed to use real cane sugar there. So, a lot of attention being paid on that space and the changes. But Coca-Cola has been a different story, obviously, than PepsiCo and has performed better year to date. Yeah, and I think it's important that you brought that up. I mean, we're well aware that President Trump has been pressuring Coca-Cola to move to pure cane sugar versus light or whatever it is, corn.
All right, Spy. You can see Spy here. The flows are bullish on Spy. Microsoft on the move. Microsoft still going. Lulu, continuation. Lulu. Microsoft looking good. Okay, Microsoft at the open. Just looking for buy order blocks. Microsoft still following through. Okay, buy order blocks on Microsoft yesterday. Looking for more this morning. Microsoft on the move.
Yeah, sticking with beverages, but Jeffrey's hitting Starbucks with a downgrade to underperform from hold. So they're
Microsoft going.
Lines to, essentially the equivalent of a sell rating. They've got a $76 price target for Starbucks here. That implies downside of more than 15% from their recent levels of where Starbucks. Jeffrey's saying that recent rally in shares is disconnected from fundamentals and it has some valuation concerns around this stock. Starbucks year to date had been making a little bit of a recovery. It's still underperforming the
SMR.
but essentially flat this year.
Again today.
When you look at a year-over-year basis, you've seen some.
This is day 6, breaking out above that 45.31 pivot. Continuation. SMR. The other nukes, nanonuclear, and Oklo look good. And Lightbridge making nuclear more efficient. Lightbridge looks like that's going to break out for Tony out in California. Morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Market's pretty active this morning. Futures looking for a follow through. Okay, so PepsiCo gapping up, fading at the moment. I would wait for a little ABCD pattern. Wait for the bid to come in. Albemarle looking good. Materials. Albemarle looks good.
Yesterday, it's at 575. So looks like all things GE are doing well today. Final quick thought. Well, I mean, I thought that was a great point that you made, taking a look across the GE space and pointing out the strength that we've seen in both GE Vernova and GE Aerospace, showing that the parting of the parts of a huge conglomerate actually worked out better for the company. Diane King Hall, great to see you. Thank you.
Albemarle looking good. Okay, CoreWeave still basing in this area. CoreWeave. Okay, looking for this to base between 125 and 155 more or less. Just jumping around right above the 50-day. Okay, there goes Palantir. Palantir doing well.
Moves don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we.
Palantir grinding.
Round the clock access to over 800 of the most popular
Been looking for a move back to the 90 MA. Futures going. Futures.
24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour.
Futures are bullish. We got a 60-minute buy signal.
You can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
You're an experienced investor or just getting started. Charles Schwab offers
60-minute buy signal.
right for you.
We got tick cumulative green.
Our active trading
Tick
webcast
turned green
provides
yesterday,
a
60 minute.
deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Okay, so we're looking good. Okay, core weave bouncing, core weave bouncing.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Nicole Pavlidis, and it's time to go inside out on Taiwan Semi and the semiconductor sector overall. Joining me right now, Corey Johnson, Chief Market Strategy at Epistrophe Capital Research. Love when you're here. This is you eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff. We saw some good numbers from Taiwan.
Core weave on the move, core weave.
What were the takeaways?
There were
Okay, see a lot of bullish moves here. Core weave. Core weave off the low, coming off the low. Core weave 136. It hit 145 this morning.
but also the markets and the end markets show, maybe not a big shocker, but the AI
Futures on the move.
is hot, and they're selling lots and lots of.
Here go the futures.
28% quarter-over-quarter growth in their high-performance computing sector. So the chips, they make chips for iPhones, and they make chips for kind of every great thing that is using semiconductors, every lousy thing that's been using semiconductors. But they've shown the greatest growth in the most amazing is AI chips.
SMR going.
Right. So that's good news. Just to show whether or not we're still in the AI revolution. It certainly seems that way, right? It doesn't appear to be slowing.
Just started,
What do you think, right? And of course, they are working so closely with NVIDIA. And I just saw all good news because NVIDIA has been.
SMR is leading. SMR leading.
Well, I mean, these are the guys that make the NVIDIA chips, so it's hand in glove with NVIDIA. But it's also an important supplier, like I said, to a lot of other companies and Apple as well. And the smartphone business was actually kind of weak in this quarter, but they guided and suggested it would be stronger next quarter, which is interesting. We'll keep an eye out on that. What that means in terms of the development of a better smartphone industry, which has been kind of suffering for the last 2 years here. There was interest.
SMR is leading the nukes. Okay, we got core weave turning up. Core weave moving back up. Got a downgrade apparently. Oklo, nanonuclear. These are all following suit. Take your pick. Lightbridge makes these nukes more efficient. This could run too, but SMR is definitely on the move. SMR is gone. You can see the muscle in RSI. Supermicro looking good. SMR looking good.
Spending over $100 billion to build up semiconductor plants in Arizona, which is really positive.
It's really interesting. I was going to ask you about that.
Microsoft going.
When we think about the big picture here, are there
There goes Microsoft. Microsoft is on the move. Okay, so the New York Fangs are bid. Okay, there goes NVIDIA.
Fingers were crossed that this would be the story, but indeed it turns out to be the story.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA.
The growth in this company is fantastic, right? So you've got a company that's doing over $20 billion in quarterly revenues. Those numbers are hard to even imagine. But this is, with all the excitement about Goldman Sachs is
Okay.
Broadcom,
Broadcom, Pop.
this company, Taiwan Semiconductor, ASML, those are the most important companies in the world.
Okay, these are all jumping. NVIDIA, nice move on NVIDIA. Microsoft looks good. NVIDIA chasing. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA is on the move. Let's go see what the flow looks like on these. Okay, we want the flow to be turning up and to the right. It goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA, look at that flow. Look at that flow on NVIDIA. NVIDIA, okay. Buy order blocks. Okay, those buy order blocks came in yesterday at 310. Like to see some more buy order blocks.
To interpret that story, because I was under the impression how NVIDIA was working on new chips that would meet the new regulation. But then it appeared that they looked at the original H20 chip. Huawei was trying to steal away a lot of business.
Okay, looking at the hedging flow. Looking for the hedging flow. Hedging flow, SPX.
Nicole, I'm kind of torn about this. I really don't know what the answer is. Is it better for us to engage with countries that are opposed to what the United States wants and what world democracies want? Like Iran?
Okay, looking at 62, 6280, 6290. Okay, you can see the hedging flow has turned up on the big cap S&P. That looks good. We've got resistance overhead near 6290, 6300. Got support just below. Looking good so far. There goes Broadcom. There goes Microsoft, NVIDIA, looking for the follow through. Okay, gives me an opportunity to get out of some of these positions I'm still in. Apple not helping right now. Apple, Microsoft. Yeah, still got Microsoft. I got a position in Microsoft for Friday. I'm going to take this off into strength. Microsoft, I'm going to exit into strength only because I have tomorrow's calls.
Into China, it raises some interesting questions about what that's going to look like going forward, how those technologies will be used, and is it better for us to have influence there than not have influence there? Those are the issues being weighed.
Just in the big picture, people always love
Okay, so far.
Which names do you think will certainly be winners going forward for the longer term? I mean, which ones would you say investors should be buying?
Well, without giving specific stock advice, I think it's really interesting to watch the supply chain play out through the financial markets, right? So you've got ASML, which makes the machines, which lets Taiwan Semiconductor make the chips, which lets NVIDIA chips and sell those chips, put them into systems, and then you look further down the line of companies I pay attention
Okay,
to.
Microsoft I had to take profits.
Companies that wire those systems together. It's really interesting to watch the tech play, if you will, really kind of support the markets when we've got a lot of concerns about what's being sold. Remember, just 24 hours ago, we were talking about ASML saying.
Okay, I hit 510, so I had to take Microsoft off. I'll look for a dip to buy Microsoft. There goes Palantir going. Palantir's on the move. Okay, the S&P, nice flow here. We are kind of sitting here at the high, so keep an eye on. Look at the SPY flow. SPY flow is still pushing higher. SPY flow is still pushing higher. Okay, looks like we're starting to see a little bit of profit taking.
Thank you so much. It's really great to see you and nice conversation here pertaining to tech. Thank you. Now it's time to do some trades. So we bring in Tom White, host of Fast Market. He's taking a look at a few example trades for us. First up, Taiwan Semi. Good morning to you, Tom.
Yeah, good morning, Nicole. Yeah, the stock's popping here at all-time highs. Not surprising. Beating on EPS, revenue, raising guidance.
Okay,
moving
Palantir.
forward, especially for next quarter. So
Palantir.
here. So I looked at
Watching the flow in Palantir.
market because maybe it's getting
It's at highs. I would like to see a dip back towards a 90 MA on Palantir.
but you can still take a bullish view.
Okay, this is Palantir.
I went up to the August 1st weekly option.
Okay, Palantir. You can see the flow is still very bullish.
Those strategies you could do over and over again if you think a stock's going to remain above a certain point. I looked at selling the 235 strike put, and then against it because I want to stay risk defined, buying the 225 strike put. So a short $10 wide.
Yeah, good idea, Mondo. Good idea.
Roughly about a $2 credit on that. That's what you can make, $200 per spread. You got 800
Broadcom. Okay, I'm going to take a few more things off. I have some calls for tomorrow that I want to get rid of. Take the exit. Let's see. What's Supermicro? January calls on Supermicro.
The probability of that short 235 put finishing out of the money at expiration, which is what you want.
Netflix, looking for a rip higher on Netflix.
That's about 68%.
Netflix has already pulled back quite a bit.
The trade-off is you're risking $800 to
Okay, Coinbase, nice move on Coinbase.
On this type of trade.
Okay. And then can we take a look at NVIDIA, which was pushing up against highs in my last check? You have an example trade for us.
Coinbase, nice bounce and bullish. Coinbase, nice bounce, bullish. All right, that's looking good. Coinbase, I have CONL. Do I want to add to this one? CONL. CONL. That one's a nice one.
Extrinsic option premium at this point. So taking a directional bias using long verticals might be the way to play this if you have that directional bias here. So I looked at a bullish trade here where I'm going to buy something slightly in the money, the 170.
Okay, Coinbase flows on Coinbase.
9 days to expiration. Buy the 170 call and sell against it the 185 strike call to offset some of the costs.
Coinbase flow.
You're paying roughly about a $6 debit on it. That's your risk.
Coinbase flow.
Per spread with the chance to make an additional.
Okay, you can see Coinbase on the move. Got nice flow. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin is flat at the moment. Bitcoin turning up though.
Above the current share price. So you don't need a monster move to the upside to get above that break even. And by buying directionally biased trades like this one, this example is bullish. It gives you some flexibility as far as trade management goes, right? So
okay, so you got buy order blocks and you got good flow. You got buy order blocks here at the open.
If you get that spike up to 180 and say this expands to $10, $11, it allows you to maybe close it early ahead of expiration. So
okay, pushing through this area too.
These trade management.
Before I let you go, Tom, just a big picture thought here is we've got good news from Taiwan.
Coinbase flow.
And that really shows a bright outlook. I saw
okay, let's
see. The AI chip boom outweighs the tariff fears.
Yep.
And NVIDIA, while we've been on this morning, hit a new record high. 173.64 I see here. So good news there for the NVIDIA folks. What's your big picture takeaway? We've had earnings season thus far, and also just the tech trade is still on.
Yeah, I think if you take a look at it, the optimism that the market's had since those April lows is coming to fruition at this point in earnings season. Kicking off this week, and it's been pretty robust so far, and that's lending some support. Retail sales better than
okay, there goes Coinbase ripping here. Coinbase buy order blocks at the low. Okay, so I don't see any supply up here. No supply.
We're going to look more at accelerating growth in the latter half of this year. I think that's what the market's focused on at this point.
Okay, Coinbase, no supply overhead showing.
In right now without rate cuts because we're starting to see a re-acceleration not only from the consumer but from the economy as a whole. And then you still got a robust jobs market, right?
Okay, Coinbase is ripping. Coinbase on the move.
Supports the optimism
Looking good.
In this push to risk on assets. So keep that in mind. If we continue to see kind of start to re-accelerate,
I just can't help myself thinking, man, I wish I was 30 years old again, knowing what I know right now, having the future ahead of me, knowing what AI is going to do for my investing portfolio and trading accounts. Though I can live precariously through my son because he's becoming a good trader, and I just need to teach him investing principles, money flow, etc. Let's take a look at some of the money flow signals that we'd be looking for, like junk bonds. We like to see junk bonds higher today. Junk is higher. Junk is higher. HYG is most likely leading. Here's junk bonds. Okay, that's very bullish looking. Very bullish looking for the swing. HYG. Let's look at 10-year. We want to see the 10-year moving lower. 10 years turned down. Okay, let's look at the 30-year. A lot of hoopla about the 30-year bond yield, about it being above 5%. Let's see where we are right now. 30-year yield. 30-year yield back below 30-year, back below 5%. Okay, looking good. Tesla on the move. Good job there. Good entry on Tesla. Let's take a look at the flow. Let's look at the flow as well, LA. Flow, dealer flow is turning. Tesla dealer flow. Tesla dealer flow is turning. Let me go ahead and buy some Tesla. I already have some Tesla, I believe. Where did I take profits yesterday? No, I don't. Okay, so let me buy some Tesla. I'll buy some 40 deltas or 50 deltas. Okay, so we got flow turning up. Tesla. Coinbase is still going. Tesla. I want to see buy order blocks and a lack of supply nearby. Okay, we got buy order blocks yesterday evening. None this morning yet, but we should follow through. I would think Tesla will go. There's a lot of conversation about Uber and Waymo and Tesla, Robotaxi. Probably going to be front and center. Okay, let's go. What did you buy? You buy tomorrow's calls? What did you buy? End of July? Is that what you bought? End of July? Okay. 25 July. Okay. Okay, I'm going to buy a vertical on Tesla. Okay, it should do fine. Okay, it's a 2-to-1. Well, yeah, looks good. Tesla looks good. Okay, looks good. Tesla. I like the flow on Tesla. Okay, Tesla flow. Okay, we got the Tesla flow turning up. Okay, so we want to see the flow turning up off of a low like that would be really good. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit. Let's see what flow we've got at the bottom of the screen. Flow. Tesla flow. Okay, I'd like to see some buy order blocks. We got some buy order blocks there, but okay.
See good earnings coming out of the tech side. Once again, I think we watched yesterday, kind of a volatile day, obviously stemming from that ongoing feud between the White House and the Fed. Stocks ended higher, but not after a big drop kind of midday. We ended the day with 8 of the 11 sectors in the S&P higher. I think what we're seeing out of the market is
We're pushing aside a lot of the tariff information. We're pushing aside the feud that we're seeing between the Fed and the White House. And even the eco data, the economic data.
Okay, Tesla pushing.
Pushing the market in either direction. CPI didn't
Tesla looking good.
Certainly PPI didn't either. Jobless claims numbers are good, but it also gives the Fed kind of a more reason to wait and see. So I think what investors are focusing on right now are Q2 earnings, which have largely been positive. We're seeing a lot of earnings beats. We're also seeing a lot of outlooks being put back in place by these companies.
See up there, I see Pepsi, right? We've talked about that one on the move. How about we take a look also at the retail sales purchase? You noted here, we did see a surprise here, and that was good news. The sales had tumbled in May, but a real snapback here for June.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a decline of 0.9% in May, followed by that downward revision, 0.1% drop in April, well worse than the market expected. And then we come into this report and we're seeing it up 0.6% from May, about 3.5% year over year, beating estimates. Even if you take out autos, we were up about 0.5% previous month, which is also better than what was expected.
I'm going to start abbreviating. This. Okay, so that you know what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm going to repeat myself a few times, but I'm going to start abbreviating this to DHF, dealer hedge flow. Dealer hedge flow is rising. You can see that right there. Okay, dealer hedge flow is rising on Tesla. Okay, very similar look. There goes Bitcoin. Bitcoin is ripping here.
Still concerned about the economy, still concerned about inflation, but for now, it's not doing enough to really push down that increased spending that we're seeing.
Okay, it's good to see you.
Okay, we're gonna have a good day today. It looks like. I don't want to jinx it, but everything is looking really good now. Okay, Meta could look a little better, but we have short covering on just about everything else. Apple's also following Meta. Those two are off. Amazon's pulling back a little bit. So we got 3 out of 10 that are pulling back right now. The rest of them are ripping higher. Okay, hedge flows. This is real time on Tesla. Okay, NVIDIA looking for higher highs, higher lows. Okay, that looks good. Coinbase. Okay, coin still going here. Coin still going. Coinbase still going. Wow.
We saw that reflected in the previous quarter. So what is the street looking out for? Well, we want to get a bit of an update certainly on how things are going.
Oh, it's 10:15. 10:15. All right.
Is it coming from that? Also, when it comes to the growth in ad tier demand, is there for ad tier? In fact, just a couple of months ago, Netflix came out saying 94 million monthly active users had been reported. That was an increase of more than 20 million versus November. So that gives you a sense of what they're seeing as far as the ad tier component is concerned. But the other metric that many are watching as far as some of the details and what to look out for in this earnings report is FX. I mean, what sort of impact is the weaker dollar going to have on this company, you know, as far as offering a tailwind, particularly when we've seen Netflix expanding as well as growth in international markets as well. I was listening to Paul Meeks as well this morning, who was sort of suggesting that the live events is going to be something that many investors are going to be watching very closely. Obviously, we had the Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano boxing match just a few days ago, actually. So this is not going to capture that, but no doubt this is something that many are watching as Netflix does push into that live event segment as well. Let's talk about the stocks we can see here. 40% year to date or so, dwarfing the S&P 500. And so the big question is, where do we go from here? Can it continue to climb? As far as what the sell side is saying, analysts out there on the street, 34 out of 49 analysts, this is according to LSEG, covering this stock, have rated it as a strong buy or buy. I'll read you a couple of analysts' thoughts here. We've got the likes of Bernstein, for instance, raising the firm's price target to $13.90 from $12.00, keeping an outperform rating on the share. Really interesting. Something I picked out.
Okay.
They've actually said whether Q2
Coinbase.
actually shows good results or fall short,
Coinbase.
near-term swings, they still see it
Dealer hedge flow still ripping here on Coinbase.
not to be bearish in the foreseeable future because of the underlying fundamentals and the long-term value for the company. Then you've got Wedbush, also an outperform rating, $1,400 price target. They're also talking about how subscriber growth, while that really helped propel things in 2020.
Coinbase is gone. Holy smokes. Look at,
Increases now, that's really going
wow.
to drive revenue as well as the tier into 2026 as well. You've got the Bank of America. It looks like this is on the higher end, a buy rating at 1490 as far as a price target. So, you know, we have a lot of bullishness going into this earnings report, you can say, Nicole. And, you know, obviously this bar is so high. I mean, the expectations are really up there.
Woo-hoo. All right, looking good. Coinbase still ripping. Tesla looking for the breakout. Tesla looking for the breakout. Here's Coinbase. Coinbase is still going. Big move on Coinbase. Thank you very much for that one. Wow. Bitcoin, nice reversal as well.
Some sort of streaming, their 5 streaming things, they're not so quick to cancel their Netflix. That's right. They're really holding on for some more of that content. You know, even if they don't get it for a few months, they're just holding on to hope.
Okay, Apple. We need Apple, Amazon, and Meta to catch some short covering. So far, we've had Tesla to rip higher, Coinbase, Nvidia had a nice show. It's starting to flag right now. All right, S&P is starting to consolidate. S&P is starting to consolidate a bit. Okay, so the morning trade seems to be slowing down a little bit. So I wouldn't be chasing anything right now. Look for BNC pivots. BNC pivots would be nice. SMR, Coinbase. Let's see what SMR is doing. SMR. Okay, SMR starting to consolidate at the highs. Okay, SMR. Wow, what a day. What a way to start the day, huh? Coinbase, though, Coinbase looking good. Coinbase, nice follow through.
Super high implied volatility. It's going to be crushed coming in next week, so we'll see how that plays. But again, I'm just looking at the spot where I'm not expecting new all-time highs.
Okay, you're looking at Mondelez, Nick. Okay, Mondelez. Yeah.
Worst case scenario, it will be $20. So that is the risk that I'm putting up here.
What do you think of the big picture market? I mean, are you feeling more optimistic or pessimistic now?
Okay, Palantir ripping. Oh man, I didn't get back into Palantir. Oh man, Palantir. Okay, Palantir grinding higher. It's not too bad. It's got an ATR, average true range of $5. It's currently up 2, so Palantir could go some more. I just wouldn't chase it right now and wait for a little dip. Palantir. Coinbase is still going. Okay, Apple pulling back a little more. Apple. Coinbase is just gone. Fair value gaps galore. Okay, Coinbase with many fair value gaps here. Coinbase.
So I think that's what we can expect for the next leg of this rally.
Right. So Joe Chigay, great to see you, portfolio manager of the Rational Equity Armor Fund. Glad you were with us today. Coming up, have you been watching Block? Those shares are down nearly 20% this year.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Frano. I'd be doing the same too. Man, look at Coinbase. Let's see what the flow looks like on Coinbase. Coin, all right, starting to see a little profit taking. You can see that right there. Okay, Coinbase. You can see a little bit of profit taking right there. But the flow, okay. Okay, Constellation. All these stocks look good. SMR looking good. SMR. Coinbase flagging right now. Coinbase is flagging, a little profit taking. If we come back and fill some of these fair value gaps, look for a bounce. I'll be getting back into Coinbase.
TSMC's legacy, they maintain this capital expenditures guidance, which gives the market a lot of confidence. Super interesting, and maybe this is a bit sort of in the weeds, but FX is a really important factor here. TSMC is like this global giant, but it's also the crown jewel of Taiwan. It books its revenue in dollars, but its operating expenses are all in Taiwanese dollars. And what it warned us was like, actually, that's going to hurt us. Margins were super impressive in the period gone, beat expectations, but later in the year, when you take into account that currency headwind, margins will be impacted. Find that so fascinating, a company that's like so entrenched in Taiwan, but as you guys know, investing heavily in the United States as well to build out its facilities here and bring capacity onshore to the US.
Ed, when it comes to the earnings season for the big tech giants, I want to talk about Netflix a little bit because, of course, it's not a Magnificent Seven stock. It has just been soaring this year. Ahead of earnings, you see the stock up another 0.6%. What are the expectations? There's been a question of can it keep this run up? But you look at the content slate, and it seems like people are willing to pay for the goods.
So shameless plug here, and I'm looking down at my screen because I just sent my team the scripts for our show and tried to pack as many puns into the Netflix preview as possible. The reason being is we won't have that subscriber growth metric, right, or subscriber count. Netflix has always said, look at us as a traditional company the way that Wall Street should do, top and bottom line, and other metrics, net income being one. But you also need to look at some of the mechanisms they have. If they won't tell us
Okay, so we're starting to fade into this fair value gap. All right, that was a nice little move. Palantir. Okay, Palantir, good. Given an opportunity, you don't want to chase it.
The FX consideration is important here. But as I joke with I'm just all about Squid Game right now. I just finished third season last night.
Okay, let's see what SMR is looking like. Keep an eye on Coinbase. Keep an eye on Coinbase. SMR doing the same thing. We had some fair value gaps. Okay. Fair value gaps. Look this one right here. Looking for these to get filled. This is a fair value gap right here. Okay. Here's another one right there and right there. These are some here from yesterday. This is a fair value gap. This morning, right at the open, we get this big pop higher on on SMR. Look for this to pull back, and then a nice area to add or to buy if this starts to bounce. We're watching for a bid. SMR. Okay. Google. Let's see what Google's doing. Google. Okay. So Google, we're looking for the buy order blocks. Okay. And then we're going to look for overhead supply, Google. Okay, you got some liquidity, but no buy order blocks. So you have supply just overhead at 185. That's 2 points away. If you can manage to get back up to the high of 50 delta, should make you $100 per contract. The Genius bill, has it passed? I'll wait and see what Bloomberg has to say. Let's see if CNBC has anything.
Well, Mark, we certainly appreciate you coming in and talking to us from the Ashmore Group. Thank you. See ya. Pleasure.
When we come back this morning, Pepsi's jumping.
Google, the dip got bought. Google. Let me see. Do I have any Google left? I think I took some Google. Yes. I still have some Google here. Okay. Google. I have August calls. Google August calls. BBAI. Nice. BBAI. Nice move there. BBAI. That's one that you mentioned, right, Frank? Nice move on BBAI this morning, right out of the gate. Okay, don't chase it up here. Look for a little pullback. BBAI. Yeah, it's going to pass. It'll pass. Little consternation. Never hurt. Getting these little pullbacks. Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase. Looking for these fair value gaps to some of them to get filled. It could keep going. Bollinger Bands are still tightening on the daily over there on the right. So Bollinger Bands still tightening right here. Okay, here's your upper band. Here's your upper band right there, turning inward. There's your lower band turning inward. So this is telling you prices should stay in this area. However, if we get enough energy to break us out, we would see TTM probably change here, TTM at the bottom, and turn back to cyan. We'd see these Bollinger Bands open up. Coinbase has had a nice run. It's rising along its bullish 9 EMA. Okay, so Apple, Amazon, and Meta still dragging its feet. Tesla just pulled back a little bit. Tesla, no follow through. Tesla. Yeah, I did. Yes, sir. I got some BBAI with you. Looking good, looking good. All right, so a nice start to the morning. Okay, S&P is starting to bounce now. Let's go take a look at the flow on the S&P. Okay, very curious to see if this dip is going to get bought. Okay, here's the S&P 500. Okay, looking for the flow to come in. Okay, we're starting to bounce. Okay, let's look at Hero, SPY, on SPY. Okay. Watching for the bounce. Okay, there goes SPY. Okay, somebody just bought a bunch of SPY. You see the hedging flow? You see how it popped up just now? There was 7 billion just bought. Okay, I'm going to buy some S&P. S&P. See if we can get something going here. Let's see. Up down volume for today, Thursday the 17th. Up down volume is all bullish. We pull back to the center of Bollinger Bands on the 5 minutes, so this looks pretty good. Tick cumulative is green, so the dip should get bought. Dip should get bought. Okay.
About the future. I think both inflation expectations and also immigration policies are making consumers anxious about the future. So I would not say the consumer is in a better place. I would say has been working on a few strategies to operate better.
Let's see, Coinbase still fading. Coinbase still fading.
Some of the fruits of those investments and those strategies are starting to pay back for us, especially around affordability. So understanding the consumer.
Okay, this is SPY. This is SPY. Watching the flow on SPY.
End of the month, how some of the innovation that we're putting in the marketplace around permissibility and functionality is starting to give us good returns. Our away from home strategy that we've been investing now for quite some time in more physical availability and some new solution all this is working.
Okay, we still have, okay, Apple's starting to show some signs. Apple's showing signs of short covering. Apple short covering.
Investments in systems and so on that give us now sustained productivity that we can reinvest in growth in the US.
But much more from PepsiCo's
Apple
CEO,
short
Vivek Thur,
covering.
on
There
letting
goes
voters
Broadcom
weigh
with the
in on
bounce.
tariffs.
Broadcom with the
What are your
bounce.
thoughts on Make America Healthy Again movement, artificial flavors? Obviously, that's
NVIDIA looking for that to catapult higher too. Okay, S&P starting to pull up.
Colas and having market impact on stocks. First of all, sugar futures way up. Archer Daniels Midland makes high fructose corn syrup is lower. All I can say on this is, first of all, what Coke has
Okay, I bought some Lottos, $1.30 for S&P.
corn syrup. There's no indication that corn syrup is going away in Coca-Cola. Maybe we have Mexican Coke that's sold here in the U.S. and that's made with cane sugar. Also during Passover, they use cane sugar instead of corn syrup in the Coca-Cola.
Yeah, to get rid of high fructose corn syrup would be a big plus. Sugar's still not good for you. You know, interesting how many studies out there show that, you know, cancer cells fueled by sugar, that people that have had I don't know what the stages are, stage two, whatever. Dropping all their sugar intake, doing fasting, having good results coming out of cancer. I know some of you are doctors out there, like Dr. Frank. Okay, watching the flows on SPY. Let's see what the S&P is telling us. S&P cash, big cap cash. Okay, watching the flow here. Okay, I don't need yesterday. Let's just do today. Okay. Okay, so watching for more short covering on Apple. Not a good setup yet.
Destroyed by American strikes last month. That's according to a report from NBC News. A recent U.S. assessment reportedly showed
Okay, looking for S&P to bounce.
The two others may have only been degraded to a point where nuclear enrichment could resume in the next several months. NBC News also learned the president rejected a military plan for
Tesla, NVIDIA. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is gearing up. Looks like NVIDIA gearing up. Watch the flow here. Kind of flat right now. Hedging flows on NVIDIA. Okay, Coinbase did come down and fill this fair value gap right here. This fair value gap, that box right there, did come down and fill it. It's turning back up. Got another one right here. Another fair value gap just below. I don't know if this one will get filled, but you can see this wick. You can see this wick right here.
to protect Drew's fighters. Sarah, back to you. Okay, thank you so much.
NVIDIA looks like it wants to do something here.
Check out Lucid this morning, accelerating Uber, a $300 million partnership with the EV maker on next-gen autonomous robo-taxis. Stock's up 27.5%. We'll be right back.
Okay, so Lucid, LCID, Lucid. Uber's buying 20,000 units. They're going to compete with Waymo and Tesla Robotaxi. So that news hit this morning. Stock jumping, currently up 27%, fading from the high. Falling knife here from a gap up. I don't like these kind of trades, but Lucid, maybe if it bases or something and starts moving higher, I'd like it better. I just don't like buying gap ups like this on news because this could fade right back down into the range. Not a good strategy. I don't know how. I don't have a good strategy for trading these gap ups. You see how far away we are from the 20 EMA on the 60-minute? Doesn't match that. So we look for a little fade. Okay, Coinbase. Okay, looks like we're gonna continue here. Coinbase. Maybe I'll buy some coin options. I have CONL. I took some of those shares off into strength this morning. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin. Let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Okay, Bitcoin is ripping here. Bitcoin's turning back up. So it looks like people are anticipating that this bill is going to pass. Okay, 40 deltas or the 425. If you were to buy Coinbase, I'm going to go ahead and buy some of these 425s, and I'll do a vertical 425, 430. Those are $158, $155 per contract. Okay. All right, so I got some of those. I took the 425, 430 for 25 July. See if we follow through in Coinbase off of this dip. Okay, so this is about risking 100 to make 340. Coin. Three, 420, 425, 430. Coinbase.
Regional Bank Fifth Third posting a slight beat on the top and bottom lines, reporting continuing loan growth and net interest margin expansion. Joining us to discuss is Fifth Third CEO Tim Spence. Stocks down 2%, Tim, but overall the environment seems pretty decent when it comes to activity for your bank.
Yeah, good morning, Sarah. Thank you. I think it has been quite good and will continue to be constructive. I think we were very happy. We were able to grow revenue by 6% year over year. It had 250 basis points of operating leverage. Result of that was the return on assets as a 1.2, return on tangible common equity 18%. And I think best of all, tangible book value per share for shareholders up 18% year over year. So it has been a constructive environment. We expect it to continue to be.
I know you're based in my hometown in Cincy. You have a good handle on the Midwest and sort of southeast of the country. What is the vibe right now? What is the mood from your clients?
Well, between GE Aerospace and Fifth Third, it's been a Cincinnati sort of mood.
Love that.
Broadcom looking for follow through. Okay, Microsoft going again. Microsoft going again. Looking for Tesla to lift up a little bit. Tesla, I'd like to see that lift up a little. Okay. Microsoft. Meta. Microsoft's still going. Okay, looking at Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft, you can see the 20 EMA obviously trending. Microsoft on the 60-minute time frame. It's a little bit extended now, but buying off the 20 EMA and assuming that this trend is going to continue has been a winning strategy. First couple of weeks this started doing this, I had a hard time rationalizing how to play this because it looked like it could pull back at any moment. Never did. Here we are 12 weeks into this, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Yeah, we're 12 weeks into this trend, riding the 9 EMA. And it continues to hold the 9 EMA. So the strategy is to buy the dips intraday. Okay, in some cases, buying the dip like yesterday, selling half into the close, and then selling the rest into strength in the morning, and then wait for another dip. This dip hasn't been too deep so far. Looking good. The Bitcoin still rising.
Obviously, you need scale to compete in banking. And the M&A landscape is a little bit different now that we have new regulators in town and potentially more encouraging of M&A. What do you think about competing with banks that are, 2, 3, 5 times your size? And do you need to get?
Yeah, great question. Scale's beneficial in any sector. It's just the right kind of scale. I remind our folks that if we were fighting an army that was 10 times our size, we wouldn't march out into an open field single file, right? We would pick our spots and we would either utilize the terrain or the scale that we had in an individual market as a way of obviating what otherwise would be a disadvantage. And that has been Fifth Third's strategy. We're the number 2 bank in the Midwest. We're now the number 6 bank in the Southeast. We're going to be building another 200 branches across our Southeast markets over the course of the next few years, which will get us into a top 5 position in terms of the distribution that we have on the ground in those markets. And that's a very viable competitive position. If we thought you needed to be national, we would be building 200 branches, at 2 each across 100 markets. But it matters much more that you be relevant in the markets where you compete, because so many of the decisions for Main Street customers, which is really our focus, get made on Main Street, not across the globe.
Well, speaking of, that's diversification on geography and on Main Street, but what about capital markets? The banks have been raking in record revenues for markets over the last few months. I'm wondering if you feel like you're missing out there.
We think there's a lot to be said from Focus, and are quite happy with what we're doing. We have a very nice capital markets business here. It's been about $400 million a year. And
Coinbase looks like it wants to keep going. Coinbase.
Helping clients that sit inside our footprint, whether it's funding through bonds or debt syndications, or we have a very large business, an outsized business, just given our exposure to manufacturing and materials and logistics, and hedging out financial risk, whether that's rates or commodities or currencies and otherwise, and a nice growing M&A practice. So we're very happy. It's a middle market investment banking focus for us. I think it could continue to be much larger for us in the future, but you are not going to be seeing us competing with Citadel or Jane Street for market making anytime soon.
Finally, Tim, one thing.
Okay, Bitcoin, nice little rally on Bitcoin.
But I wonder how the industry is thinking about lessons
Okay,
learned.
Bitcoin, recent highs. We're not falling off or consolidating with price pulling back. We're consolidating up here at the high, so that's a good signal. Okay, there goes Microsoft still going. Sold Microsoft too soon. That's okay. Nice profit. Broadcom going. Looks like NVIDIA is trying to gear up to do something here. Watch NVIDIA's flow. Okay, the flow is still sideways. So Netflix earnings tonight after the close. Netflix. Okay, flow's pretty flat for the most part. Palantir coming back in a little bit. Flat flow. Let's see what the SPY is doing. SPY just kind of sitting here. Flow is sort of flat at the moment. Okay. Okay, I'll pull the flow up here so it's easy to see. Okay, SPY. Hope everyone's having a good morning. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, the 17th. I can't believe the week's just flying by. Not getting any younger. 10:43, just a little bit into the trading day today, a little hour and 15 minutes, hour and 13 minutes into the trading day. We had a nice burst of energy earlier. Okay, we had some profit taking. Let's see if we get any kind of follow through. That would be nice. Looking at our indicators. Okay, so where's the money flowing and how can I How can I figure out where money is flowing? Well, I've developed some methods over the last 38 years, and some of them are pretty straightforward. Okay, you want to see breadth improving, obviously. Currently, breadth is moving higher. S&P 500 in the top, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ. Breadth is improving. That's one method. You can also look at junk bonds. Look at the risky assets. Risky asset classes like junk bonds, bullish. You got a 3-day reversal. You got a bearish day on Tuesday. Wednesday, we had a little, I guess you call it a doji, almost a hammer yesterday. Today, we got a follow through. Do we push back up towards the upper Bollinger Bands? Note the Bollinger Bands are coming together. So that's not signaling a burst higher or a drop dramatically lower. It just is telling you look for consolidation, which would frustrate a lot of people if we don't have a direction. Okay, so you look at the S&P 500, and we're just sitting here in a range. So junk bonds are telling you pretty much what to expect. Layer over that high yield corporate debt. High yield corporate is also flagging, but it's got a bullish bias to it. 3-candle reversal as well. Bearish day on Tuesday, hammer yesterday, follow through higher today. Note the Bollinger Bands again, telling us to expect more consolidation and stay in the range. So I'm not looking for a big drop lower in the S&P or a big pop higher past 6,300. That's resistance. 6,250 S&P cash is support. Okay. Breadth looks good. So what else can I look at to give me an idea where money is flowing? Well, let's take a look at the equal weight index. Let's see if the number of stocks trading above the 20-day is increasing or decreasing. All right, so this is good. So I always talk about this. The number of stocks trading above the 20-day, this is related to the S&P 500. Okay, so we are up here at 80%. 80% of stocks were above the 20-day. So that's a bit overbought. We know that greed was pretty high at that point, fear greed index. So we expected a pullback. Where did we stop? At the 20-day, which is good because we're looking for this trend to continue. From the April 7th low, we reversed. A few weeks later, going into May, we got above the 20-day, then eventually through the 50-day and the 200-day, and now we're trending higher highs, higher lows. Okay. This, though, is very indicative of what we're looking for, which is, do we have enough energy to make another leg higher? 80%, not so much. So this is what we get. We get a little pullback. Right here at 50%, yes. Is it as good as over here in April when we had a washout low and 96% of stocks were below the 20-day? 96% were below the 50-day. This is the 50-day right here. S&P 850R. Okay, number of stocks above the 50-day. We're down at a washout level. That's a buy signal once it turns. It's not a buy signal when it's at the low. It's a buy signal once it turns, and CCI also turns up. Okay, so let me see who's leaving here. Somebody's leaving the house. Garage is opening. Okay. All right, so following the money, number of stocks above the 20, number of stocks above the 50-day have retreated. So this gives us energy for the next leg higher. Okay. Okay, and we're pushing higher. So let's look at the XII. XII is the ARCA Institutional Index. This is what institutions have in their core portfolios. Is that blue, green, or red? It's green. Okay, so you've got a trend. This is the 75 stocks most commonly held by institutions in their core portfolios. You know what the names are. Pretty obvious what they are. Walmart, Chevron, Microsoft, IBM, Disney, Kraft Foods, etc., Caterpillar, Home Depot. The obvious stocks you would see in core portfolios. They buy and sell as the flows in the market change. Okay. When we get too overheated, you'll see this drop off. When we get overheated and they get defensive, even if you miss the first few red days, even if you miss the first initial move below the 50-day, that dotted line, eventually you wake up to the idea that XII is dropping and that we should see a pullback. Okay. And then we wait for the reversal, red to green, green to blue, red to green, and then we start trending. So this is the XII, our institutional index. What institutions are doing is very important. Let's look at the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, let's look at McClellan Volume Oscillator is still giving us a neutral signal. It's in the white zone here. Could go either way. Currently, volume is not over exaggerated in either direction, buying or selling. It's not exaggerated. It's right in the middle. So no signal here. Looking at the bullish percent. Okay, that pulled back a little bit. So that's giving us energy for the move higher. 75 to 80 would be extreme. 75 to 80 would be extreme, and I would be looking to take some profits. Currently looking okay. We have, let's see, put call ratio. Put call ratio is coming off the green zone. All right, so when we're down in the green zone, we have a lot of calls. Up in the red zone, we have a lot of puts. Hold on one second. Okay, so we're in the white zone, so not too many calls. When we're down here in the green zone, very call heavy. So this is starting to turn back in the other direction. So people will start buying puts, most likely. Watch the VIX, obviously. VIX not giving us much of a signal. VIX. Okay, VIX down here at the low. Not much of a signal there. Let's look at new highs, new lows. Another way to look at breadth. Okay, what we've been doing for the last 5 minutes is just analyzing where's the money flowing. Is it bullish? Is it bearish? Money's flowing. Got a 725% increase in the number of new highs versus yesterday, new lows. New highs, new lows. Simple calculation. Just subtract new lows from new highs. Okay, what's the trend look like? Are we above the zero line? All of these things matter. Advanced decline, New York Stock Exchange advanced decline, 2,000 stocks on the composite. Is it making a new high? Is it making a new low? What's it doing? Okay. And then we look at the New York Stock Exchange. Whenever you're in doubt, just check out the New York Stock Exchange. This helps you out a lot. New York Stock Exchange composite, 2,000 stocks. Is it bouncing? Is it losing the 21-day? I would suggest that we've come back to the 21-day and the trend is continuing. This is a continuation pattern, not a sell signal. Okay. So once we move above the 50-day, you know that intermediate time frame. The intermediate time frame is telling you that we're trending and bullish above the 50-day, above the 200-day, long term. Above the 200-day, long term is bullish. Up and to the right, ever so slightly, that dotted gold line right here. That's the 200-day right here. Bollinger Bands are coming together. So we did pull back to the 21-day. The trend is up. So once we move above the 50 and the 200-day, we look for pullbacks to get bought. They're pulling back to the 21-day nicely. 1, 2, 3. Now we're looking for the trend to continue. Okay. Money flow, really important. Let's see. What else did I want to look at? Okay, let's look at sectors. Okay, let's look at sectors. Okay, if I was super bearish, I'd want to see the XLY XLP ratio rolling over like it did over here in the 2022 bear market. Okay. And again, here in February, when the president implemented all of these tariffs that shook the markets, we had this turn back down. Does that look anything like that right now? Obviously not. Is the momentum like 2022 over here on the left or February of this year? Does it look anything like that? No, it does not. Okay, so that's another thing to lean on, another indicator that's telling us that the flow has shifted and moved higher. 10-year yield. Ten-year yield fading. It's just in a big range. 10-year yield is just in a big range. Okay. So you can see since 2022, 2023, 2023 really. At the end of 2023, we hit the high, we came back down. We just kind of banging around here. We're like right in the middle. So that's basically fair value. I would suggest that that's fair value, okay? It's not overbought, it's not oversold, it's just fair value. Right? The 10 EMA. So, looking at the XLY, which is consumer discretionary versus consumer staples, XLP, the things you need versus the things you don't need, okay? You don't need a brand new EV. Tesla and Amazon are the top weighted stocks. They make up almost 50% of the weight, unless that's changed. They make up almost 50% of the weight of the XLY. So if Amazon and Tesla and the remaining components of consumer discretionary are moving higher, that's bullish. That's telling you to be bullish. When it starts to change and the consumer staples take over and defensives start getting bought like crazy, you know that institutions are positioning for a move lower. And by that time, you've probably already seen the move price action drop below the 921 and maybe even the 50-day moving average. That's not the case right now. Let's look at sectors. We were a bit extended in the weekend video. I talked about this. We're a bit extended. Okay, here's a candle glance. Okay, so let's zoom in on this. All right, so most of these are off of the highs that we saw last week. So they're no longer extreme. Semiconductors are still up there. Biotechs are still looking good, but they're just moving above the 200-day. So biotechs, if you look at biotechs, okay, this is a risky asset class too. If biotechs are moving higher along with Bitcoin, IWM, if these are all moving higher, this is bullish. Okay, so you got flow into the market. Small caps are moving higher with yields moving lower. Yields lower. We've got small caps, biotechs, all of these moving higher. Okay, XLB materials back to the 20-day. Communications back to the 20-day. That would be Meta, Google, Netflix, Charter, Fox, all those communications groups and industries and sector back to the 20-day. So they're no longer overbought. XLE pulled back a little bit in a range for the last few weeks. Financials, we had all the big banks reporting this week. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs out of the way. Check those out. That might give you an early entry. Those will probably keep going. We've had about a 2-week fade back to the 20-day. 20 is pointing up and to the right. Financials look fine. Industrials, Caterpillar was active this morning. You guys talking Caterpillar. Tech looks good. Tech is trending. Still a little bit extended. Consumer staples below the 50-day. Note the 20 and the 50-day are flat. That's telling you that there's no major money flowing into consumer staples. Let me just turn this on here. Utilities are pretty flat. Okay, if investors are interested in yield, they'll go to utilities. That's not doing much. It's just moving sideways. It's above the 20-day, though. Healthcare, that's been the lagging sector, both in small caps and large caps. Healthcare is not really doing well. Certain sectors like pharmaceuticals doing okay. Consumer discretionary above the 20 and 50. We already talked about XLY, XLP. Retail's looking okay. And software pulled back and now is bouncing. Software looks really good. So Palantir, Microsoft, all these companies that offer software as a service, these are looking really good and trending. So you can see that the flow in the markets are mostly bullish. We're above the 921.50 and 200-day moving averages. We're long-term, intermediate term, short-term bullish, and just consolidating. So am I worried about the markets as far as my long-term accounts? No. Short-term, we were taking some profits off in the strength. The only reason I'm doing that is because I'm looking for the next rotation so that I have a lot of cash, about 72% cash right now in my trading account. I'm about 20% cash, a little bit more than 25% cash in my investing accounts. But that's just so that I can rotate and buy things if I want. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Markets look okay. We got Palantir turning back up to the highs. I have no position right now. Coinbase looking for that to bounce. Bitcoin's trying to make a new high. Apple bounced off of the lows. We had a little buy order block down there on Apple. We have Coinbase. Coinbase is coming back to some of these earlier dips. Okay, Coinbase off the high. Bitcoin. All right, pretty exciting morning. Everything ripped higher. Gave us an opportunity to maybe take some profits off or short some stocks at the highs. The futures continue to move higher, so looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Thursday, the 17th of July, and we just turned into the 11 o'clock hour. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, nice quarter reported by TSMC as the stock shares move higher to point by margin of about 3% here in real time. Of course, the company giving its quarter two earnings quarter results in sort of the overnight period, given that it's located in Taiwan. Adjusted EPS in dollar terms, $2.47 did inch ahead of that margin of $2.37 that was expected by the street. Revenue also just ahead of the expectations at $30.7 billion. $4 billion. Pretty nice hike to the sales from the mid-20s to a 30% margin for the duration of 2025. They see long-term gross margin at 53% or higher, achievable. They didn't adjust their capex spend, so it really does seem that the excitement today is around, basically this higher AI
the resilience of that, the extreme demand that they're seeing, and the fact that it's probably somewhat insulated from some of these tariff uncertainties. Their 2026 profit growth is, basically going to have plenty of things that help them get above that mark. So a lot of optimism today, Diane. I mean, there's really no other way to spin it.
Absolutely. And it's giving a tailwind to NVIDIA as well. I mean, to me, it shows that the AI story is still intact. Looking to see if there's any analyst activity around Taiwan. Sammy, I didn't see anything pop up of note today. What are you seeing on that front?
Yeah, I haven't seen any full adjustments just yet. By tomorrow, we can expect some to start rolling in. So that might be the next thing that could be a catalyst here for this stock. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, early indications just show that there's excitement around this guidance. One thing that I would note is even with this, adjustment to 30% from the mid-20s, it does leave 2025 sales 117 billion. That's where it would come in based off that. That is still slightly below street estimates of close to 125 billion. So some of these near-term uncertainties might still weigh on things, but the fact that they were able to come out with a little bit more confidence and raise their guidance, I think, is a good first start. And obviously, this is one of the key names within it. So if hurdles, they're still at all times. It's hard to knock them off.
You can see that playing out real time.
All right, futures moving higher here. Futures, okay, S&P, a little pop. S&P with a little pop. Let's go take a look at flows. Okay, flows continue. All right, flows are ramping up. All right, looks good. There goes Microsoft continuation. Okay, Tesla coming back up. Tesla coming back up. Okay. Okay, Broadcom ripping here. Broadcom going. Okay, looking good. All right, so we finally got what we wanted. We wanted to see Apple, Amazon, see some short covering. We got that. Meta, Apple, Amazon, Meta. Okay, we're looking for shorts to cover on Apple, Amazon, and Meta. They're finally covering, looking good, following through. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA popping. Okay, NVIDIA, how much do I have of NVIDIA? I want to add to my NVIDIA. Let's see. NVIDIA, let me just check NVIDIA flow here. NVIDIA flows. I want to see that move. Okay, NVIDIA's flows are starting to turn up. So what do I have? I have August 15th. All right, that looks okay. NVIDIA, I have 175 calls on NVIDIA. They're 40 deltas. All right, looks fine. There goes Palantir. Okay, I sold Palantir. That's dipped. We got buy order blocks on Palantir. Just keeps coming in. Can't buy it at the high of the day, but looks good. Palantir. Okay, Palantir. All right, so everything we looked at in the previous discussion is bullish. Okay, Palantir pushing higher. Where the money's flowing, it's bullish. Okay, looks good. Okay, I've got the flow is continuing here. I want to keep an eye on the flow and SPY. This is real time. The trace is like 10 minutes delayed, I believe, or it updates every 10 minutes, I should say. Okay, looks good.
It's interesting. So many people really struggle with the
international diversification perspective. And all of a sudden this year, you see this reversal
Broadcom
where
still going. Broadcom.
US dollar this weekend has been well documented this year. And then there's also this valuation difference. We're both developed and emerging in the international space. We're trading and have traded much cheaper than here in the US. And during times of
Okay, Nvidia looks like it wants to pop. Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia looking good. Do I want to add to my Nvidia? Probably some closer, maybe some 50 deltas. Nvidia flows are turning up. Okay. I like to see these ramping higher like we had earlier with some of these. Microsoft, let's see what Microsoft, you can see the from the left to the right. Okay. From the open, you can see the flow, the purple line, blue line, whatever you want to call it, is up and to the right for Microsoft. Still going. I don't want to buy it up here. Microsoft does look good. I did take some profits off in the strength for Microsoft, but it was a little too early. It just kept going. That's fine. Profit's profit. I'm happy with mine. I'd like to see Coinbase and Bitcoin move a bit higher. Those are kind of fading back in now. Coinbase, BBAI. Okay, Nvidia, looks like it wants to go Nvidia. Let's go take a look at Nvidia. Let's look at Nvidia. Want buy order blocks. Want Tesla, keep going too. Want buy order blocks. And I want to see very little supply overhead. 2 to 5, 6, 8, 10 points overhead, nothing. Okay, we got buy order blocks right here. We're squeezing on Nvidia. Shouldn't have any supply overhead. Trading at highs, split adjusted all-time highs, right? Nvidia, split adjusted all-time highs. Software, hardware, looking good. Here's Nvidia just trending like Microsoft since it moved above the 50 and 200 day. Dips have been bought, dips. So intraday, if you're buying intraday dips in this trend, you should be good. Okay. Okay, Nvidia. Flow is looking good. We're squeezing right now, so we're looking for TTM to trigger. Daily looks good. We're just trending. We're like 3 weeks. Just tagging the upper Bollinger Bands for the most part. Nvidia looks like it wants to go some more.
Revisiting your financial plans. All those things are on the table. They should be annual checklists, just like spring cleaning is for your portfolio. That, if something like Q1, Q2 happens, where you had that quick drop in markets, that you're prepared, both mentally, behaviorally prepared. You have that long-term perspective and outlook.
Nvidia looking for the breakout. Nvidia looking for a follow through. Bollinger Bands coming together pretty rapidly. Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia looking good. Looking for the follow through. We got buy order blocks here. So if you buy right here, the strategy is for who was it? Mike. Okay, Mike J. All right, so I'm gonna 11:15. All right, so what we look for is a buy. Okay, you got buy order blocks. So if you get in right here, put a stop underneath this buy order block, and then let's look for 2 to 1 upside. I'm gonna go 3 to 1 because it looks like we could get up to 175. Looks like we could make it to 175. So entering right here, looking for 5 to 1, 3 to 1, 2 to 1, minimum 2 to 1. All right, let's go 2 to 1, 2 to 1. would be a move up to 174 and change. Okay, 2 to 1. Stop underneath. So we should see a follow through. Need a bounce in the S&P. All right, so 11, 14. Okay, looking for NVIDIA to move higher. Okay, so the things I look for in a setup like this, I'm going to shift to a different chart, but the things I look for are, number one, is the stock in a bullish trend. Okay, NVIDIA obviously in a bullish trend. 60-minute, obviously in a bullish trend. Are we a little bit extended from the 20 MA? Yeah, but it's been pretty active. So that said, I'm looking for NVIDIA. Right now it's squeezing, Bollinger Band squeezing. So I'm looking for 2 to 1 if we were to enter right here. I already have some calls. So if we were to enter right here, I'd be looking for 2 to 1, a move up to 174. Buying a 50 delta call. If you move $2, technically you should make $100 per contract, $50 per point, 2 points, $100. Okay. So we look for buy order blocks. Look for buy order blocks. In this case, this is NVIDIA. Okay. So you can look at multiple positions. We're already off the low. So we're up about 2 points off the low as it is. We had some buy order blocks last night, yesterday at around 3:30. You can see that over here. Okay, these buy order blocks. So it's been pretty active. The stock is bullish. Okay, so let's look at a few other examples. Let's look at Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft, same idea. Microsoft has been trending for 12 weeks. After about 2 or 3 weeks, I realized that this wasn't going to pull back and that they needed to develop a different strategy on Microsoft. So looking at Microsoft, I'm always looking for buy order blocks at the open. So with Microsoft, looking at it at the open, okay, here's the opening bell right here. You can see buy order block right there. So taking a trade, had I taken a trade right here, as it bounced off of this buy order block, put a stop underneath it, and then look for 2 to 1, a 2 to 1 move. Okay, so that would have been where we are right now. So if I had taken this on this last buy order block, put a stop underneath, the entry being right here on that fair value gap, plus or minus, and just pull this up 2 to 1. I mean, you can do this visually or you can do it mentally. The idea is that 2 to 1 gives you a 50 delta call that appreciates at least 2 points. 2 to 1 appreciates 2 to 1, 2 points. If it appreciates 2 points from your stop on a 50 delta, that'll make you $100 per contract. Now, Microsoft obviously doing very well, so I wouldn't chase it up here. Microsoft's probably not the best example right now. Let's look at Broadcom, another example, Broadcom. Okay, let's look at Broadcom on the daily. Okay, Broadcom on the daily, is it bullish? Broadcom, is it bullish? Yes, it's trending. It's been trending since late April. It moved above the 50, 200 day. So it's bullish, 921 day respected. So for the most part, we can anticipate that pullbacks are going to get bought. Okay, yesterday we got a pullback at 11:30. Most stocks pulled back at 11:30 yesterday and then rose into the close. Today, taking off to the upside, Broadcom. So let's look at Broadcom. Okay, here's Broadcom. So right before the no, that's not the open. I'm gonna just enable extended hours. Okay, we got a buy order block right there at the opening bell, Broadcom. Okay, so had I gone at the open, my entry being right here, put my stop underneath, and look for 2 to 1 upside. Okay, you can see we're already got 2-1, 3-1, currently 5-1. Okay, so a 50 delta call if you had bought it at the open. If you bought a 50 delta call on Broadcom at the open. Okay, buy order blocks. Okay, these show up automatically. Buy order block, say you got in on the second candle as it started to move higher. Put a stop underneath. Stretch this until you get 2-1. That's your target. Okay, once you get to this point, you probably want to take a little more profits, but you see this extra or secondary buy order block. That's pretty important because when you see buy order blocks during the day, that's literally telling you they're continuing to buy. So currently we're trading up, and it looks like we are almost 6-1. So calls would have net you $300 per contract, excluding implied volatility. Just looking at pure delta, a 50 delta, 1 point, $50. Okay, 4, 5, 6 points. That's $300 for one contract. So you risk maybe $100 on the stop and looking to make 200. So you risk 100 to make 200, so 2-1. But in this case, you would have probably made about 300 because of the move in Broadcom. Now I wouldn't chase it up here now, obviously. I'd be looking for a B and C pivot at this point because it's 11:20. Okay, what else did I want to tell you? All right, so we know that Broadcom is trending. Okay, so that's pretty much it. You know, you look at that, you look at the trend. The trend is bullish. Look at the 60-minute. The 60-minute trend is bullish. If you're above the 20 EMA, you're okay with taking longs. Okay, if you're above the 20 EMA, the 20 EMA is up and to the right on the 60-minute time frame. Okay, this is a 60-minute chart. Okay, 60-minute. So enable a 20 EMA, and if you put a 130 EMA, that roughly approximates a daily, the 20 EMA on the daily. So if you go to the daily, you can see where the 20 EMA is. 9 EMA, 20 EMA, up and to the right. That gives you a pretty good confidence that since it moved above the 50-day, any stock that looks like this right now, 9 EMA, 21-day are acting as support as we continue to move higher. Looking for Tesla. Okay, so Tesla is a good example for real time. Maybe we have a trade on Tesla. Tesla dipped early in the morning. Okay, Tesla dipped early in the morning. Any buy order blocks? No, we have sell order blocks. So this would be a no-go at this point, okay? Because sell order blocks are overhead. Some traders are short, so we'd be looking for a move above this level. We'd be looking for a move above this level to consider any new longs. Right now, this looks like resistance. This is resistance for now. Okay, that came in pre-market. This is resistance. So we need to get this above. Tesla needs to break above this level in order to have a good trade now. I did buy some Tesla a little earlier. So here's Snowflake. Snowflake's starting to turn. All right. So Snowflake gave you a dip. Okay. What does Snowflake look like on the daily? I believe it was consolidating, right? Snowflake. Okay. Here's Snowflake consolidating above the 50-day. Will it go? I don't know, but it's for the most part, it is bullish. It's just sideways for now. Snowflake, probably not the best example, but it is bouncing. I'll pass on Snowflake. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is off the low of the day. NVIDIA off the low of the day. All right, so we had a buy order block NVIDIA first thing this morning. Again, same idea. So buy order block, the next candle as it starts to rise up, even if you got into the second green candle here, and that was your entry, pull your stop down below. Okay, pull your 2-1 up here. Okay, so 2-1 would have been right in this area where we are right now, but the high was a little bit above this level this morning. The high, okay, that's almost 3-1. So the buy order block right there, your entry would be on the second candle. Okay, as it starts to move up, you put your, whatever they call this, your risk reward template. Just put this right here. If you have TradingView, put a stop underneath the buy order block where this reversed. Put this 0 right where you enter, and then pull this up to 2 to 1. That'll give you an idea of, can I get 2 points? Can I take a 50 delta? If I take a 50 delta, if I get 2 points, that's $100 right there. So if I spend $200 on an option on a 50 delta, maybe I give it 50%. So $2 option, $1 stop, or maybe a 75-cent stop to make $100, $200. That's the way I would structure it. It's in a bullish trend. Okay, in a bullish trend, NVIDIA. And we're looking for this to push a bit higher. NVIDIA is still bullish. So with NVIDIA being bullish, I'm looking at stochastic. Stochastic's embedded. So what does that tell me? It tells me that I should anticipate closes in the upper half of the daily range. Okay, what's the daily range? The daily range is $4. This is your ATR. Let's just say $4 for ease. Okay, it's currently up $1.60. Okay, you've already had a dip in NVIDIA. You've already had a dip. We're trading $1.60, so there's potential for another $2 upside still. So let's say I took an entry here. Let's say I've taken an entry here, right on this candle, right where we are right now. Put a stop underneath. Pull this back. We know that we've got another $2 upside potentially, so we're 73. All right, so 75. That would give us 4 to 1, so we're going to go 2 to 1 right here. Okay. So we're squeezing. We're looking for NVIDIA to pop a bit more. So a 50 delta right here, right now, if we move $2, should give you $100 per contract.
Recovery once again here, a cup and handle, whatever you want to call it, the bottoming out and resurgence of the price activity that eventually pushed above the old highs. And we can see here that 145 was one of those areas, like I was trying to mention in our last segment here, not just saying, it can go up or down. It's more like this is the point where you might see a significant break off or break to the downside here, because when you have one of these repeated resistance ceilings, for example, it would a push above that level would trigger the cascade of all kinds of orders here that would propel prices further upward in the form of a breakout, would be the hopes of the bulls here, or it could be the point of a notable rejection. So 145 seems like one of those potential levels to watch out for. We can also see that if you were to draw a trend line going across the lows after we had this gap up, you could duplicate it, put it across those highs to give you this channel. That's about where price is now. So another potential resistance area right around where price is hitting 150 to 152 or so was that general topic point here. Bearish divergence once again on the RSI here, but not necessarily suggesting collapse, just suggesting the pace of the gains is starting to slow down here. So if we were to consider our other studies here, the heavy volume is really quite high on this chart, the 143, 144 level. That's where the bulk of the trading is in the recent term here in this theme. So that could be a key area to watch just below that 145 level. To the upside, though, the +2 standard deviation channel comes in around 156. That's a snapshot of this moment in time as well. If price does continue to travel upward, it would adjust day by day.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Rick, for the deep dive in the chart there. Jason, final thoughts on your trade approach here?
Yeah, it's up year to date 14.5%. So that's double the S&P 500 is up 7%. I like the June 18, 2026 150 strike price call. You're paying about $13 for that. 163 is the break even on that. And I think the trade ideally is that your trade patience when you're going out, 300 plus days right now in some sectors that it's bound to have more money coming to them, and it's not going away anytime soon.
All right. That's Jason Brown, the Brown Report, co-founder of the Brown Report and author of 5-Year Millionaire, and also our very own Rick Duquesne, lead market technician here on Schwab Network. Thank you both.
the disruptor, the CoreWeave, HSBC initiating coverage of the stock with a bearish outlook. Got pressure on CoreWeave. We've got details on the other side of this break.
Yep, you're welcome.
Morning movers bring the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight sleeps to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning movers only on Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. All right, so now that you know that we're squeezing here, Mike, now that you know we're squeezing on NVIDIA, let's take a look at NVIDIA hedge flows. Okay, here's the hedge flows for NVIDIA. We want to see that line rising. Okay, currently it's kind of flat, so you would expect NVIDIA to just stay here.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Okay, looking for a move higher. Okay, watching NVIDIA, looking for the flows to turn up. Nothing yet. Okay, Microsoft's still looking good. Microsoft, okay, that's still flat. Okay, Broadcom pulling back in. What's Coinbase doing? Coinbase, I'm interested in. What's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave. All right, still hanging out there. CoreWeave, you can see the flow is kind of tapering off CoreWeave, so there's no trade on CoreWeave. Broadcom, we talked about Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom, the flow is tapering off. So we're seeing a lot of stocks where the flow is just tapering off. Okay, Apple kind of hanging in there. Microsoft is rising. Microsoft flows continue to rise. Okay. All right, looking good. Joel. Let's see, Joel, you made a message here. Joel. NIO, Chinese EB. Okay, so Microsoft is going. Jesus, Microsoft. Sold this way too soon. Microsoft. Okay, S&P looks like it wants to go some more. S&P. Okay, we just need Coinbase to bounce, and I'll be happy. Everything else is working. Okay, you're looking at NIO, Joel. Okay, let me look at NIO. NIO. Haven't looked at that one in ages. NIO. Okay, yeah, NIO looked good. Look at the weekly. The weekly looks good. NIO. So are the EVs going to be in play again? NIO. Bitcoin squeezing. Bitcoin.
People pointing out that maybe that was a bit harsh, given the fact that you've got the Barclays of the world with a price target of $100, overweight rating, and Goldman Sachs with a buy rating of 92 as well. So Seaport Global adjusting their price target as well, upping that to 115 from 110. It is on the they've got a buy rating, so they're more constructive here. But you do have those in the sell side who will point out it is difficult to get constructive on airlines because of the risks that are in front of them. No, I'm just going to say, I mean, to Kirby's point as well, I mean, he did say that if nothing else happens and demand stays, then we should be okay. There is some room for some upside, but that's why they have to be conservative in that way. Yeah, there's a caveat there. And then also one of the issues typically is
Okay, so that's NIO, NVIDIA, just looking for a breakout on NVIDIA. Need to see the flows turn up. NVIDIA, need to see these flows turn up. Okay, NVIDIA flows. Okay. Okay, NVIDIA flows are starting to turn up. We might get a move here. Okay, it's early, almost lunchtime. Okay, buy order block, buy order block. Okay, buy orders. Buy orders, like you see buy order blocks. Buy order, okay. Stop.
But GPU clouds are increasingly commoditized with relatively low returns. They say that CoreWeave's revenue comes mainly from high technology
Okay, NVIDIA flow starting to turn, watching NVIDIA.
which dilutes the company's value proposition. HSBC adjusted.
Okay, what time is it? 11:37. Wow, the day is flying by. Man. Okay, Microsoft's still going. That feels a bit extended. Microsoft just kind of ridiculous now.
The vast majority of analysts, Diane, that cover this name are in a hold or like a neutral equivalent rating, but their price targets are a lot below the current share price. And I think that makes sense. That's basically their way of saying, hey, don't bail on these shares just yet, but it might be a little overvalued given its run.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is a newer publicly traded company.
Okay, watching for NVIDIA to go. I see Susie talking about BX. Okay, BX doing well. Okay. Blackstone. Yeah, big move this week on Blackstone. Big, nice. Very nice. Very nice chart there. Blackstone, we looked at this yesterday when Susie mentioned it. There goes the S&P. S&P going.
strategy.
S&P, the next leg up now. S&P 500 next leg. Okay, let's go take a look at flow on the S&P. S&P 500 flow. Survey says there goes the flow. S&P 500. Dealer hedge flow is bullish. Okay, looking for more follow through. Is this going to run? Is this going to run? S&P.
Debit limits the risk to $400. So a little bit of risk associated here, but it is defined. And Jenny and I used to say this on Next Gen. It's kind of like throwing a dart. It doesn't need to be perfect, but you do want to get into that area. So if you don't think that would be
okay, we're going. Okay, we're going a bit more. S&P going a bit more.
Retail sales report. Trade 360 will be right back.
Okay, I bought the S&P 6305 Lotto. Okay, third trade today. Scalps. Okay, looking good. NVIDIA's about to go now. NVIDIA's about to go. There goes the S&P. NVIDIA wants to go. Okay, NVIDIA wants to go. Here goes NVIDIA. Okay, here goes NVIDIA real time. Okay, a entry right here. Entry right here. Stop underneath your buy order block. The markets are moving higher. NVIDIA's in a bullish trend. We're starting to see the flow come in, and if the cheat is the dealer flow. Okay, so that's the reason why I started subscribing to Spot Gamma. I mean, this is just like cheating. You see what the dealers are doing. No guessing.
Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning.
Looking good, looking good. Dealer hedge flows coming in on NVIDIA, popping. Just need to see Tesla pick up a little bit. Need to see Tesla pick up a little bit.
COO and portfolio manager at Alexis Investment Partners. Thank you both for joining us today.
Okay, looks good.
I'll quickly recap some of the numbers for Pepsi to just catch people out. Adjusted EPS 212, that beat expectations. Revenue 22.73 billion. In terms of the forecast.
Okay, so NVIDIA trying to get something going here. NVIDIA. Hedging flows continue to rise. Okay, let's see what S&P is doing. S&P looking for a follow through. S&P. Okay, looking for that hedge flow to continue. Okay, let's look at the. Okay, so we can see that the resistance is building a little bit up here. We've got a 99 percentile, 6310. That's telling you 6310 is major resistance. 99 percentile means it's a very high probability that we get rejected there. 98% just below that, 6300. Okay, if we keep trending like this, watch that purple line. That purple line is the dealer hedging flows. This is updated every 10 minutes, I believe. To see real time, you need to go to Hero. Hero gives you real time. Okay, looking at the SPY, looking at the hedging flows on SPY, real time. This is dealer hedging flow. I'm just going to separate it so I can see it a little bit better. Okay, a little dip there. Okay, looking for NVIDIA to continue though. NVIDIA looking for a follow through.
And you made a good point, but I think it was more of a less bad than expected.
All right, we need some traction now on this trade on NVIDIA. Okay, Microsoft's still going. Palantir still going. Okay, Bitcoin turning up. Bitcoin's going to go. All right, here's Bitcoin. Let's go shift gears to Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Go in here, Bitcoin. Looking pretty strong, Bitcoin. BTC, USD, Bitcoin. Okay, looking good, Bitcoin. Okay, Coinbase, turning back up. Coinbase, coin, ABCD. Good entry. Stop under the B pivot.
Specifically for the dividend, and the reason we had trimmed that position back in March was due to this Ozempic effect taking a significant chunk out of the snacks industry.
Okay, let's look at Coinbase. CONL. Okay, we got a B pivot right here. Should go, given what we're seeing on the hedge flows. So let's go to the hedging flows. Let's take a look at Coinbase. Here's Coinbase. We want to see those hedging flows turning up. Okay, they're starting to turn up. Okay, we need to see it turn up more. Okay, Coinbase, we need to see that turn up a little bit more. Okay, so we don't have a confirmation yet. Okay, we don't have a confirmation. But looking better, looking better. Does he have Bitcoin? Bitcoin. No, he doesn't. Okay, he's got Bitto. Bitcoin. What about IBIT? IBIT. Let's see the flow in IBIT. Okay, flow coming off the low. IBIT, the flow coming off the low here. Okay, so we had a dip this morning, looking for a follow through. As long as you're not buying the high of the day, most of the time you're going to be okay. As long as you're not buying the high of the day. Buy the dips instead. Usually the best idea. So Bitcoin, we had a dip. We had a rip into the morning session. We had a rip on Coinbase. And now Bitcoin is turning favor. Okay, Bitcoin's turning back up. Higher lows. Look at the buy order blocks. Buy order blocks on Bitcoin.
Valid points there, which we also believe a cyclical trend to the S&P 500, maybe from some of these names that depend on the consumer remaining resilient, is not a bad strategy. But, the S&P 500, we believe, is going to continue to be
Okay, Bitcoin, we are hitting supply right here. So we'll see what happens at Bitcoin. If we can manage to get above this, maybe we continue further into yesterday's wick and even Tuesday's high or Monday's high would be great. Okay, Palantir is still going. Damn it. I can't believe I don't have any positions in Palantir. That's all right. I sold Palantir. It's doing exactly what I thought Palantir would do. My plan on Palantir was to take profits and maybe buy shares on the next dip. Okay, so I had options and I sold those into strength because Bollinger Bands are opening up. I didn't think that this was going to keep going like it is, and it sure is. So SMR, a little dip here, looking for a BNC pivot on SMR. That's turning back up. Okay, futures are pulling back now. Futures pulling back a little bit. Okay, SPY, the flows on SPY are dipping a little bit. SPY, need to see those turn back up. Higher high, higher low. Okay, Palantir still pushing. Here's a good example. Palantir is doing really well. Now, a lot of people, a lot of new traders would get all excited about this and they'd chase this up here to the high. So I'm going to put a arrow right where I was thinking that, okay, if I was a new trader, I'd probably be getting excited. I'd probably buy right up there. We'll see what happens after this. I'm thinking that we're going to get another dip to buy. So instead of buying the high, buy the dips. If you just make that change to your trading style, that's going to help out most of the time. Okay, you can see buy order blocks, 1, 2, 3 buy order blocks. This is pretty significant when you get this kind of action during the day. But I don't want to buy the high of the day. Okay, let's see if this keeps going or not. I'm looking for a entry into Palantir, but I don't want to buy the high of the day. I want to buy dips. So if you're running a business and you knew that certain customers like certain items, let's say you have a coffee shop and you have a customer that comes in that orders like a dozen whatever muffins and buys 6 or 10 cups of coffee or maybe 12 cups of coffee for your customers, for their clients or for their employees, right? So you got a customer that comes in and buys. So what would you do as a business owner? Would you make sure that that customer gets filled every time they come in? So you know that there's a pattern, right? You know the pattern. As a business person, you're not going to buy a whole bunch of product for the possibility that somebody might buy something. You're definitely going to work for those clients that constantly come in. So the point I'm trying to make is that it makes good business sense as a trader to understand where you get your best value. Are the pullbacks my best value? Yes, because my stop is very, very much right near where I just entered. So if I'm wrong very quickly. So like a business, you want to make sure that you're taking the best risk reward for the money you're putting out. So with a coffee shop example, you're buying for that particular customer. Maybe you have 100 customers or 1,000 customers like that. Great. Maybe it's a certain time of day that you need to have a certain number of employees in there working as a barista or whatever, serving the customers. You know, what the timing is. You're not going to have a whole bunch of people right before closing working for you because most of the customers won't be there. I know it's not the greatest example, but the point is that you run a business, you understand the business, you operate the business most efficiently when you're paying attention, right? You're not just haphazardly doing things. Same thing with trading. If you know dips are going to get bought in a bullish trend, Palantir is in a bullish trend. Look at the daily. The daily even has buy order blocks. That's kind of unusual, but that's what it is. So for everyone out there that has been super bearish on Palantir, they've been super wrong, right? So that's the daily, okay? So understanding what kind of trend you're in, when's the best time to buy. If you're day trading, okay, buying these dips makes sense. If you're a swing trader, you don't want to buy the high of the day. You want to wait for the next dip to the 9 and 21 day. So there's a method to running your business most efficiently. Okay, you're always looking for dips. Let the other people, let the newbies throw their money at the markets, not understanding. Because what invariably happens is you get a newbie, you get somebody new, and they wind up buying Palantir when it hits that upper Bollinger Band, and they haven't had a pullback yet. So they buy up here, the stock pulls back. Oh shit, it's going to start dropping off. So I take a loss. Instead of waiting for the pullback, look for the buy order block, look for support nearby, 50-day in this case. Wait for the reversal and buy. Your stop is below the 50-day or below this buy order block. You wait for the reversal. You're not waiting for this to go all the way down and all the way back up to where you bought it to break even. And a lot of people will go through this whole ordeal, wait for it to come back. Let me wipe my hands, wash my hands of this stock. And they get out where they got in, but they had to wait 3 weeks to get there. And then they see the stock continue on the path that they originally thought it was going. So buy the dips and bullish trends. Okay, watching NVIDIA for the follow through. NVIDIA is just kind of not doing anything at this point. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. It is bullish. It's in a bullish trend, but maybe people are starting to shift their focus on other names. Okay. So watch this, Mike. If it doesn't continue, if it doesn't get some sort of follow through, we'll go ahead and take that off. Flat. Okay. Still squeezing. NVIDIA. Okay. Bitcoin. Okay. So we're watching Coinbase now. Coinbase is turning. Okay. Coinbase. Okay. Coinbase got B and C pivot right here. Okay. So there's your B and C. There's your A. There's your B. Okay, so we're looking for C. Looking for C up here. A, B, C. Okay. So it would be nice if they had a buy order block here. That's the one thing that's missing that I note on Coinbase. Okay, I don't have a buy order block there. We have a sell order block. So the way I look at this is if I have a buy order block, then I know buyers are in play. If I have a seller block, I know sellers are in play. So I need to negate this seller block in order to look for more upside. That said, it is in an uptrend on the daily on the right. Looking for an ABCD pattern. So if this drops below B, then we'll be stopped out of this, but looking pretty good. You got buy order blocks at the open. So there's that. Of course, we've got that's 31% of today's volume was right at the open. This sell order block is 50%. So 50% of today's volume at this point was right there. So the sell order block has precedent. Okay, the S&P is still going. S&P is still going. Okay, let me update the numbers here. Sorry, I forgot to do that. Got to update the numbers. Let me copy that. Copy. Okay, back to here. Okay, I want to put this in here. Okay, so levels by spot gamma. Levels by spot gamma. Okay, so S&P looking really good. Okay, so granted, we see this pattern. We have a buy order block here on the S&P 500. I just want to check the flows again. Remember, the flows are important. This is like cheating. Okay, cheating when you know what the markets are going to do. When you know what dealers are doing. Okay, you can see that line is rising. Okay, and this is a 99 percentile block right here. Okay, 99 percentile is telling you that it's very likely that this is going to be resistance. Okay. So 60 minutes ago, we had 58 million in deltas. Right now, we've got 125 million in deltas in the last 10-minute update. This updates every 10 minutes. 6310 is major resistance. 6300 first resistance. Okay, here is SPY. We want to see that flow turned up on the SPY. Survey says, what we got here? The spinning wheel stopped spinning. S&P. Okay, S&P. Is that flow turning? Is that flow still making higher highs and higher lows? Yes. So you know the dealers are still hedging to the upside. Okay. Okay, looking good. Google continuation. Google. Did I add the Google? I think I was supposed to. I was gonna add the Google this morning. Was gonna add to it. Google. Did I add the Google? I bet I didn't. I bet I didn't. No, I did not. Okay, Google. All right, so Google, I have the 190 call. Now we're still $7 out of the money. That was a 40 delta when I bought it. 39 delta when I bought it. Okay, let's look at Google. Let's look at Google for dollar. Okay, you got 185, 190. Okay, got 185, 190. I have the upper call wall at 185. And you've got 190 on Money Magic's levels. Okay. Okay, Palantir looks good. Okay, Coinbase looks like it's going to make another higher high. Coinbase. Keeping an eye on Coinbase. Keep it real on Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase. We want to see those flows turned up. Coinbase. We want to see those flows turned up. Okay, flows are starting to turn ever so slightly. Not enough, though. Okay, so it looks like we got a 1 o'clock again with Brent. Okay. Okay, Microsoft is still going. Holy crap, look at Microsoft go. Okay, so Microsoft just continues to rip the cover off the ball here. And the flows continue. Wow. Microsoft flows are crazy. Understanding what dealers are doing. Game changer. Okay, we got Apple bouncing. Google. Okay, Google, we're looking for that Google flow to continue. Okay, it looks like it's turned up again. Google flow. Coinbase, ABCD patterns, not really giving us much follow through at the moment. Okay, NVIDIA, we'd like to see the flow pick up demonstrably. Okay. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, futures, S&P futures, S&P cash. S&P cash continue to see flows. Wow, look at that flow. Purple line. Oh. S&P. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Very nice move. Very nice move. S&P still going. S&P, nice move here.
Significant lows down there in the low 220s. That's a good solid number. So with earnings coming in better than expected, almost across the board, the really only problem now for this market in earnings season, can they hold the levels they've already achieved in a lot of these names? The low bar names like PepsiCo that we covered.
Okay, let's shift gears. Let's go to CNBC. Let's see. Hopefully Wapner's not on. Okay. What's going on here?
Remember how you felt and what the market was going through in early April? And, this is why you take risks like we did in April. Is being, and you monetize it right here. We're trimming things, bringing back the balance, creating a little bit of cash, gives us a little flexibility as we go through earnings season. And I think there's just going to be some churn here. We're hearing for maybe a record high close in the S&P today, but I think there could be some churn as the market kind of just digests things. I don't think, as Joe said, it's going to accelerate. But I do remain overall bullish. I'm not sitting here bearish, but this is just tactically raising some cash.
Goldman actually out with a note talking about some of the moves that you're making, or at least referencing a possible move similar to the ones you're making. I'm going to read part of it. The average tech stock in the S&P is implying an earnings day move of under 5%, the lowest in 2 decades, suggesting complacent setup and lower probability of relief rallies. They're recommending hedging tech exposure with XLK puts or buying puts on stocks with high earnings revision risk. Agreeing with this strategy?
Well, here's the thing: if you're buying puts, you're spending money. You can really protect.
All right, looking good.
And there's times to hedge. In 2022, we hedged our downside.
Good day, good day. Hope everyone's having a good day.
Being the instance here, we could get a nice little flush down. I don't think it could last very long. But if the market pulls back, I want to be able to get cash to work. I do agree with Joe. There's really some great pattern match. I've been going back a couple months ago in May, saying this party like it's 2019, and we're going to see a tremendous bull market in the second half. But I do think we have to work through the digestion of the run. And earnings, they're going to be good. Beats and raises are expected. But how many quarters have we seen, maybe not in May, that May was one where the expectations were low and that reinvigorated the bull market. Tech came in with the AI spend. But how many quarters have we seen in 24 and 23 where the expectations were high and the beats and raises, they came, but the stocks did not accelerate higher? We could see something like that here.
I feel like the three of us are chopping through an answer here. I think Josh gave the one sentence that really summarizes it all. You probably don't want to get more bullish right here. If you're long, you probably don't want to buy.
I would say for most people, the most cost-effective hedge that exists is to not put money at risk that you can't afford to lose.
S&P is still going. S&P still going. Look at that buy order block.
Puts and trend following rules, and I'm not saying any one is better than any other. Everyone can pick their flavor, but in the end, the best form of risk management is saying, this is the bucket of my assets that I am willing and able to witness a 20% decline in at any given moment, and here is the bucket of my assets that I'm not. And we're not investing money that we can't afford to see a decline with. And it's really as simple as that. So to answer your question, people emotionally extrapolate, and they've just made a lot of money, so they feel like they're about to make even more. And we get the same way when we lose money, right? The minute we see a 10 or 20% drawdown, it's like, now they're about to cut me in half. So this is like human emotion. There's nothing you can do about it. Some people are more appointed than others. Some people are able to program themselves to act in the opposite manner. That's Warren Buffett. But in the end, if you can't afford
Okay, looking good.
you shouldn't be invested in the first place. How's that for a hedge?
All right, here we go. Important to note, the NASDAQ 100 very close to an all-time high. while Bill's trying to trim. You know, it's pretty close to an all-time high right now. That's NVIDIA. You actually posted this week that you're actually giving your followers permission to sell a little bit of NVIDIA. What's the rationale there? We found out earlier this week they can sell those H20 chips in China now. A lot of people think that's unlocking all.
S&P going. Wow. Fran, are you still in those calls?
Essentially find out that China really needs our U.S. tech, specifically our hardware. Why sell here, especially ahead of earnings?
Okay, I'm not selling. I'm giving people permission. Let me give you the context. On the China front, let's just do this quickly. Bernstein reiterated NVIDIA $185 target. And what they said was that for every $10 billion in recovered revenue in China, meaning business we didn't think they could do up until a few days ago, that could add 25 cents to NVIDIA's earnings per share. So they say that could be like 40, 50 cents in 2026 if they capture back 15 to 20 billion worth of China revenue. Great news.
Okay, S&P is still going. Okay, Coinbase still looking for that higher high now.
That aside, we'll assume Bernstein has it roughly right. The big picture is, for the last 11 years, I've become the person that's been the most associated with NVIDIA, mostly for better, although there have been times where the stock's been at a 50, even a 70% drawdown in years like 2022. There was the crypto crash in 2017 when they thought all these chips were good for was mining. So I've had the ups and downs, but mostly ups. People walk up to the street. People walk up to me on the street. They come up to me at stores, airports, you name it. The question that I'm getting the most over the last month or so is not.
Okay, Apple, nice pop on Apple. Can we get something going on Apple and get above 212.50 and just keep going?
It's really remarkable, and now it's $4 trillion market cap. So just for fun, if you think it's
S&P 500.
basically need the stock to get to $201 a share, assuming constant share count, not a lot of issuance, and they're not going to take action on the buyback. If you think it gets to 10 trillion, that's a $403 stock. So, like, do you think it's going to go to 10 trillion? Could it? Maybe, I guess. Like, so I'm just looking at it from a risk reward standpoint. I'm not a seller, but if you are so nervous about your position that you mean the bagel store, the answer I'm now giving you, I used to say no, or I would say I don't know, LOL. The new answer is get sell some. I get it. It's a $4 trillion market cap. How bullish do you need to be to think it goes to 10 trillion? You have to be insanely bullish. So if it's making you nervous, you have my permission. Sell 10%. Sell it. I don't care. You know.
Your point. So you're not selling, but you're saying if this is a place to take profits, it's okay.
I've sold on the way up on 2 occasions. Okay. Not selling anymore. So whatever my position is now, this is what it is.
I think you agree. Of most associated with NVIDIA. The dog name? Yeah, that's a different topic. I feel like we're spinning. Josh does not have a dog named NVIDIA. I'm going to answer.
Family, I came on this show in 2015 and I said NVIDIA should be in the thing. And that's when Netflix was the end. So we could roll the tape. Like, that's 11 years ago.
By the way, that's actually tape. Somebody pressed it in the basement. It's not digitized. By the way, you're talking about Bernstein very quickly. And just to your point, if you want to take some money off the table on NVIDIA, what about the Mag 7 overall? We know Bill's taking some off the table.
NVIDIA pushing a bit higher.
Also saying the Mag 7 earnings going to grow. Joe, I'm going to toss this one over to you. They say the EPS estimates are 14% higher year over year for this quarter, but the next 3 quarters, that's going to slow down to 9 to 11%. Still respectable, but it slows down. So are we possibly at peak Mag 7 at the time to maybe trim or see your exposure decline to those 7 stocks in particular?
I think we were at peak Mag 7 in the early part of 2024, and I don't think the universal performance of the Mag 7 is so critical anymore. We've seen that already so far. If I told you coming into this year, you were going to have Apple down 16%, you were going to have Tesla down 20%. Alphabet.
Okay, Lulu. What's Lulu doing? Lulu, looking for a follow through. I did buy some Lulu. Looking for the 250 level. Short term, I did buy some Lulu 250s. I had an order in to buy 250, 260 vertical. Okay. That's up a little bit right now.
Now it's reawakening. People are building positioning once again. Sentiment is being restored once again. A lot of the hedge funds.
Oh, Meta's turning? Okay, good. Meta's turning.
Momentum funds moved out of Microsoft. I'm raising my hand here and acknowledging that as well. And they kind of put their chips
in the names like Meta. So
Okay, bought the 250, 260 call vertical.
universal approach to it anymore. You can very easily see, to Josh's point, a sell-off in Nvidia, and maybe you get some form of reawakening at Apple. All of us Apple shareholders hope, while we get paid to wait, that ultimately that happens. So I see it more as this cyclical moment where the bullish momentum moves from one to the other.
You're mentioning Microsoft also had an all-time high. Is it time to get off?
Okay, Meta. Let's take a look at Meta, Corey. Let's take a look at the flow on Meta. Meta flow. Okay, Meta's making new highs. The flow is making new highs, so that looks good. Coming off the low, Meta. Okay, so Mike, if you're listening, okay, Mike. Let's see. Okay, Meta, we got a buy order block right there. So you want to put your buy order right there. Okay, so we'd be buying right here. Okay, so put a stop. I wouldn't go all the way back to this buy order block, but I would go underneath this recent price action. Bring my profit and loss calculator up here. Okay, so I put a stop right underneath this right here. Put my stop here. If I was going to enter right here. Put my stop underneath this, right in here. And then look for 2 to 1. Okay, 2 to 1 should take us back up to supply up there. So Meta, I'm going to go ahead and try some Meta. Do I own Meta? I don't think I own Meta, do I? Yeah, I do. Okay, so I already have a position in Meta. All right. Tomorrow's calls as well as the 25th. So I'll leave this alone for now. Looking for Meta to keep going. Maybe I'll buy some 50 deltas. Meta. Meta. It's 12 o'clock, so it's the noon hour. So probably want to look for a BNC. We already got BNC. Meta. Let me look at Meta. Okay, the S&P is pulling back a little bit right now. Okay. So maybe next week's Meta.
I like Bill's move. You know, this is a name that's down 16%. It is the second worst performer out of the S&P 20. Very rare that Apple is the worst of the mega cap stocks, or one of the worst of the mega cap stocks. The only one worse this year, Joe mentioned, is Tesla. The trouble with Apple is that it's still at 33 times trailing PE. My comment to that would be the market doesn't seem to care. It's been an expensive PE.
Okay, Meta turning up, looking good. Meta. Just bought some 710s.
It's because someday they will again. So that's kind of like a bet that they're going to get their earnings growth story back together. It's a little bit technically in no man's land, 3% above the 5-day,
25
5% below the
July.
200-day. But here's the thing. All of a sudden, a couple of journalists, maybe it'll be the information, maybe it'll be TechCrunch, someone's going to get word that something special is happening with AI in Cupertino. They won't launch a product, nothing will come out on stage, but like all of a sudden you're going to start to hear this creep into the press.
Okay, I'm going to take my stop down here a little ways. I'm going to take my stop down here.
It's a $21 stock going to 25. That's all we're talking about. It happens every day. So for Apple to get to 250 as the sentiment shifts on this AI debacle, and think about it, like Tim Cook has never been under this much pressure to deliver something. Never. Not in the whole time he's been running the business. It's been milestone after milestone, trillions. This is a really
Okay, there goes Apple. Okay,
I don't think they'll fail. So they failed so far, and I think all you need is a little bit of an inkling that they haven't nailed, and you don't even have to see the
Apple pump, Josh. Josh is pumping Apple. Let's take a look at Apple. Let's see what the hedge flows look like. All right, so we're looking for buy order blocks and overhead supply. Survey says buy order block. We're right at supply right now, so we could pop through this 212.50 next. Apple. Okay, I've been scalping Apple. I also have some longer term trades. Let's see what I got here. I got 18. Okay, so tomorrow calls for tomorrow, and I have calls for the 25th.
They're paying you to wait until they ultimately deliver. And the ecosystem has proven that they will wait. It has proven that over many, many years now, as they've caught up to others in terms of innovative products. I think ultimately what will happen here is that Apple will be the one company, the one quote unquote consumer facing company that delivers a tangible product into
Okay, we're right at supply right now, so it's hard to buy Apple right here unless it flies right through this area. Okay, Apple.
Apple gets there, whether it's by buying Perplexity, which would be.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Is that maybe the special thing that you think could happen?
I don't think anyone knows startups the answer to that. I think a lot of people would like to see that happen. That's certainly the easiest.
Okay, there goes Netflix. Netflix pushing higher. Netflix with earnings tonight. Okay, Netflix with earnings tonight. Okay, let me take a look at Netflix because I have some put credit spreads on Netflix. Netflix.
That they could see how AI benefits. The triumph of Apple has always been about, to your point, it's always been about the melding of hardware and software. So there are a lot of great software companies that are in AI. They've made great apps. Like OpenAI is incredible, obviously. They don't have a handheld device. They don't have something that's got a form factor that's physical, that you can touch, that you can. I know they're working on it, right? Maybe it'll take the form of glasses. Maybe it'll be a medallion.
Netflix going here. Netflix is going.
We'll all find out together. But if Apple can marry cutting edge AI software with the type of hardware that only they can do, to Joe's point, they still have a shot to be the most relevant AI player to the end consumer.
Okay, Coinbase, no follow through on that ABCD pattern so far. Coinbase, so we're waiting for Coinbase to do something. Okay, Nvidia. Okay, here goes Nvidia, Mike. Nvidia.
Because it knows you better and better over time. You know, all three of you own Apple. Quick question: does it matter if they acquire it or they develop it in-house? Does that matter to you or to the stock in your mind and how you view it?
It would be weird if they have to acquire it because historically they never have. But in this case, I think it's worth the exception because, again, Apple's a better iterator than they are a pioneer. Right now, I think the AI opportunity screams out for a pioneer. So they don't buy things. They bought Beats by Dre. Like they live every year is a new company Apple's about to buy, and it never happens. But I think they should make an exception, and they should do a big acquisition here because I think they need to leapfrog and they need a time machine. Buying a company like Perplexity is a time machine. The other thing is, what's the point of having $200 billion of cash if you're not delivering the best possible?
Okay, S&P. We get these little ebbs and flows that are really good for scalping.
Seriously, what are we doing here?
Meta flow is still climbing. Nvidia, we're watching that flow on Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia. All right, flow is still rising on Nvidia. You see that, Mike?
I think the street and I think shareholders would be excited to see them break that rule of theirs. And I don't even think the valuation would matter. I think the stock would trade higher because they have so much cash. And it's on the surface, it appears to be doing so little for them.
Look, I heard so many years ago that would reference Apple should buy Netflix because Apple is behind in streaming.
Well, probably should have. They probably should have, but okay, they ended up okay. Apple TV's not so bad. The same thing could be said as it relates for music. They should buy Pandora or Spotify. Okay, Apple Music's not so bad either. So they come around eventually, and they deliver to the consumer what the consumer is going to find usable and productive.
There goes Nvidia.
Let's move on to some of Bill's other moves. You made some moves in the industrial space. Kind of walk us through that. We saw, a lot of hype about the AI trade.
There goes Broadcom. Okay, Apple turning. All right, so Nvidia looking good. Nvidia, the flow's still looking really good. Okay, Nvidia's going here. Okay, cool. Nvidia looking good. So that was a real-time trade with Mike showing him how block trades and how the flow works on Alpha. Okay, looking good, Nvidia.
sense that industrials are outperforming despite manufacturing PMI.
Okay, we just need Bitcoin to turn back up. S&P, do we gonna have another trade on S&P? Let's see. S&P, the flows. Okay. Okay, this would be the fourth trade on S&P. This would be my fourth trade on S&P if this turns back up. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and try it. It looks like it's gonna work again. S&P, 0 day. S&P 0 day. Looks like it's gonna go again.
Initial purchase like 28, but it's a loss nonetheless. But the way I think about these types of things, it's a loss relative to the overall market.
Okay. S&P going to do it again, 6,300.
I stuck to my guns on this for no reason. I'm not really a value investor, but I just felt.
Okay. Okay. Apple trying to go. S&P looking good. Nice little bounce so far. Okay, Nvidia's going.
Here is opportunity cost. I'm only going to have so many holdings. I'm only going to have so much capital for equities, individual stocks, and this just does not fit with my strategy. So as much as I would have loved to have come on the show and said, remember I told you Pfizer 28? Look, I was right. The company's turning it around. The stock is 40.
Yeah, I'm just doing straight calls on dips, Frano.
So healthcare, I think, is the worst performing sector year to date, somewhere down around 3%. The other side of that, to Bill's sale at Wabtec.
Okay, looking for a push.
Industrials are the leading sector so far year to date. Wabtec reports earnings. I believe it is next Thursday. I kind of take a wait and see approach on that. Another name, and a lot of people own industrials right now. We have a significant.
Okay, there goes Nvidia.
It's not just Uber. It's Caterpillar, it's Boeing, it's GE. It's a lot of names that we haven't really thought about in the past. One of the names that we own is Quanta Services. Ticker symbol is Power. There was some conflicting analyst reports that were put out recently on this. One was raising the price target. I'll read it right off here. Bank of America raises the price target to 440 from 370. And then on the other side, BMO downgrades it. I think it's important to understand with this company what a critical sweet spot they're in fundamentally. Think about where we are in this country in terms of the power grid. This is the company that actually helps bridge the gap and transition from the renewables to the traditional energy. And they are serving the industrial commercial community for the grid itself.
To your point, though, President in Pittsburgh this week talking about power, energy, and everything else. By the way, that CMO downgrade raised the price target but lowered the rating. So it's kind of like
Okay, Nvidia's still pushing.
Everyone on this desk, they own it. We're going to get you the setup. And then later, Josh Brown is back with an update to his best stocks. Happens back in just 2 minutes.
Okay, there goes Nvidia. Man, I miss Lee Star. He'd be yucking it up right now. Oh man, what a nice move there. S&P starting to move up. Okay, Nvidia, nice move on Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia doing well. Okay, so Nvidia, the flows gave us the clue. All right, so we're at 2-1 right now. Mike, just note we're at 2-1. Okay, 2-1 at entry. NVIDIA, I could take some off here. NVIDIA, see NVIDIA. Probably let this go. I got August 15th call, so I'm good here. NVIDIA, I want to see at least 175. Broadcom. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple going now. You're crazy, Mondo. You so crazy. Okay, some people are actually trying to trade in the room. I see dollar. What are you trading there? What is that? NVIDIA? Yeah, NVIDIA coming out of a squeeze, looking good. Looking good. NVIDIA coming out of a squeeze. Thank you for that update. Dollar? Apple still going. Apple is going, Bo. Apple.
It's time for the setup on Netflix that's going to report after the bell today. Shares up just about 1% right now. Everyone owns it. Joe, going to come over to you first. What do you expect?
Look, the stock has had a remarkable move. The valuation has moved to its highest level since 2022. The street's looking for $6.70 earnings, 11.3 billion in revenue. I've said over the last several weeks, I think the back half of the year, the content is very strong. Stranger Things makes the return. You're going to have a lot of live sports. So I'm going to stay anchored to the position. Personally, for sure, I would think the strategy will do so as well. It's rules-based. We'll find out at the end of July. I kind of lump Spotify in the same category as Netflix overall. My expectation is, look, there's a very high bar that they need to exceed, and I could be talking in
All right.
days about a stock. Experience is a form of
Coinbase, I'm going to make a little bit low intraday. So, okay, there goes Apple. Apple going. CoreWeave's back down to the morning low. CoreWeave, looking for that to base. CoreWeave, NVIDIA. A little bit of profit taking on NVIDIA.
Information that would be helpful to them if they were investing. And if that's the case, this game of how many sub ads were, as opposed to how much money is the company making. So I think that should be the focus. $7.08 in earnings per share, 11 billion in revenue for the quarter. The problem with a lot of people commenting on stocks is they've never run a business before. People who have run businesses the way that they're running Netflix understand that in any given quarter, there's going to be ups and downs. Things like how many people in this tier, how many people in that tier. That's natural and normal. To have the stock be punished by 20%, which is something we saw in 2022, almost 20% in one day over missing the new subscriber number by 2 million subs. It's childish activity. Apple got rid of the handset reports. Nobody cares anymore. Everyone forgot about that. And there's no reason to focus on how many added subs in any one quarter. Focus on the profitability, focus on the revenue growth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
Year-over-year jump in revenue.
Josh, always on point.
45% increase in earnings per share. If they can do that or anything close to that, do investors need to worry?
My son and I were out. Finally had a chance to go by Shake Shack. I was, I won't say I was disappointed, but I didn't think it was like Steak and Shake or I guess an upscale fast food restaurant. I thought it was more of a sit down restaurant. You order. There's a restaurant in New Jersey on the corner. Was it Route 10? Route 10. I'm just trying to picture where it is. Route 10. What is that town? It was a really nice hamburger place. They had great shakes. Let's see. Where is it? Route 3. It's not Route 3. What is this? Orange? No, it's not Route 10. Is it? Oh, it might be Route 10. It's not Whippany. Morris Plains. What is this right here? Tommy's Tavern? No, that used to be it, I think. I think that was it. I think that was the name. The restaurant, different name, but used to be there. Used to be on 202, intersection of 202 and 10. I forget what the hell it was called, but it was a really nice hamburger place. They had great burgers and shakes. It was a sit down. So anyway, finally went to a Shake Shack. Basically a McDonald's, but using organic meats and whatever. Okay. Anyway. All right. Some of these stocks are fading. Coinbase, no higher low on Coinbase. UMAC pulling back. I do want to buy some more UMAC on a dip. Apple, nice pop on Apple. Apple. Okay, Apple. Yeah, Mike, just ask yourself two questions, right? Ask yourself two questions. Is the stock trending? Okay, so let's take a look. Is the stock trending? All right, so here's Netflix, for example. Let's look at some of the stocks that are on the top of the NASDAQ 100. Here's PepsiCo. Okay, is the stock trending? It's starting to trend. It had been trending downward. The 50-day was pointing down. So as far as a trend is concerned, PepsiCo is turning the corner. So ask yourself the question, is it trending? Breaking a trend? And if it is, how do I play it? So right in this case, PepsiCo is just breaking the trend. Do I want to buy this right here? Absolutely not. Is it good if you were in it last week like Nick? Yeah, sure. Great. You take profits off into strength, expect resistance at the 200-day, but it's probably going to fade now. All right, let's look at a few more. Here's Netflix. Netflix obviously is trending. It's got earnings tonight. Okay, I do have put credit spreads down here at 1060. I have a put credit spread at 1060. I don't think Netflix will ever get down there at this point. Netflix, let me just double check. Netflix, 1160. All right, so I have 1160, not 1060, 1160. All right, so it's possible it could get down to 1160. I would think any pullback to 1160, I have the August put credit spreads. Any pullback to 1160 in that range would probably get bought over the following few weeks. So I'm not worried about that. I'm hoping that we do get a pop on Netflix. I have some 1,300 calls that I've had for about a week or so. So I'm looking for the calls to appreciate. So Netflix. All right, so let's see. Let's look at Microsoft. Is Microsoft trending? Yes. Okay, so that's your first question. You answered your first question. Okay, would you buy right here? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would not buy Microsoft up here. So long as you don't buy the high and the stock is in a bullish trend, you're going to alleviate the biggest issue that most traders have. You got to stop chasing, right? What's the ATR on Microsoft? The ATR is $6. So $6, it's up 7.
Discount airlines in a little bit of trouble right now. United, Delta, they have the more affluent and business flyer, and they're benefiting from that. To your point, premium revenue was up about 5.5% year over year.
Also look at the insurance space, travelers' earnings, those beat, but the revenues, those missed. Joe, take a look at that chart as
Again,
well.
I wouldn't make too much. Look, the insurance companies were 1 year ago. That's what we were talking about. When you're talking about the financial sector 1 year ago, it's the pricing power for all of these insurance.
ATR Microsoft is 640.
We've seen a little bit of a deterioration in the momentum, and ultimately where that has landed on the other side is as they've rolled over, you got a little bit of a modest lift. Catastrophic losses for travelers, not as bad. Again, I wouldn't get too excited about what we're seeing here.
All right, also looking at Berkshire Hathaway, under some pressure again this week. Josh, you on this one?
I do. Look, there are so many drivers under the hood here at Berkshire. It's hard at any given point to know what's causing the stock to either rally or sell off, and that's the nature of the thing. It's a conglomerate. So you've got the railroad, and you've got the cyclical exposure. You've got the utility stuff, which is more on the defensive side, and you've got all the financial businesses, especially on the insurance side. And then, of course, you've got the investment portfolio, which still has the largest holding as Apple, even after all the sales. So I try not to worry on the day-to-day. Why is it up? Why is it down? This is part of my forever portfolio. I've been in the name for a very long time, as viewers of the show know, and I don't react to near-term.
Okay, so Microsoft ATR is $6 and change. It's up $7 and change. So this is an expansion day breakout. There's probably some news that's making it follow through. But yeah, buying dips, BC pivots. Definitely, if we got a BC pivot, if we came back to VWAP and it bounced, I'd probably be very interested in Microsoft. Okay, Lucid is going to initiate a plan for a 1 to 10 reverse split. CEO is talking about a 10 to 1. Whoop. Okay. What's up? Yeah, Lee Star passed away, Rick. He passed away, unfortunately. And it gives me chills every time I say it because I never met the guy, but I feel like he was a brother, you know, from another mother. Yeah, he passed away, unfortunately. And but you know, what's the greatest thing you can achieve in life, right? Is to be remembered and to have people constantly um, talking about the ideas that you had. In this case, he was a stock trader. So some of the things that we do are going to constantly remind us of him. And he's going to have a legacy. You know, he has a legacy. That's cool. So, you know, I hope to be around for at least another 30, 40 years. So my son can develop into a great trader and investor and also go on to be a great professional, whatever he's going to do. Same thing with my daughter. So, you know, passing on to them and having lots of videos of our conversations during the day that are uploaded to YouTube for people, for posterity, that's a legacy. You know, you always want to always remember your reputation. You know, you want to have character. Character is what you do when nobody's looking, right? So the way I look at it is, you know, I could start a trading room and just say a lot of crap, you know, and get people to pay for it. But quickly, people would realize if you were bullshitting or not. You know, your strategies wouldn't work, and you'd lose your reputation. That's like the most important thing: having a reputation and a legacy to leave for your kids. So honesty seems like a lost art these days for, I'm not going to say the age groups, but it seems it's a lot different than when I was a kid. When I was a kid, it was like really important. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. You know, your neighbors could whip your ass. And when you came home, your father or mother would look at you. What happened? And you tell them, and they say, well, yeah, it's a good thing. You could whip somebody else's kid and not get arrested for it. But we had much more um, respect in society. Anyway, so long story short, Lee Star, yeah, he passed away. There goes Google. Google's going.
So let's just be very clear. This thing took off way faster than I had a chance to accumulate. But I just want to give people an update as to what's going on and why.
Yeah.
They just doubled their air taxi production capacity in the state of California and made a major announcement in Ohio.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters in life, but few have character. I would agree with you there. Yeah. So you want to have a legacy that people remember you for on a positive note. Oh boy. I need to get my daughter to have her tire fixed. I need to make a quick phone call. I'll be right back.
So in the United States, the last thing they have to clear the final phase. That's the next.
Considering a replacement for Powell, and of course, there were some comments on that as well. But let's go now to Michael McKee, who was speaking with Mary Daly.
Flyover, so I saw everything. And in fact, we went to Pocatello, Twin Falls, Idaho Falls, and I said, but it's really close to Jackson Hole, so let's go over the pass and go to Jackson Hole and then come back. So I've been here many, many times, and it always reminded me a tiny bit of home because I grew up in Missouri. Now you're going to say Missouri does not have the Grand Tetons or potatoes, but we do have rolling hills, lots of farms and fields and ranches, and they're very close to urban areas. And so you might go for an urban area and you drive a mile or two, and suddenly you're in an agricultural community, and it kind of shows you the diversity of our economy. Maybe that's why we fed you.
Maybe that's why we want to make sure you keep coming back, so you come out and go fishing with us. And
well, I love all the adventure sports: skiing, fishing, mountain biking, golfing, the whole rig. I just take everything up. I'm much like Crystal.
Well, we're thrilled to have you here, and we finally got you to Victor for the district you represent. And
my complete pleasure. It's a double win. Beautiful. Great conversation. It's a triple win and in district.
And we have really nice weather today.
It's gorgeous.
We'll give you credit for that as well. And you probably did that on your own, not with the.
All right, Tesla, no follow through on Tesla. So not everything is going to follow suit. All right, you can have the setup. That's what the stops are for. You can have the setup. Tesla hasn't been working. It did fade a bit more. Setups on other stocks like Microsoft, Apple, Google, Nvidia, those are all working. Meta, kind of working, still not following through yet. Coinbase, sort of working. We're still looking for a BNC pivot on Coinbase. Bitcoin faded a little bit. So let's take a look at a few stocks that are. Let's take a look at a few stocks that are trending. Let's see. Microsoft's all right. Microsoft's starting to flag out. Google looking really good. Google's looking good. Okay, looking for it to bounce and to take out 185. It is trending, starting to trend. The 92150 200-day are up and to the right. Every time it pulls back to the 21-day, looks like it's getting bought. 50-day last time, 21-day. Now it's starting to ride the 90 MA. Probably a little bit more time before it continues to respect the 9 EMA and doesn't pull back to the 21 days. So for now, either the 9 or the 21 days probably going to catch price. We'll look for the trend to continue. Okay, so if I were to, I already have a position, but if I were to anticipate what what Google's going to do, this is what I'd be looking for, right? I'd be looking for maybe pullbacks to pullbacks to the 90 MA, but continue to do something like this, right? More or less moving ping-ponging between these levels and moving higher. Did move above the 50-day back here in May. So Google looking good. RSI is above 50. Volume looks good. So institutions are definitely buying here, institutions. MACD momentum is clearly bullish, and we've got stochastics embedded. So that's telling me to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Stochastic telling me to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. What does that mean? Well, I'm in a bullish trend, so I'm always looking for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Okay, so we're looking at the daily range here. We had a low. We have the high. That's a 3-point difference there. 3 points. Okay, average true range is about 4 points. So we did dip. Maybe we make it back to 185. We're up 28 cents right now, but the average true range is about $3 to $4. So we're looking for maybe a test of 185. Google looking pretty good. There it goes. Google's going.
You know, for me, what is really important is looking at the incoming information, how close we are.
Mm-hmm.
Really close. We have an economy that is working. We have solid growth. We have a solid labor market. You know, consumers are spending, but
When you look at a long-term chart of this,
Josh talking.
it's just up and to the right. The buyers come in pretty much.
Seeing Tesla calls 4 weeks out. Okay, 350. Okay, there goes Netflix.
Dating back to early 2023. Basically, what they've done is they've Amazoned the construction business. They have something called Fastenal Managed Inventory. It's a digital tech platform so that you don't even have to reorder the things that you're running out of.
Okay, Meta looking for a higher high on Meta.
Building things. Fastenal already knows, and they will deliver what you need right to the site. And this has been incredible for the business. 44% of total sales last quarter, which they announced on Monday, came in as a result of this FMI technology, this platform that I'm talking about. The important thing to understand here is it's an industrial. It's not a tech company. Doesn't grow revenue at 40% a year or anything like that. But it's incredibly well managed. So we did a write up. If you're a pro subscriber, I highly recommend reading what Sean and I had to say. And what I'm saying about the stock technically, I think if you want to like follow it on a trailing weekly basis every Friday, take a look at the long-term moving average, which we peg at like 36 to 38. Use that as your risk management. If it breaks below there, something may have fundamentally changed. But so long as it can remain above, I think you continue to ride the stock. So this is on the best stocks in the market list, and I wish I owned it. It's been an incredible performer.
Bill, very quick take for you.
Yeah, we own it. And one thing I'll add is the market is expecting margins to drop. They continue to expand, and that's really helped this company outperform. It is the one industrial name we did not trade, but we trimmed industrials.
All right, shares of Fastenal. They're up just about 0.5% right now. Straight ahead, we have our calls of the day. It's a triple play of 3 committee food-related stocks. Halftime's back right after this break.
Okay, you're looking at Tesla. Let me take a look at Tesla. Okay, so you see some big trades there in Tesla. Tesla. Let me just go. Tesla, you're saying 34,000. 34,000. Size 34,000. Okay, let's see if they're above the ask. Ask. I'm just looking at Tesla. 4,000. $36 million in premium. August 15th. Okay. Okay, let me just go out to. Okay, there you go. There's 34,000. Okay, those were bought at the ask money. Those were bought at the ask. Okay. Confirming that those were bought at the ask. Okay, so money, that was a good catch, buddy. Good catch. Tesla. Buy. Call at the ask. Done. Okay, Tesla. Thanks for that great participation. If you're a new member and you're not paying attention to Money Magic, you should check out his channel. He has his own channel. He updates usually every day, right? After the close or before the open. Okay, this looks good. Looks good. Tesla at the ask. Yeah. Very good guy. I agree. Yeah. All right, Tesla. Tesla. Let's see. Tesla. Okay, so that's Tesla looking good. Okay, Tesla. I'd like to see the flow turn up. Okay, we got a few stocks with flow coming back in a bit. Okay. Okay, Tesla's flow's turning back up.
Cautious optimism. And there's a cautious
That's
form,
Fed Daily
originally
speaking.
was, we're going to wait and see. But now that the direction of travel on tariffs seems to be negotiation to lower rates than were announced on Liberation Day, and tax policy and other things have passed, people are already seeing that they can work in this system. And so, I've been up to a lot of places since January, and I've been to Alaska twice, which is at the heart of some of the changes in programs that you see. And what they are is cautiously optimistic. Come to the Intermountain West, cautiously optimistic. California, cautiously optimistic. So, whether I'm in the coastal part of my district, the Alaska, I haven't been to Hawaii, but they're also cautiously optimistic. But the Intermountain West, I think this is you guys are always a little poster children for optimistic, but I think it's really optimistic at this point. And recognizing costs may rise, other things may happen, but workers are easier to find. Opportunities are out there. Maybe not taking every risk you would take if everything was certain, but certainly not stalling out and waiting to see. The growth. One of my directors put it as growth does not come to the meek, so you have to take some risks to do well.
When you do go to Hawaii, let me know. I know, come out and cover that.
I go regularly. It is in the district, but I haven't been this year. But I will let you know next time.
Another question on what you're hearing from CEOs. The big question about whether we have an inflation impact from tariffs is whether companies are going to pass them along. What are the bosses out there, the people who maybe should ask Crystal, what are they telling you about that?
Well, no, firms live in an equilibrium or an ecosystem like everyone else. And so the impulse, of course, is to pass along any cost increase and protect margins. But there's also a recognition that consumers are exhausted, right? They've been paying higher price levels, and then with rising inflation, and as the economy slows, and you see this in the sentiment surveys for consumers, they're a little more worried about the job market, so they're going to be even pickier. And so you would expect retail spending to slow today. And if you average the 2 months, you get something that looks kind of normal. But if we see consumer spending over time slowing from where it was, but not falling off a cliff. So I think that's just part of a solid economy, but it does discipline the idea that you'll just simply raise prices and push them completely through. And so what we're hearing is that companies are saying they're trying to negotiate with the import country to take a little bit, the importing firms take a little bit off, and then they're trying to push it along the supply chains. They'll pass a little bit through, but unlikely to pass the whole thing through. And importantly, in the goods sector, this is especially apparent because if the post-pandemic, there was this massive, really large, significant, you can see it in the data, rotation of consumers to goods purchases.
Golden Cross.
Centos.
Amazon. Pay attention.
Golden Cross on Amazon.
That's short enough. That's short enough. That's going to do it for the halftime report. Thank you so much for watching. The exchange starts right now.
Thank you very much, Frank. One of the Kevins comes out swinging. Another record high for the markets today and some movement on the housing front. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. And stocks are higher with the NASDAQ. I sound like a broken record. Hitting another record. It's up 0.8% today. You can see green across the board there. Latest batch of earnings and economic reports helping. Pepsi and United Airlines giving bullish outlooks, with United CEO saying the world is less uncertain. Reserve battle also continues as former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh says the Fed doesn't just need a new chair, it needs sweeping changes when it comes to the way they do business.
Recording
overall.
in progress.
45 out of 10 years we saw a moment ago. And some economic
The week has gone by today. Today, I'm out of record, July 17th. It's 1 o'clock, it's Thursday, one more day, summer weekend. Pretty boring. The dude, you are welcome. Hello to Michelle. Yeah, I feel like I spent a lot of time together this week between OpEx webinars and the standard webinars, and I did the OpEx effect with Jack. We were on the super trading community last night, so thanks to DJ and oh, there it is. So, yeah, and then we're doing a little podcast with Cestrin Capital today, so you can check that out. I guess it'll be out tomorrow. So a lot of stuff. If you have any questions, Q&A section on the toolbar is where to put them. I think the market's going to roll over here, horse to death. And while I'm chirping about that, obviously we've crept back now to all-time highs. You can see that here. Really testing this. I think if we close here, it would be a closing all-time high. Or very close to one. Did I lose a sub to saying taco? No, but I was laughing because this morning there was an article, I think it was maybe on Zero Edge, about it's now burrito, and there's an acronym for it. So I get it. People are sensitive. So what's happening today? I mean, if you look at Trace, right, we started off the day it was just positive game of territory. If you look at the founder's note, we grabbed that picture. And so, I come in the morning like, okay, Can we finally break down today? Is this finally going to be the day? But there's just all these big positive gamma strikes. A lot of them are 0 DTE. It's like this kind of, wet blanket on downside action. The jobs number and retail seem to just be at a minimum. Who cares? And so what happens is then we also just punch forward with this very big flow, right? I mean, you're now seeing 4 or 5 billion of deltas come into the market, right, on a daily basis, which is really big. And I think that's a sign of the stability of the market that we're getting these big numbers now. Because, if you remember back when things were going crazy, like you wouldn't have this much just all directional flow, right? So 2 days ago, one of the bigger negative numbers we've seen in a long time, negative 8 billion, then we came right back with that $8 billion swing off of FOMC or not FOMC, off of the Powell rumor. Now we got 3.4 billion, it's a pretty big number. And, these flows are just kind of one way directional, right? Like this 860 million, that's not, record breaking, but it's just, that's all the flow there is, just buyers around. And if you look at Taiwan Semi, you say, well, how does that look? And the banks, and what are early earnings? I mean, we've only had a handful of earnings here. If chips are your leading sector and this stock starts to roll off being up 4% today to new all-time highs, what are you going to say, right? Anyone really think Powell's going to get fired or they don't care about rates? Not really right now. They're worried about tariffs in theory because the vol is priced in there. But how worried can you be if the market's at all-time highs? So that's not a right or wrong. It's just the way that is. And so I do think that these vols can be priced too low, but I'm clearly fighting a very strong trend at the moment, which is why the bottom line here is that, look to put 50 bips of your portfolio or 1% of your portfolio into SEP, or, to August fixed calls or SEP or August puts. That's not a big deal, right? And that's kind of what this is, right? Because those will pay if we do drop. But to go any more material short in this market, you got to get some weakness first. And there's plenty of room for this thing to unravel, right? For vols to move up some, for us to decline if we see that initial shot across the bow, right? But for now, there's just a lot of stability, and the 0 DT flows back this thing up. And if you look, and we just zoom out a little bit, under 6250, the positioning really does decline, quite a bit, right? There's just nothing down here, at least in the 6150 areas where there's just very light positive gamma. It's really not much material at all. So there is a soft underbelly here, but we have to go from the buy the dip mentality and that reflexive flows to sort of, invoking something that has a little more lasting downside. So, at the moment, it just kind of is what it is, which is pretty poor. It's kind of a funny thing because we're fortunate that new people are signing up every single day, right? And so every morning I write a founder's note. I'm like, okay, I gotta have some insights in here, something new to say, something interesting. And I was just looking through everything today. There's nothing, really nothing that's super interesting that hasn't been said recently. And so I didn't love writing today's note because you just sort of struggle. You're kind of waiting for a catalyst. Looking at put skews here, they're kind of all across the board, so are people into puts? I think there's some maybe targeted earnings related, decent put skew. We're looking at call skews as well. There's a lot of names that have rich calls. We've talked about them before. Some of these have earnings, some of them don't, like a Coinbase. Intel's coming up here, Microsoft. Anything is a red E as earnings. You want to tread lightly, or just understand that when you're going to some of these things. But we've outlined the rich calls. Implied vols are, kind of average in a couple of these names, like a Reddit or a Google. Again, earnings maybe come up in some of these things. You got to kind of watch that. But calls are generally fairly expensive. I think if you want to get long at certain things, like, does NVIDIA still remain a decent, just kind of long position here because the vol's cheap? It seems like it. If you want that upside exposure, even like an Amazon or a Walmart, if you just want some cheap upside exposure here because you don't think the market's going to fall over and you want some of that beta, then there still are a few names that you can buy to get the upside. But man, it's just it's slim pickings out there. We really need something to happen to knock some interesting trades free. There are a couple of so two things. Number one, yesterday we're talking about this name MP, which was fascinating, right? In the OPEX weekly or OPEX monthly, excuse me. And the skew in this thing was absurd. It still is absurd, as you can see here, the real-time balls. But they did a stock offering I caught last night. And so, when you're thinking about, a name that just has really ridiculous kind of call skews, and I don't know the ins and outs of this company, and there's defense contracts and yada, yada, yada. Well, the calls are still very expensive. So that was one interesting name that came up. Looking at Coinbase, which has earnings coming up, which makes it tricky, plus the Bitcoin backing, those call skews have come in. So there's a few maybe little pockets of names that are interesting. We covered Netflix a bunch yesterday. The rub with Netflix is that it seems like maybe an interesting strangle candidate. See, these balls are pretty elevated, but notice how flat that skew is. And so if we go to the equity hub, I know this name would come up, so I just want to bring it up now. And you look at equity hub, and we like to go to the traditional model here, this synthetic open interest. Whether you look at that one or the traditional model, you can see all the gammas between 13 and 1200, basically, right? 1200 being here. So something like that, the 1300 straddle, I think strangle rather, could be something interesting for earnings. We were talking about TSM yesterday in that 250 level. That did seem to be the top overnight. I think it briefly popped above that, but you can see that's held. A 250 strike was one that we talked about. Henry, I know Henry's on here in the simpler community, so you can extract a decent amount of information from some of this stuff. But man, in terms of waiting for the fat pitch, the fun stuff, we are really in wait and see mode at the moment. How do I trade specifically tomorrow, the day of OPEX? The turning point, really, you'll start to see it early next week. And so I've talked about this in the past, that what I used to do is say, well, I'm going to wait till OPEX day or the day after OPEX to put on a trade that I think means the market's going to turn over, for example, in this case. Sometimes I think the market's going to dip. And what I found is trying to get too cute with the timing between, well, maybe it starts the VIX expiration, right? Some weakness, or maybe it starts the day after options expiration, or maybe it starts the day on expiration. It's kind of this, it's classically called this window, right? And so what I've learned to do is just sort of leg into some positions. So, add a little bit on VIX expiration day, add a little bit more. I'm recommending a 1% max position here because, that's what it is. My position happens to be bigger on the bearish side, but, I'm paying a price for that today. And so, I just kind of like piecemeal into some positions. And what would lead me to want to like cover this position? If we come out of OPEX and we're, at or above this 6,300 level, then you gotta kind of like throw in the towel and wait on this thing, right? Particularly if you're in the S&P puts. If you're in the VIX calls, you could probably carry it a little bit longer because VIX is still likely to hold, I think, the 17 area due to the fact that we have the tariffs coming up, right? So, and FOMC. So that's something. Good Lord, pardon me. So, nothing likely happens ahead of OPEX. I spent time focusing on August and set positioning. Look, there's no August positioning that you really want to get into because everybody's on one side of the boat. Everybody's bullish. The call skews are high. The gamma is high. The price is at all-time highs. No one wants puts. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. So that's what the August positioning is. If you get, then we have the tariff date. So if you have the tariff date on the 1st, and that is Trump ratchets it up, the rhetoric, then we go down. In all likelihood, nothing comes of any of it, maybe 1 or 2 point kind of decline, maybe a 3% decline, and then that dip gets bought, and then we continue higher. And so you have to, at this point, assume, other than we sort of assassinate Powell in the streets, God forbid, or some crazy shit, right? Like, even if he gets fired, I think there's a small decline, then they're going to install someone who's just going to cut rates, right? So I think what the positioning is, we're too rich, we get a correction, and then no matter what happens, we just continue to rally. I mean, that seems to be the way that everything's positioned. And then you get decent earnings, and we're going to sell more chips to Taiwan or China, right, or whatever it may be. So I just don't know how you materially hold a core short position, right? And if you look at positioning, kind of in anything, right, there's no hedges in this market, just period. So you got to burn off some of these call skews, but that's it. So, for the August positioning, it's like we got to be weary that we could correct into this window here. But why would you expect there to be a massive drawdown, like a 5 to 10% drawdown, really? At this moment, for any reason, right? We're basically everything's just being sold out, as far as like I could tell. So you got all the inflationary stuff you want that just is like liquidity pumping into the system, more chip sales, more this, more this, more this, and cut rates on top of it. So I don't know. How do you fight that one? Yeah, and as soon as they sit on their hands, I mean, it's not a bad long day, really, if you caught it. We just trended higher, right into these positive gamma strikes. I mean, 99th percentile strikes, right? They're all sitting right here. So what happens? We go up into that level, and then Hero starts to sell it. And does this mean we go reverse down? No, we probably just do this sideways thing. Like we've seen, particularly been around for a while, we've seen this move before. It's like Hero pushes the 99th percentile strike, and then that's it. And so it's a rinse and replay, which honestly in this kind of market, it's boring, but from this perspective and this sort of setup, it's kind of easy. It feels like, right? Just catching that move just feels like it's the same thing. Like there are the strikes, there's the target. Like so. Amit is asking about QS. So was this related to that Rigel thing? That Rigel thing was going bananas, and it was RGT. RGT, I was confused. No, I got it wrong. RGIT? Help me out, somebody. RGTI. What is a computer thing? There it is. Regelli Computer. This thing was up 30% yesterday. Call skews like blowing out. So I don't know if this is related to that. The quantum computing thing is now pumping. Oh yeah, there we go. It is now pumping. This is that part of the. This is the part of the cycle I think we're in, right? Where the most kind of speculative small cap garbage is really now starting to go. It's kind of like that's the joke in the crypto space, right? It's like Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then like Fartcoin. That's the way that stuff all rallies, right? And in QS, just a lot of negative game in here, all the way through, kind of up into this 15 area. It starts to die out. So what do I think about this thing? Probably overbought. I would think it would kind of pull back. Maybe they did crack quantum computing. I kind of always felt like if they did come up with a quantum computer, the stock would immediately go to like 1,000. It's like we've done it, the God particle, and then, or if you come up with like truly, was it like agentic AI or whatever, where it's like, or if you ever watch Mission Impossible, where they got the entity, right? Like suddenly the stock delists is how you know that. As far as tomorrow goes with the S&P 500, there's a fair amount of positive gamma in this general area, right? As you can see in here. So in this general area, you got 6250, and then there's some positive gamma strikes above. I would figure that we'd see more positive gamma being sold today. There is this fairly large negative gamma strike at 6,400, but I would expect there to be positive gamma kind of layered in before this. And if for some reason we just gap higher, then there is some fuel to really push over this level. So we break like 63.75 all of a sudden. But what's the impetus to think that we kind of crack that today right now? So generally what happens in this space is you look at this now and you go, well, not a lot of positive gamma above, this thing can run, but typically when we move up, more new strikes get sold. So I think sticky upside is still the name of the game. I think the Spider 630 level is maybe one to watch into tomorrow. You got another 0.5% to get up into that level. And you can see that's where this positive gamma is, in this general area right here, right? See how that flips from 630 to 631. Right in that spot is where that Spider positive gamma kicks in. So as a base case, flat to higher tomorrow is kind of the thing to think. Yeah, Jay, I think that's pure speculation. And the reason that I think the quantum computing space is speculation is because yesterday we flagged and you had nearly 1 million contracts trading with
NVIDIA looking for another move.
Here's now today's quick strike, right? Showing up on the board of biggest options volume. And when you look at the options volumes, they'll be this week's expirations, right? They're not, you're not talking about people buying these calls and these things in size, right? It's all short dated, just garbage, as you can see here, right? This week, this week, this week. Okay, there's an Augie, but everything is this week from a volume perspective. So This is like day trading, pumping. So, you know, can you be fast enough to ride that wave? Yes. Is it an interesting idea to sell 1, 2, 3 months, 1x2s, like some call skews? Seems like an interesting idea to me. Or even, you know, buy a put fly, right? Because if the stock comes down, you're likely to get stock down, vol down, like maybe next week. So you could play the mean reversion by buying a 1200 put and maybe like selling 2 of the 10 strike puts, for example. Lauren's asking if we could add a lower panel for skew charge. So change, yeah, that is something that is in the dev queue. Eric, buy or sell this triangle. Sell this triangle, Eric. Almost always selling vol into earnings. You know, truth be told, you want to do a triangle with some very cheap, far out legs. Just you never want to take uncapped risk on that, particularly with $1,000 stock. Why do gamma levels appear the same in Trace? So if you're looking at Trace and you're toggling back and forth between 0 DT and all expiration, you don't see a change. It's because all of the flow is 0 DTE, Swami. So this is all positions. This is 0 DT only. So if it's not changing, it's because all the positions are 0 DTE. Tony V, what's up to you? Can you discuss the dynamic hedging involved with a large positive game strike in the overall game environment if shares are falling? Yeah, so the deal is, or we just talk about it with S&P, and it's going to be the same thing with single stocks, right? This is all positive gamma. So dealers own calls here. So when the market goes up, what are they doing? They're selling stock against this, right? Selling stock. And then when the market comes down, what do? They buy stock, buy stock, buy stock. And what you end up getting with is a pinning effect, right? Now, 0 DT options, gamma is highest for at the money options and it increases into expiration. So the map is bright purple or blue, whatever you want to call that, at that point, because that is the highest gamma that you could get. So you think about it like a magnet, right? The closer you get to the magnet, the stronger the magnet gets. So, you know, what's going to happen tomorrow? All these positions will get rolled. Someone will sell puts down here, dealers will get long those puts. Someone will sell calls up here, dealers will be long those calls. It's just positive gamma locally. And then what they seem to do is all the 0 DTE hero flow like jams the stock of the market into these levels. It's really this rinse and repeat thing. And it reminds me a lot of what you see. We saw this with the JP Morgan the Jane Street thing. I've talked about it ad nauseum. They got in trouble in India for doing something like this where they sold very rich options, very expensive skew, and then they just shorted futures against it. And then when the market goes down, they cover their positions. It's like the same thing, right? It's like, I own these calls, move the market up. That's it. We pin those levels, make all this money, and we're good. So that it's just a bizarre, this is a bizarre, like recurring theme that seems that. I have August, so I have August VIX calls, 2025s and 2030s, 20 long 20s, short 30s. And then I have on some August, it's the 6100 puts, which are a lot cheaper today than they were yesterday. I was thinking about going September maybe too, and the advantage of September is
Okay, the NVIDIA continues to climb back up into the highs.
that anything related to post-August should evolve.
Just listening to Brett over at Spot Gamma.
I like the VIX calls probably better than anything else here because the VIX is at 16. That's all 30-day expiration S&P options, which prices in the tariffs and all that sort of stuff. So there it is. So what do you say? Wouldn't dealers continue to sell despite the positive gamma? It depends on how much gamma you have, right, and on what your position is. You know, so the theory is that you're long stock, right, and you just have to get delta neutral again. So if we move up here and you're too long of deltas, right, you just sell 1 unit, right? Now you're neutral, and then if the market goes down, you go, oh, I got to buy 1 unit back, right? And we go, oh, okay, I got to, So because there's so much gamma in this area, and oftentimes the gamma is associated with the short dated gamma, the zero DT is like one market making desk, and then there's another one that trades everything else. Or if you have a single stock, right? So there's a lot of nuance, I think, in where the position is going to expire. And there's this idea of local gamma, meaning like I got to hedge out, or I'm really tied to these specific strike, versus my overall portfolio is a negative gamma position. My overall portfolio is a positive gamma position, for example. And that can change like some of the path of hedging. And what does that mean for us? It generally means I think things pin, right? Or at least at a minimum react to different strikes, positive gamma strikes. And so, Netflix we were watching, and you had all of this momentum, and all these people are like, yeah, it's going, it's going, it's going, it's going, and that's Netflix. Sorry. It is definitely up today, percent or two, but you had that China news, and then now it's starting to leak up here a little bit after the Taiwan semi news, but the rate of change has gotten quite a bit slower. Like it's sort of like stuck, and a lot of these positions are going to go away tomorrow. So if you were expecting some change or some more movement or more volatility in this thing, then tomorrow night into like Monday should be where you could really start to get a 2, 3, 4% move. Maybe that goes up or down, I don't know. But the idea is that you're going to untether this general position, right? That's the general idea. Kabir's learning to take positions on the data. We look at Meta briefly, and Meta, same thing. At 700, there's just all this gamma, right? There's a huge strike right here, massive, 136, and we seem really stuck at that. We're going to lose some of that on, with this expiration a little bit. Gamma gets a little more negative, so then you could maybe see some movement. What are we seeing on trace, or on tape rather? A lot of gold trades, which are interesting. These seem to be maybe some rolls coming up due to this expiration tomorrow, so that could be some of that. What that is, generally speaking, when I'm seeing like these monster trades, right, like we're seeing here in Nvidia's, I think a lot of them are just like technical or repositioning trades. They don't necessarily invoke market impact. It can be a little tricky to figure out which ones are invoking and not invoking a market impact, I think. So, if it's Nvidia or Tesla, I'm just kind of like, whatever. The gold thing may be interesting if you can kind of break that down a little bit. But you see some like, Coinbase or MicroStrategy and none, where I think there's like this big derivatives complex where there's these rolls or things happening that maybe are super interesting. So, Ron's asking why I didn't buy VIX outright calls instead of spreads. VIX was tracking as fairly expensive in terms of skew, so that's the main reason why. So what would I do in Meta? I think that this 700 pin is going to go away next week. The implication is that there's still some positive gamma here. So if you thought this thing would start to move up after, that seems to make sense. So if you want to buy like August, 720 calls, something like that, or some short dated calls to the upside, I wouldn't hate that. Wouldn't mind that idea. Lucid Hero, we need to call a bunch of the hero positions because there's some of these stocks are like 5-cent stocks now, so we've got to really pull some of these out. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't know. Is it? It's like is stock halted or something? I don't know. I'll have to check on that one. Amir, thanks for asking. It's a strange one. We're getting the options prints actually, so. Why can't filters be shared across the modules? I don't know what you mean by the filters can't be shared across the modules. vol that's quite high. If you look at the 5-day or 1 month realized vol, 5 days at a 5, right? So just nothing is happening there. 2 month realized vols at a 10, it's really low. As you can see there, it's about as low as you get on the, if you trace that blue line back through history, you get a few moments where you can get a little sub 10, but those are pretty fleeting. Look back pre-COVID, you got a 6 there, right? So, 2 month implied vol or 2 month realized vols at lows. This is just kind of that really slow grind, right? And we're going to lose some positioning with July OPEX. And vol tends to expand. That's what the study shows. So statistically, I feel like things are lined up to allow us for a correction here. And if you look at May, I think that's kind of like the playbook a little bit here, right? Like May OPEX, we had a little more weakness into VIX expiration came after, right? So we had, there's your May OPEX, and we kind of crested and then fell apart a little bit after that, a 2-3% correction. And I kind of think that's what's on deck here, possibly for this expiration, right? That we just have that mild correction, particularly waiting to see what happens with FOMC and the tariffs, but the market certainly climbs I don't know if these are actually walls of worry. I mean, inflation seems like it's coming down. They want to get these rates cut. The rates now are starting to look like come off a little bit, not massively, but certainly off of that CPI kind of high. So it's hard to be a bear. I mean, it's hard to be extremely bearish. I think looking for a correction, just a consolidation of upside, which is sort of my kind of base case here. I don't have any macro call I'm trying to make. Stall overbought. But I would be looking for dips to buy, I think. And the fact that implied vols are just kind of like crunching here, and we are ultimately pretty range bound here, right? I mean, we have not really done much over the last 2 weeks. If you've bought and held, you're up now 10 bips, something, all right? So we've done ultimately nothing. Can you explain yesterday how we do a covered call on JP Morgan for income? Yeah. So just generally speaking, I think when you want to sell, if you're looking to systematically sell calls in a name, and this goes for JP Morgan or kind of anything else, number one, you gotta be careful, because if everyone else is doing the same strategy as you, I don't know that you are necessarily getting any alpha out of that, right? In fact, are you just oftentimes selling calls at levels that stock gets called away? Right? But if you're going to say, hey, I need you to figure out where we're going to sell next calls, looking at the next monthly gamma, so gamma minus X expiration, you can see up in this 315 to 320 area is where this gamma has like a local high, right? So gun to head, that's what I would want to sell if I had to do 1 month calls every week. Then the question is, well, what am I selling those calls at? Right? Are they cheap? Are they expensive? And in terms of JP Morgan, they actually look fairly expensive. They have earnings here today or tomorrow. I think earnings are coming up, so that's one factor here. But when you looked at that gamma high, right, 315 to 320, well, that seems like you're selling calls at reasonable prices. Now that's a 2 delta call, 5 delta rate, you're gonna come down a little bit on that. But that skew looks fairly elevated. Can you sell that for any money? I really don't know, right? So another way to do this, if you go to the skew premium tab and you say, where's skew the fattest? Well, in this case, it's to the downside at the moment in JP Morgan, but you look in this 310 area, very low delta options. So for August, ideally you'd see like a brighter color in here to sell, but if you hover over there so you can see you're selling for negative skew premium, right? See that? So 1 month option, you're selling it. I don't know really what you're going to get out of it. Wouldn't want to sell anything lower than that because there's some local negative gamma there, and we could run up pretty quickly to 300. So maybe you see if the stock runs to 300, then you sell 305 or 310. But at the moment, this doesn't seem particularly juicy, right? To give you a different example, if you look at MP, which then, it's just been going off and
Okay, NVIDIA still climbing. Apple higher low on Apple. Apple higher low. Just listening to Brett over at Spot Gamma.
much fatter. So that's much more interesting.
Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Let's see what Apple's doing here. Apple. We haven't looked at AMD today. What's AMD doing?
So if you want that consistent
Apple, we got the flow starting to turn up.
If you're only ever going to sell the put, or you're only ever going to sell the call to overwrite, you just don't want to sell the situation where you're not, number one, you're selling calls that are too cheap, and number two, you're selling calls into areas where the stock, so I think the problem is if you get into systematic, like every month I have to sell a call, every week I have to sell a call, I have to sell the call, I have to sell the call, as opposed to saying like, okay, the options are now rich, now I'll sell the call. So, I also did a 10-for-1 reverse split. Thank you, everybody. I mean, I got you on the tape hero filters. That totally makes sense. If realized vol is less than implied vol does not materialize. So realized vol is almost always going to be less than implied vol. And the question is, are you starting to hit points where the realized vol is just too low? And so, how do you just wrap your mind around that a little bit? Well, if we look at implied vol here, right, on the compass tool, and we go to the sectors, and we say, well, how low is vol, really? I mean, this is high IV up here, right, based on last year, and this is low IV. So you tell me, what does that look like to you there, me? Everything is, this is a 1-year look back too, right? We've had some pretty quiet periods. So nothing's happening, right? What does that mean? That means options are cheap. Do you want to buy puts or do you want to buy calls? And that's there. Look, if you buy calls, I can't necessarily fault that if you're buying calls and stuff that's not too expensive, right? But right now, as we've shown, like calls,
Okay, there goes Apple right now.
Really expensive. And so if you just go here and you put in call skew percentile and you rank that versus IV percentile, or IV rank is kind of the same thing. What do you see here? You see really high call skews in XLB, XHB, so you're getting pretty high implied vol percentages.
Okay, Apple flow is turned right up. As you can see, Apple's going. It's almost like cheating, I swear.
Stuff that's relatively cheaper, natural gas, maybe Bitcoin, which still is surprising to me. This is the commodity ETF, although you're starting to creep into higher call prices.
Okay, S&P as well. S&P.
Bonds, LQD, TLT. So this stuff down here, the bond stuff, seems to have less upside being priced into it. Do I want to get into TLT calls?
S&P pushing a bit higher.
But from a sector basis, you look at this and you go,
okay,
those sectors are particularly cheap, and calls aren't particularly cheap either. It's just, calls are at a baseline expensive, as in over here.
Apple's still pushing. Flows are turning up on Apple. You can see the flow turning up on Apple.
Nothing jumps off the page here. It's like, okay, this is great. I want to get into this, right? Now, does that mean you can't be day trading some of these names and finding some opportunity here and there? Generally speaking, of course, there's always going to be something to trade, on an idiosyncratic level. But as a macro view, when you're looking at all the positions, it's all just expensive, right? Like the ball is cheap, but the calls are expensive. You're like, kind of just got to buy a put in that scenario, right? That's kind of what that all tells me. And by the way, too, nothing says we can't just trend for 2 weeks, and nothing really happens.
There goes Apple.
Those expensive call values.
Apple flows are turning upward. Look at the dip at 11:30, 11:45, and then the rip.
Downside to resolve that overbought condition. But the nice thing about the cheap implied vol is the puts are relatively cheap, right? Bravo, I have no idea what's going to happen to August 1st. I mean, who knows, right? If you're going to make me bet, I would bet that it's punted like usual or nothing happens, and we just go on about our day. Or they announce tariffs on some weird thing, like some specific flavor of cheese, and that's it. So that's kind of what, if you're going to make me bet on it, that's kind of what happened. Yeah. So what happens in that scenario, then, right? If you look at the volatility dashboard and go to term structure, you say, hey, what happens in that scenario? This longer dated vol that's at 13-ish probably definitely goes to 12, probably 11, maybe 10. Like, one of the weird scenarios I was thinking about is, remember 2017 was the lowest realized vol we ever had. That was the dullest year of trading ever. And you sit there all day and nothing would happen. At the end of the day, you should just call it levered long and just go to the beach or whatever. But that ultimately bred Volmageddon. I kind of can't shake this idea that if we pass the tariff date, that's kind of just what happens. Like, you just want to own SMH and just go to the beach. See you later. That's the kind of feeling I got. Where should implied vol be right now? If you use forward implied vol, you can see that we project that vol should be higher right now. And what this does is it extrapolates between these expiration dates. So essentially what this is you use forward implied vol as a baseline for where vol should be, right? Normally it's below. So the forecast is that vol comes down, but in this case, the vol is marking as higher, which is another interesting reason to say, hey, maybe we could get a vol spike here. But you would expect that implied vols, at the money implied vols, would just sink if nothing happens. And when that sinks, then S&P pops. August 6,500, I mean, 64, 6,500 immediately. So as we get close to that tariff date, maybe those are calls we want to play, depending on where we are, right? If we're at 6,000 to 6,500 happen, no. But if we're at 6,300, then we go to 6,500 in a heartbeat, right? So that's the thing, think about the pad dependency there. BRKB to Equity Hub, yes. Yes, you're trying to find equities that are near the call wall at or before the cash opens. So if you go to the Equity Hub, well, you can go to scanners, number one. And in the Explorer view, there's a name here, proximity to call wall. So there's your proximity to call wall. The 2%, most things are. So that's one way. Second one is you go into Equity Hub, you can run some filters. So that brings up a little bit. You can put filters in here for putting call wall, and you can actually kick this to an Excel sheet so you can do some more analysis on there. I know call wall is not in the scanner exports. You had mentioned that before, actually, as I just said that. Just read that. That was on the list to get fixed. We've been doing a bunch of bug fixes, which come out in a big enchilada or burrito of bug fixes. So check on that. But try the scanners thing and let me know. I guess if that helps.
Nice.
Madu, what's up? Does the tutorial show you how to use vol dashboard? We are doing a vol dashboard.
Google at the high of the day. Google high of the day.
So watch out for that. If you go to socials, you can click, resources, you can click webinar replays. The Matt Cashman episode, we talked a lot about SKU. So the most recent one with Matt Cashman, please check that one out. We talked all about 1x2s and buying and selling vol. So Madu, please check that out. So check that one out. Matt Cashman, it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It's right at the top. And then we'll do sharpen your skills next week for a vol dashboard. Is there a view for game if we look out 45 to 60 days coming into September? So much of the gamma now is just tied to this week's expiration or this month's expiration or today's expiration. So don't think, I'm trying to think. So once this rolls over, right, then you'd be able to see Augie expiration gamma. Maybe we should add like a longer than 50-day line on there. But as soon as July expires, you can use this to project just the August gamma. So that'll be some lower work. You calculate forward vol by looking.
All right, Apple continues to move higher.
Between two expirations. So that is basically that. If you go to support and click.
Okay, Apple continues to show hedging flows bullish.
Circle and hood.
Google
Saw someone ask about Apple. Apple is just a ridiculous amount of positive gamma around at the money. It's one of those names you own and people sell calls against it. So that thing seems stuck. Circle is an interesting one because there's a lot more positive gamma today than there was yesterday. So what that tells me is that the call sellers came back out, right? In fairly decent size. So this thing's at 230, kind of just in this area, and there's just positive gamma kind of all the way up. So kind of like this and kind of like Coinbase, I gun to head feel like they're topping out here and they need some correction because people have been selling calls into this.
Okay, there goes Google. Google going.
This treasury, Bitcoin, treasury, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of hair on this. So I say this
Google.
with a grain of salt, but I also think that,
Google looks good. Google looks good. Okay, here's Google. Let's check out Hero.
That call skew is not what it was, right? But
Google.
a little further out in time that this way upside is still priced pretty rich. So I think you can get away with maybe doing some 1x2s, broken week call spreads, something like that there. Broken week call flies, rather, excuse me. And you get that same kind of look at Coinbase, right? And when you ask about Hood,
Google going. There's your flow.
same thing, right? Ton of positive gamma from here up to 115. So a lot of that's going to go away. I'm guessing when we go, all goes away this expiration. So all this stuff is just kind of like jammed into this positive gamma stickiness and just kind of, where does it go from here, right? Seems like I should pause for a minute. See, because of Vinny talking about Google. Look at that negative gamma in Google. Totally different, right? Get above 130 and that there's just no, 183, there's negative gamma to this upside, and there's that negative gamma increases absence expiration. So, that looks a little bit different, albeit there's a lot at 180 to 183. Jay Carlo, you're welcome. Darren's asking any thoughts on VIX and UVIX. Usually these track pretty closely today, but VIX is new low.
Tesla's still falling off. Tesla not cooperating.
The UVIX I'm not too familiar.
Coinbase, same thing. Those two not working. Everything else seems to be working okay.
2x long VIX futures. I have no idea how this thing works. I'm thinking that there's a roll component of this thing.
Coinbase, all right, fading a bit. Palantir is still going. Palantir, let's take a look at the flow on Palantir. Palantir's flow. Survey says Palantir's flow is just from the open to where we are right now. The flow just keeps turning up and to the right, that purple or blue line. I guess you would call that blue.
Which is the skew, sort of the
Blue purple.
That's holding up okay, which I think is interesting. If we look at the skew index,
Google's still pushing.
Okay,
Google.
But at relative lows, this is the price of out the money put. So what is an out the money put relative to at the money? And that's relative. So, that's holding up okay-ish. Oops. Volley is at the money spider vol. So at the money is the key there. Because as we rally, implied vols go down.
Lulu continues. Okay, Lulu. Let me just add Lulu to here.
This is as low
Lulu.
as it gets, right?
Double bottom on Lulu. I bought some Lulu earlier.
2024 levels, which if the tariff thing passes and no big deal, then we got to assume that this starts looking a lot like 2020.
Lulu's starting to tick upward. Lulu.
Where you see how much lower vol was then, right? That might be a little too extreme. We got to take up the 2024 vol levels, right? But that's just kind of I think what the playbook is going to be. So we got to see. So hopefully we get a little bit of vol in here these next 1 to 2 weeks. Nothing happens with the tariffs. That vol gets smacked, and then we get new highs. Vol hits new lows. We'll just kind of cruise for the.
What's AMD doing? AMD.
I think that's kind of going to.
AMD just kind of sitting there, not doing much. Nvidia same.
Yeah, as far as HYG goes, there was that big HYG
Google
trade yesterday that came up in the end of day scanner. And, I don't, there was a lot of.
There goes Google. Google on the move. Google.
When things got weird around the rate day, right?
Google's starting to go. Look at the flow in Google.
That big put trade yesterday. Do we see it? It was at the. I forget. I think it was the 76s. What was that trade? So last night it came up.
Google looking good. Google. All right, more buy order blocks on Google.
60,000 times. So that doesn't seem like it's showing up there.
Buy order blocks on Google.
Interesting. So what that means, it was not a hedge fund that traded that. No, that might be it right there. So it looks like if anything, it looks like they were sold. So you see net put positioning 63,000. Looks like somebody sold those puts. Wow. Interesting. That's sold to open because that was bigger than open interest. Yeah, so Goldman's recommending the other side of it. It's kind of funny. I think we got to everybody's question here. Seen some new faces in here. Appreciate that. Yeah, SR says massive source was not RGTI, so that makes sense. Appreciate all the questions today. Yeah, so man, if you're new here, it is a dull day, and normally it's not like this, right? Where we're just kind of watching for paint dry. But the path here, you know, just to make sure it's clear, then we'll kind of wrap this one up. Is right. I mean, you just see this, right? Like number one, we're just stuffing ourselves right into this level. So for today, you got to think we just kind of close in this general vicinity. Henry did a really nice in the money put fly yesterday. That was a really interesting trade to play yesterday at the pin. Go with those strikes, right? You traded Henry. So that's kind of how you can possibly play an end of day pin trade, was like trading it in the money put spread. If you kind of just zoom out from this a little bit though, right? What I think happens is we get a May-like correction, right? So if you're gonna have me break out the path, kind of get this situation where we correct a little bit into this area. If I had to bet, tariff day turns out to be a lame duck, kind of, you know, who cares, right? So bet, and then we do one of those, right? Ball gets crushed, market goes really crazy, and kind of up we go. And I think that's going to be the path here, right? The risk reversal chart, if you are on the scanners trade, risk reversal measures a 1 month 25 delta call, the implied vol of that, so the cost of the put, or excuse me, the price of that call versus that equivalent put. So you take the 25 delta call IV, you subtract the 25 delta put IV. So the more expensive calls are on a relative basis, the more on the right side we are of the guided view, right? So calls are expensive relative to puts for gold and XLB. On the other side, puts are expensive relative to calls for TLT and LQD. So that's how that works. And then last, there's a comment there on PLT Hero. So yeah, flow really just died. Like we hit 300 and the flow just died, right? The gas shut off. Just trending sideways now. Flat to lower there in the equity space too, so very unexciting. Last thing, we'll just check out PLTR is because of mini flags. That, oh, man, hard to not just, that just looks really bullish, right? We see that much longer dated flow going into a name versus short dated. Probably some rolling involved with this as well, right? But that's just longer dated calls is the most bullish thing you can see in my view, and that's a lot, right? That's not a record hero for this name, but here we go to the call wall. So this might be tapping out for today if I had to guess. Pretty impressive in terms of the volume. Biggest stuff on the day is these 155 calls for tomorrow. So because of Vinny's mentioning that, the money, then the 50 delta is generally at the money option, particularly when you look at short dated stuff. So, all right, that's it. We're getting up to the top of the hour. I think I got to everybody's questions. So thank you if you're new here. I know this is a little bit of a boring one, but things will pick up think for sure over the next week or two, and there would be a lot of interesting things to trade. A couple interesting ideas I think in there for today. The Netflix Iron Condor selling the Strangle might be kind of interesting. VIX call spreads for the next 2 weeks are, I think, interesting. And then the playbook of a little bit of weakness now and then rallying hard after August seems like a reasonable idea. But again, the key here is like, let's wait to short. Like the first short I would do would be 62.50, right, to 6,200. Then I would check again and say, okay, do we break 6,200? Then press the shorts. So those are the levels. I don't think you need to kind of like guess put your own portfolio now and buy a few VIX call spreads, maybe a S&P put or two now just in case. But I think largely, that's just like a little bit of a lotto play. So should be something interesting. All right. Any questions? Hit us up, info@spotgaming.com. We'll be back on Monday for regular Q&As. We're doing the Sharpen Your Skills next week as well with the Vol Dashboard. And,
That's Brent over at Spot Gamma.
JT. So thank
All
you
right,
for
Tesla's
that.
starting to come around now. Tesla's starting to
check, or the recent webinars, I should say.
starting to see some short covering. Okay, starting to see short covering. Okay. All right, looking good. All right, looking good. Looking good. Apple turning up now. Watch Apple here. Apple starting to go. Watch Apple, folks. Apple's on the move. Microsoft. Apple's starting to go. Microsoft. Okay, Netflix looking good. Google. Google. Okay, there goes Apple. Palantir still going. Damn it. I took Palantir off yesterday. Shizzle. Oh, man. There goes Apple, though. Apple going. Do. Apple going. Okay, Apple flying here. Nice move on Apple. Let's just go check the flow. Make sure we check the flow on Apple. Okay, we want to see that flow turned up and to the right. Okay, there goes the flow. Okay, you can see where it dipped. 10:30, higher low in 11:30, 11:45. Moving higher, Apple. Now Apple. Thank you, Apple. Looking good. Apple going into the 2 o'clock hour. Going into 2 o'clock. All right, there goes Netflix. Netflix is ripping higher. Netflix. Buy order blocks. Buy order blocks on Apple. Oh, buy order blocks. Yeah. Looking good. Apple, 2 o'clock, 2 hours to go, 2 hours to go. There goes Apple. There goes Apple. Okay, Bo, wake up. Okay, there goes Apple. Nice little pop. Tesla turning back up. Okay, Netflix. I got earnings tonight. Netflix turning back up. Netflix turning back up. Do I want to do a call vertical to make this an iron condor? Credit spread. Netflix looking good. Netflix. Okay, the calls looking good. Okay, Apple going. Apple going. Apple. Apple. Okay, 212 is where we're coming up against resistance now on Apple. Okay, S&P turned up, looking good. S&P, can we rip here? Looking better, better. Okay, we've got 2 hours left, just shy of 2 hours left. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Coinbase turning back up. Coinbase turning back up. Coin. Coin BC. Oh, there he goes. Going for D. Okay. Coin's going for D. Turn back up. Apple's on the move. There goes Google. Netflix on the move. Nvidia and Tesla taking a break, but looking for a dip to get bought here. There goes Google. Google looking sharp. Oh, you know what? I'll be right back. Be right back.
Wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton next. There's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, signs that the U.S. economy is holding up. Just lifting stocks this afternoon, as we heard from Charlie. This coming just a day after speculation about the Fed share really rattled markets. Better than estimated retail sales and a drop in jobless claims pointed to economic resilience, driving the S&P 500 toward fresh all-time highs. Let's bring in Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News economics editor. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. I want to start with retail sales because a big rebound in June, a broad advance, 10 out of 13 categories posted an increase. Does this answer all questions about the health of the U.S. consumer? Are we all good?
God, I wish it was that easy, Tim.
If not?
I wouldn't be here if it were that easy.
All right, explain.
It was so. I like to caveat by saying that like retail sales is, I would say, like a relatively narrow look at consumer spending. That this is a report that mostly captures just spending on goods, like physical stuff. But that's a third of the overall consumer spending in our economy.
I think this is a really important point. The consumer powers the economy, but services are what they spend their money on.
Bingo.
Okay.
Yes. So not to say that a third of consumer spending is nothing, but it is not the majority of where consumer spending is really directed at. So that's one thing. Second thing, these are not inflation adjusted. So when you see these increases, you can kind of do a little bit of the math since we did just get the CPI to see where prices were rising or not. But generally, if you see a number that's up, it could be up because prices are up or because actual spending activity is up or both. So in this case, there's probably a bit of a mix of that. And either way, though, the takeaway from economists was definitely positive. That, we just had 2 months of declines in retail sales coming into June. So to see a rebound, especially of this magnitude, was definitely reassuring in some ways, that maybe tariffs are not totally sapping consumer demand, at least as of yet.
But not the end all be all here, which you've clearly spelled out for us here. What were some of the highlights that you saw in this print?
I don't know if I would call it a highlight so much as a surprise that that motor vehicle sales were up as much as they were, especially because we saw the administrative data from Ward's Automotive Groups showed that car sales dropped again in June, and the CPI report showed that car prices were down. So that to me would spell an overall negative for car sales. Economists are saying probably a seasonal adjustment issue because I'm not really sure how else you would get a positive number out of that.
But there was also this pull forward in the earlier part of the year because consumers were very worried about what tariffs would do to automobiles. Is that part of this equation at all? Is that why it's surprising too?
I think that there's probably still, there have been so many, obviously, as we know, whiplash with tariffs. Are they on? Are they not? Is it delayed? What date? So I think, there was a bit of a pullback in June when we had, put to rest the idea of 100+% tariffs on China. That was like a pact that was reached in early May, and that we've had a bit of this pause until now we have this announcement in the past week that the really more significant tariffs are going to kick in next month. At least that's the plan right now. So who knows? We could be going through another one of those lulls right now with the tariff talk that could be boosting spending and sentiment in the meantime.
Well, let's talk about the job market right now. Of course, we got that weekly print that we always get, which is jobless claims data that came out today. We saw that the estimates were 233,000, but it actually came in at 221,000. So a slight miss here. But what are you really seeing when we think about the broader economy as it relates to jobless claims?
Well, it's a good thing when we see a miss on jobless claims. Trying to point that out. It means fewer people are filing for unemployment. So that's a good thing. Yeah, assuming that we're in the camp of not wanting people to lose their jobs. So that's good. And at that level of overall claims of where the initial ones have been coming in this 220,000 area, that's very much in line with the pre-COVID economy and would suggest like a pretty solid labor market overall. Granted, where more of the concern is happening is in continuing claims. So these are people who are continually receiving unemployment benefits, whereas the other number is just new filers. So the continuing claims number has kind of been flirting with around like that 2 million number for a while now, kind of like up around the highest levels since the end of 2021. That one has definitely been trending in a worse direction.
So for a while, it used to be bad news is good news. Where do we sit now? What are we saying?
Oh gosh. I want to say that good news is good news. I mean, I think, well, a lot of it is because you're thinking from the perspective of like what happens to Fed rates, right? And so, I mean, right now, all of this data is telling you that like the economy is solid and that this is also supporting why we're not expecting to see rate cuts in July, at least July for now. Who knows? September still seems to be a wild card.
Okay, so on this, I just want to end with you on the Fed and play some sound from one of the Kevins who is vying to be the next chair of the Fed. Kevin Warsh, former Fed governor, was on CNBC earlier today.
I think the president's language is this could be a golden age, and frankly, I think they all could be right. Good policies could advance this U.S. economy, what we call AI. In a couple of years, we'll just call business. And AI is going to make almost everything cost less. And the U.S. can be a big winner. If I were the president, what I'd be worried about is a central bank that doesn't see any of that. A central bank that is stuck with models from 1978, governance from a prior period, and don't recognize we could be at the front end of a productivity boom. And if I were the president, I'd be worried that they might not see it.
Kevin Warsh, former Fed governor, on CNBC earlier today. Molly, I want to ask you about this idea that a central bank with this dual mandate, in Kevin Warsh's view, might be stuck on old models and old priorities. What's your view on this?
I mean, I still think the priority for the Fed is definitely the dual mandate, as you said. So that's ensuring price stability and maximum employment. And I think those are still good goals to have, no matter if you're in 1970 or if you're in 2025. There are a lot of central banks that don't have both of those. You know, they just have an inflation mandate or an employment mandate, but not both. So I think that, you know, and that's also something that for us comes from Congress. That's not the Fed's own idea. This is a mandate from Congress as to what they're meant to achieve here. That said, I mean, yeah, the economy is rapidly evolving. AI certainly has a lot of promises, but I don't think that's really had any widespread impact yet in terms of like taking out jobs that were, you know, at a really widespread level here. I think it's just so far been like pretty concentrated, and then we haven't yet seen all of that. And of course, when those things are going to be happening a bit more notably, yes, the Fed wants to be acting forward looking, but like you can't also be like, you know, acting in advance of like, if this is still perhaps years or decades away from now, who knows?
All right, good place to end it. Molly Smith, Bloomberg News economics editor, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. We mentioned stocks are moving higher. One of the stocks getting a nice boost today is PepsiCo. Shares popping higher, as much as 7.4% earlier in the session. Right now, they're up 6.9%. The company reported organic sales growth of 2.1% in the second quarter. It outpaced the average analyst estimate. Earnings per share was $2.12, also higher than market expectations. The company maintained its annual outlook. Let's bring in Kenneth Shea, senior analyst for consumer products for Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us from New Jersey this afternoon. I want to remind everyone, Ken, Pepsi owns Gatorade, Lipton, Quaker, Frito-Lay, and a lot more. The company is working to overcome, though, a trend toward healthier, less processed foods, as well as lower cost private label options. Is it succeeding?
Yeah, hi, Tim. I think it's making progress, sure. You know, if you say succeeding, it's never-ending a battle to keep up with consumer shifts in taste. Well, PepsiCo has been monitoring the consumer for many, many years. It convinced the street, I believe, on a call today that it's making positive strides in keeping in tune with what you're suggesting here. First of all, you know, it's coming off the main acquisition of Poppy, company that makes prebiotic.
All right, a little Dr. Pepper can't hurt.
It is looking to increase, you know, more avocado and olive oils in its mix. It made the case that later this year it's going to relaunch its huge Tostino and Lay's platforms with healthier ingredients. And I think what really excited investors also is that later this year it's going to expand its line of protein drinks, which are very much in sync with the GLP-1 drug used for need to replenish with protein. So all the above are signs that companies very much in tune.
All right, looking for Netflix to continue. Got earnings after the close. Netflix is on a tear. There goes Google. Google continuation looks good.
The first quarter, was not a good one. I think of it, they lowered guidance, and today, they beat low expectation. And in that is margins. Now, the company's always been, stressing productivity. And I think what gave more credence today in that call is that when they realigned their business segments earlier this year, that is, the combining the Frito-Lay franchise with Quaker, and they made the case that they had two standalone big entities and a lot of redundancies, and they see opportunities to reduce those and to take those savings and to reinvest in some of the initiatives that I mentioned before. I think expectations going forward are actually probably going to be, raised going forward.
Pepsi also said that it was removing synthetic dyes from its U.S. School foods by the start of the upcoming school year. Plans to introduce what it calls, quote, extensions of Cheetos and Doritos with no artificial colors or flavors. I look forward to seeing Cheetos with no artificial colors. I wonder what those will look like.
Oh, I'm so curious.
What's the idea? What are extensions here? What does it mean by extensions? They're not going to change that core brand that we know. They're going to launch different versions of these iconic brands.
Yeah, that's right. I guess they're still in the late innings of the increased spice, heat, Lay's and Cheetos. It seems like consumers can't get enough of the, spicy and heat products. But they experiment with new flavors. There was the promotion I had a few years ago about consumers writing in about the different flavors for Lay's, and that was a big hit. I would suspect that part of the launch we're going to see later this year may include something like that, and that gives them an opportunity to have some fun with these brands and increase consumer engagement with new flavors.
Okay, so now's the time we want to talk to you about what I think a lot of people are familiar with as Mexican Coke. The idea of Coca-Cola not being made with high fructose corn syrup, but rather real sugar instead. The president announced yesterday that Coke has agreed to use cane sugar in Coke beverages. Coke says, hey, stay tuned. You're skeptical, though, about a full-fledged change from high fructose corn syrup to sugar. Why is that?
It really comes down to economics. They moved over to HS, high fructose corn syrup years ago for cost savings. They made the case that from a sugar standpoint, it's basically the chemical equivalent of sugar, but it can be delivered much more economically. You have to remember, corn is probably the most heavily subsidized commodity in America. And as such, they can obtain corn very plentiful. A lot of suppliers of corn syrup in America, and they can formulate their product very economically compared to sugar. I hear that corn syrup also the shelf life is longer. So for a lot of reasons, the company would be very reluctant to move away from what it's doing right now. The other quick thing I would point out is that Coca-Cola, most of its business is supplying concentrates to its affiliated and independent bottlers who make the finished product. If you switch from high fructose corn.
So look forward to that earnings event next Wednesday. See how much of a role Elon Musk is taking. They've lost some key players in their company. Just this week, North America's sales executive Troy Jones exited. That's on top of some other key members of the executive team. So that might be, cause some consternation here for investors. And if you look at Q2 deliveries, those were down 13% year over year. So a lot of headwinds for this company at this point. What kind of commentary are they going to make as far as the robo-taxis go? When do they see that going into full force across multiple cities? And they're going to probably lay out some type of plan for investors there. But we did see some bullish activity in here today, and this is a trader adjusting an existing position that they had. They were long the August 380 strike calls. They sold out of those, and the trader bought 34,000 of the August 15th monthly options that expire in 29 days. The 350 strike calls. So they rolled down the strike from 380 to 350. Paid an average debit of about $10.60 for these calls. So that takes the break even for this trader where they start to profit is above $360.60 over the next month. That's about 13% above the current share price in there. And if you look at the implied volatility levels, they're going to be elevated going into that report next week.
UMAC.
This is, got that high
UMAC on the dip. UMAC looks like it could start to turn here.
daily average move the S&P 500 is. So it does have that ability to move. We'll get some good news. Maybe this trader is going to be right here on this one. But yeah, that's a long way above the current share price to get above that break even for this trader.
All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see if they can get there. I was just looking at the chart and saying, well, year to date, don't look at that. If you look at 3 months, it's up 25%. If you look at 1 year, it's up 26%. But it's not for the faint of heart. This thing went from 182 up to nearly $500, and now it's at 318, and so it's still up over 1 year. But again, these movers are real movers. So you found the bullish play there. Let's wait and see. And as you noted, the next Wednesday we'll hear from the company. How about PepsiCo? Bullish play there.
Yeah, going into earnings, the bar was really low on PepsiCo. It was near just off of 5-year lows in this stock, and they'd seen decelerating sales. Now, if you look at the report, they beat on EPS, they beat on revenue, organic sales growth of about 2.1% in the quarter. That was a little bit better than the street expected. And then looking at guidance, now they still expect EPS to decline by 1.5% 2025, but that's better than the decrease of about 3% that the street had, or that the company had previously forecasted. So that's a little bit better. They did see international sales start to resurge at this point, but North American sales are still basically in the toilet at this point. But the bar was
watch UMAC looking for a bounce.
So I think that's why you're seeing
Coinbase bouncing. There goes the futures. S&P going. S&P futures
down 15% over the last 12 months, so it's still been under pressure. But seen a nice pop here in today's market.
Google right up against supply. Google looking good. Google big bullish day today. Nice trade there, dollar. Okay, UMAC. I just bought the dip on UMAC. Bought shares. Looking for buy order blocks at the low. Looking for buy order blocks at the low. Okay. UMAC. Okay, we got a sell order overhead, so it needs to get through this area, or it can knock it back down. If it knocks it back down, I'll stop out at 1150 or so. Looking for a turn. Core Weave, looking for a turn on Core Weave. There goes the Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
We did see a nice jump. That 6% jump was the biggest increase for 1 day here since March of 2020. But thank you for that.
Bitcoin higher highs going.
Another bullish trade you found. Wow, the bulls are out today.
Yeah, this one's actually leading the S&P 500 today as it tries to reach all-time highs. But Albemarle up 8%.
S&P 500, big day today for S&P. Got a little dip there, looking for a break to the upside. 6,300 is the target. Looking for 6,300.
Maybe some of this Uber news pairing with Lucid might be one of the reasons that they're catching a little bit of a bid. But they, that earnings event.
All right, we should see 6,300 here. Okay, so we're starting to move. Scalped S&P 500. Big cap calls. This is a fourth trade. Just going to take some profits into strength here if we get going. Need to get going here, S&P. All right, so if we get a little ramp higher, that'd be good with an hour and a half to go. Hour and a half to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com.
Catching a nice bid here today. We did see some
Go
small
S&P.
activity
Let's
in
do
here.
it.
Calling
Let's
is
do
about
it.
6 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last week of
S&P
trading.
cash,
So,
looking
buy
for it to
call
go.
backs in here today. One that stuck out to
Okay,
me
buy order
was
blocks. It should be obvious. You see the buy order blocks, one
just
after the other.
15,000 of those. Paid an average debit of
1, 2, 3, 4 buy order blocks. Looking for another pop. Push to 6,300. Above that level would be nice. Let's see what the hedge flows look like. Hedging flows on the S&P. Okay. Looking for another higher high. Right here, we've got 99 percentile, 6,300 most likely will be resistance.
Lucas Downey on why summer dips could be buying opportunities. Watch this.
Okay, looking good. There goes Bitcoin. Watching Coinbase. Coinbase, looking for Coinbase dealer hedge flows to turn up on Coinbase. Coinbase is rising. Okay, higher lows on the dealer hedge flows. Let's look at next expiration. Next expiration is also rising. So that's bullish. Seeing next expiration, not this Friday's expiration, but next monthly expiration is rising, the teal colored line. Okay, this is Coinbase. This is Coinbase.
Ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Coinbase is rising, looking good. S&P, there goes S&P popping a little bit there. S&P. Okay, my fourth trade on S&P Big Cap W, SPXW. Need to see a pop through. See if we pop through, temporarily pop through 6,300. Okay. Looking for another push here. The 60-minute on the futures continue to show a bullish signal, a buy signal since the early morning. Tick cumulative is bullish. Okay, here's S&P. S&P testing the highs.
You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate schwab.com.
Buy order blocks continue to perpetuate on the S&P 5-minute chart. S&P Big Cap cash. Okay, we got some levels overhead. We're watching that right there. Estimated one-day move is right overhead, just shy of 6304. Come on, one more shot. I'm going to sell into strength here. S&P.
It's a record-setting day on Wall Street, at least for the NASDAQ. Our next guest, Lucas Downey, co-founder of MoneyFlows.com, is with me now. And look, you can't deny what a V-shaped recovery we've had. But you anticipate that there are sometimes days where we have a pullback. And those opportunities.
Okay, come on, let's do it. Let's do it. Do it, do it, do it. Let's go. LETSGO, let's go. One more shot. Let's do it. All right.
Money flows on over 1,000 stocks. And right now it's been overbought, as you can imagine, for 25 days. And what we've noticed over time is whenever that line starts to fall from out of overbought, which we're not there yet, stocks tend to struggle. And it's nothing.
Let's go. Let's go. LETSGO, let's go. Okay, 60-minute buy signal. Everything's looking good on S&P. New all-time high.
And then obviously September is a seasonally weak period for markets.
So you're going to
Here we go. New all-time high. Bears getting wrecked. Hopefully a lot of them covered early in the morning.
A great case in point would be Meta Platforms. This is a name that I've owned for a number of years. First thing is you got to think big themes.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Let's go. LETSGO. Come on. Let's go. Push this sucker.
What was interesting about Meta is their last time that they had earnings is back in April. Just remember how worried the whole world
The good thing about trading S&P big cap, you cannot get assigned a index like the S&P 500. So if this were to close above 6,300, the strike that I'm holding, and I forgot about it for whatever reason, and it got up to say 6308, for every point I make $100 for every contract. So if I close at 8, I would make $800 per contract times 10. Okay, so you can see how holding on to S&P big cap calls are less risky. Obviously, you can't get a sign like you can with SPY. With SPY, with 10 calls, I'd get assigned 1,000 shares of SPY. I don't want that at 6:30. So that's why I like trading S&P, especially 0 day. I like trading the SPXW. Looking good. Here we go. Okay, we're making another high here. Okay, we're slipping above the point of control for the daily. We're up here pushing above it right now. Point of control. Looking good.
6, 12, and 24 months later. And if you look at the periods that this includes, you're talking about the global financial crisis where stocks screamed out of that bear market. It also happened in COVID. And those are the analogs that set up for what is happening today. We have
Okay, looking good.
everybody prepared for a Great Depression.
All right, so I just took some profits, SPXW.
And so months from now, we believe stocks are going to be meaningfully higher than today.
Understood. So when you mentioned Meta, do you have a few other names you can share with me?
Okay, I'm out 6,300.
We've been watching is semiconductors have been super hot, a name that I've owned for a number of years and continue to buy on dips. Lam Research. So as AI continues to just gather steam and devices continue to get smaller, these are the types.
Okay, I'm out of S&P. All right, really didn't need to concern myself. I just don't want this to pull back and then lose that 0 day profit. 0 day profit on 6,300. Beautiful. Beautiful. I hope you're having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from closingprint.com. We have an hour and 30 minutes to go. We're currently at the highs of the day, about to give us a new all-time high. I think a penny's away, all right? Penny's away.
Over the next coming days. But again, think big themes, big AI stalwarts in the industry. You need to be thinking about companies that are not super expensive on a forward.
Netflix looking good. All right, so UMAC turning back up.
Focused on, and that's where the money's flowing.
Netflix still driving higher. Okay, cool. Very nice.
That is, I mean, people were worried about yesterday. There were rumors that, they were going to get rid of Powell and the stock market sold off and then it rallied back. So there's a lot of false starts as we're in the summer. You just got to be careful, focus on great stocks, buy on pullback. That's how you're going to win.
Okay, so 6,300 is a major level. 99 percentile tells you that you should expect to see resistance. If you look at this trace chart, okay, trace. Okay, look at the gamma right in there. Here you got a 99%. Was 99. It's 99 percentile, right? 6,300. So we should see resistance here. Just above that, it's 6,310. 99 percentile. So if not 6,300, definitely 6,310. I would think resistance. If it gets above it, it has happened. So wouldn't be surprised to see it retreat right back through it. So if you're thinking about buying puts for whatever reason, you want to buy puts at the high of the day, not the low of the day. Buy some maybe 6,100s that expire maybe a couple of weeks from now if you're worried about the markets pulling back way out of the money. Couple of 100 points. Okay, we continue to move higher. S&P is looking good. Enjoy being here with you. Give me the play-by-play. There's at least a half a dozen or a dozen stocks every day. That reminds me, I need to see if I can save this as a watch list. Can I do that? Let me see. Show, window, retail, close. Really want to save this as a watch list. Can I do that somewhere? S&P still hanging out at the high. Apple fading a little bit. Nvidia fading a bit. Netflix at the highs. Netflix. Watch lists. Sectors. Let me save this as a watch list. Okay, JP Morgan, Amazon, Qualcomm, Oracle. With the exception of Hims and Hers and TSSI, most of these are fairly cheap IB wise. View.
And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only with Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. We're talking about the New World Order, and here to explain, James Demert, founder, chief investment officer, Main Street Research.
Netflix, Meta,
Exposure that he is favoring at this
Snowflake.
What does this mean, the New World Order?
Thanks, Nicole. Good to see you again. And it is a new world order.
Tesla.
And I always say markets really respond to government
2,
policy.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's the.
And that's forcing big
All
changes
right.
overseas. And we think that's what's driving the difference between performance of stocks in the U.S., which have done nicely this year, but foreign markets have done way better. And so we think a lot of that's based on this new world order of policy.
So the Europe is always the one that people always say, oh, I was investing in Europe, it's done so well, I'm going to continue to invest there. Is that sort of what you're thinking for Europe in particular?
I think Europe particularly, but I think if you look carefully, we can talk about this at sectors in Japan or India.
All right, so we're fading a little bit off the high. S&P.
Long time as U.S.
Netflix at the high of the day. Netflix.
I think that's about to change.
So these areas, Japan, India, Europe, you would still have money invested in because you still think that the way it's lined up and policy is not really changing here. So they're going to continue to benefit because they're changing.
Okay, Netflix.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. These policies are not going to be changed in a hurry. In fact, we think they're multi-year. And what's really interesting is even though stocks overseas have gone up more than the U.S., they're still fundamentally very inexpensive relative to U.S. equities.
But you do think we still have room to run here. I saw your year-end price target was 6,800, right?
Yeah, 6,800. I think that seemed far away when we were at 5,000 just a couple months ago. But now we're in striking distance, and we think we can get there because in the United States, you have this sort of not too fast, not too slow economy we call Goldilocks, which is a great setup for certain equities, particularly for technology, which will probably lead us to that 6,800 level.
So So let's talk about some of the catalysts that will drive U.S. growth. I mean, what do you think will work for investors?
Yeah, I think investors, really importantly, should be careful here. You've got an
Okay, some of the biggest trades today on CoreWeave over here.
But we're going to be very sector specific.
Calls, CoreWeave.
So in this kind of environment, technology tends to do quite well with rates not moving upward and economic growth somewhat resilient. What I think is really interesting, and we're seeing it this week with earnings, is that the financials, there's a big bull market in the United States in financial stocks, and that's really, they're discounting all that deregulation that's coming their way. So in the United States, we'd be very specifically.
Okay, we're turning back up futures. Okay, there goes Palantir. Coinbase rising back up. Coinbase. Okay, Netflix looking good.
They were saying that they recommend 1 to 2% of your portfolio with some exposure to Bitcoin. Are you hearing more and more?
Netflix, let me see. I want to sell some overhead call verticals to make this a iron condor. I already have put credits, 1160. Let's see.
Probably good. So when we talk about some of these names for energy, you had GE Vernova, which had a nice move today.
It sure did.
GE Aerospace and GE Vernova. GE Aerospace went to
Okay. Netflix. Let's go to the homepage. Homepage here. Netflix. And earnings. Let's see. Netflix. We've got a 5% move. Okay, so 5% on Netflix. Okay, 10% would be 120 points. More or less. 120 plus or minus. So 3. So 5%, 60 points. So 1330 on the upside. 1330 on the upside. The downside, I don't see us getting down there. 1330.
For technology, you are still looking abroad. I see a few names that you have here that are based abroad.
Yeah, there are
1330
that are attractive overseas. Not quite as much of an AI bent, but companies like ASML, the Netherlands, SAP based in Germany. There's a whole raft of companies that are.
So I have the 1160, 1150 put credit for earnings. 1150, 1160. I've had this for a little while, and it's $200 per contract. That's what I sold it for. So do I want to sell something overhead from where we are right now? So upside, I'd probably look at 100 points. Downside's 100 points. 11. I don't see us getting to 1160. That's 110 points. Upside 1370, 1350. I think Brett was saying 1350. Let me just check what I took notes on here. I took notes on Netflix. 1300. We're at the high, so I'd want to sell some right now. Yesterday. Okay. Netflix 1300 is where the tapers off. 1340. All right, let me sell some overhead. So I'll have an iron condor on Netflix. Netflix. Can we see a 100-point move in Netflix? 100 points. I'm going to sell some overhead calls for tomorrow. I have the puts. So okay, let me go to. Okay, so I'm going to have an iron condor on Netflix. So I'm going to go 1350. 1350. Where are you? 1350. $13.50. Okay, those are $13. That's a 23 delta. Sell at $13.50. Sell at $13.50. Buy.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Still ahead, we bring our panel to discuss retail sales trends.
That's not very much, is it? $13.50. $13.40. Sell at $13.40. Buy at $13.50. 10 wide. Okay, let me save this. Let me save it. What do I have? I think I have 5. Oh no, I have 10 wide. 1150, 1160. Duh. Okay. 1340. Okay, so. Oh, and when did I have August. August. August 15. Okay, August 15. Let me go to August 15. August 15. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing. 1340, 1350. 1340, 1350. I'm just talking to myself. 1340, 1350. I'm going to sell 1340, 1350. 10 wide. Come on. 1340. I'm going to sell at 1340. It's $31. 1340. Sell at 1340. Vertical. 1340. 1350. Oh, they're $20 increments. $5 credit. Let's see how much I need to put aside for this.
And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
I'm going to go ahead and do this week's. I'm going to go ahead and do this week's. If I have to, I'll roll it out. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Second thoughts. Maybe I shouldn't do that.
Including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization.
1320, 1320 is a what? It's a 40 delta. 1340 is a 35 delta. 1400. 1400.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments.
1400.
No can do.
1420.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
1420. $3 credit.
Approach to wealth management.
33.
Well, what's going on here with retail sales? Because last month when we looked at May, sales there tumbled, but we saw a snapback today that wasn't necessarily expected. Our panel is ready. Zach Waring, equity analyst at CFRA Research, and Lisa Martin, Futurum Group research analyst, are both with us. So when we think about the consumers and what they were doing, the idea here was that they sort of loaded up. And then in May, they took this breather, and then we saw sales tumbling, and now we have this bounce back. Zach, what do you make of it?
Yeah, it's a lot of uncertainty, I think. I think a lot of companies...
1400, 1410.
Anticipation of the tariffs, and then, some of that ordering put off to kind of wait and see. I think there's just a lot of uncertainty in the data, too, as well. And so it's kind of hard to, take them each month.
Make sure I did this right. Let me make sure I did that right.
So consumer spending remains strong, as you said. And the tariffs are still a risk, which I think most people would
Netflix, August 8th, 1400, 1410. Okay. for $1.62 credit, $162 credit.
We saw a mixed bag, but what we saw in June, as you mentioned, was retail sales coming in strong. Core retail sales that eliminates sales of cars and car parts and gasoline, but it rose 0.6%.
Okay, so
what we're seeing
for
from a rebound
Netflix,
perspective, higher prices aren't necessarily hurting spending.
let me just
Yet, of the 13
put this in the
categories
room.
tracked by the Census Bureau, most of them
Netflix.
showed gains in June. In fact, retailers saw miscellaneous stores with the biggest increase, followed by motor vehicles, parts dealers. Sales rose up 0.9% for both home improvement stores and clothing and accessory stores. So June was healthy overall. A good, I think, momentum to head into second half.
Yeah, and do you think that continues, Lisa? I mean, you said it's good momentum to head into the second half. Is this a catalyst? Does this continue in the second half?
It could be. What we just saw, last week with Amazon Prime Days was really interesting. It was 4 days versus 2. But I think the June retail data reflects what we're already seeing is that as consumers are making purchases sooner to potentially counteract the tariffs that are potentially coming. You know, the one as a marketer, I will say the tariffs messaging has been consistently inconsistent. But if we look at Prime Days, Amazon generated a lot of buzz, and they do. But what they also did was over 4 days, they wouldn't say any numbers yet. They're saying billions were sold across millions of products. But the air cover that Amazon generates for Prime Days benefits the Walmarts, the Costco's, the Targets, the Best Buys. So all of them had competing promotions, and ultimately the consumers win. So we're in good shape, I think, in mid-July to see what happens when that clock ticks August 1st.
And Zach, what do you make of it? You're watching names like Lulu, Deckers, Abercrombie. We do have everybody talking about tariffs. Tell me your thoughts here.
Yeah, I think you're going to start to see this creep into margins a little bit in Q2, but I really think you're going to start to see an impact in Q3 and Q4. You had a lot of these companies order 6 months in advance or more, so a lot of the tariff impact isn't going to be seen until the second half of the year. And you just haven't seen it yet. So I think you're going to wait and see. But I think a lot of it's been priced into a lot of these companies. I think a lot of these companies are down 20, 30 or more percent over the last 6 months. And I think, now I think as long as, margins hold up relatively well, we think you're going to probably see a 10% impact to margins at least from these tariffs, at least in the apparel and footwear space. But I think that's been priced in, and I think the multiples kind of reflect that.
So these names like Lulu, Deckers, Abercrombie, they each have their own story too, right? About innovation or where they're expanding or how they're doing it. Would you say these are picks? You have
Okay, so I have an iron condor for earnings. S&P is still pushing here. S&P looking good. S&P still looking good.
Of what they normally do in terms of valuations. I think it's mainly because of the uncertainty. Investors are just so worried to get back into these names.
S&P.
With tariff rates anywhere between 10 to
Yeah, I prefer to have soda with pure cane sugar if I'm going to drink any of these things rather than high fructose corn syrup. So that'd be good. I don't drink very many of these anyway. I drink like a Dr. Pepper once a week. Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
As long as you don't get the worst case scenario here, I think these names look really good. Abercrombie's done everything right over the last couple of years. They've seen sales grow 15% over the last 2 years. Lululemon's growing internationally. So you've got international growth that's going to lead Lulu higher, I think. And then, Deckers has been great with Hoka, and they've really performed well. Even UGG has participated in the growth over the last 2 or 3 years. So we think these are quality names. They have great balance sheets. And I think multiples have come down enough that I think it's pretty much risk-free here unless you get the worst-case scenario tariffs.
Lisa, are you worried about headwinds for this group overall? You said economists say meals in bars and restaurants tend to be the first thing when people are trying to save. Tell me about some of the action that you think could change, and will it?
I think that it could change. I think there's a very high likelihood there. Some of the headwinds that we saw, bankruptcies. We saw Joann's Fabrics. This is starting at the end of 2024 into 25. Party City, Rite Aid, Big Lots, we're seeing job cuts, a correction of the overhiring during the pandemic, Nike and Walmart cutting jobs as well. The tariff uncertainty obviously still persists. But what I'm hopeful for is some of the tailwinds that we're seeing. And being that I'm here with you, Thur, I got to talk about some of the technologies because the retail industry has really done a great job in digitizing since the pandemic. It's really shifted to this data-driven, hyper-personalized experience for individual consumers who want convenient, relevant, omni-channel experiences that are frictionless. So we see technologies coming into play here that are very, very positively influential. Automation, AI, specifically generative AI. We even see retailers that are leaning into Gen AI, like Amazon Alexa Plus and Rufus that they did with Prime, are seeing higher conversion rates. We're also seeing retailers that are leaning into customer data. That should be a catalyst to create those personalized shopping experiences that help us fill our carts more, are actually doing better. So at the end of the day, retailers should focus on leveraging technology, find the right data that can predict customer needs, help them better understand the customer, better forecast for seasonality, and navigate privacy regulations. I think that's going to be essential as we go into this tariff uncertainty.
Yeah. So like some of the points that you have, the factors at play, how much are they spending? Do they value experience over possessions? I want to get to that in a moment. And also I was thinking, Zach, you were talking about the employment picture. It's still pretty steady. Do you expect that picture to change? As long as people have jobs, they'll be spending. Does that happen in the second half of the year?
Yeah, so our base case is as long as consumers have jobs, we think they'll keep spending, and they've proven that over the last 4 or 5 years. And we don't think the unemployment market's gonna pick up at all. We just our base case is if they're employed, they'll spend. There'll be fluctuations here and there, but I think across industries right now, especially durable good industries, you're more worried about tariffs. The U.S. consumer has proven time and time again over the last 3 or 4 years they'll spend. So, yeah, I think front of mind for us is definitely tariff picture, and we want that to be
Nice job,
get some
Frano.
clarity, right? I think as long as you get clarity from the tariff picture and you get some deals done, I think investors will take that and move forward.
A lot of these companies, as you know,
Okay, S&P. Yeah, I would take the money and run. Is it 0 day?
Very convenient, and that's one of the elements here. I mean, let's put aside the
Probably 0 day, right? Netflix pushing a bit higher. Netflix. Okay, so Netflix, I have put credit spreads on Netflix. I also just sold some call credit spreads at the high of the day. 100 points out of the money, basically. 1,400, 125 points out of the money. I don't think we're going to get all the way up there. If we do, my puts will collapse. Okay. Netflix. Here we go. Netflix. Okay. Okay, so I have these down here. Netflix. Okay, Netflix. All right, so we got these here for earnings. Let's see, 11.60. I'll just put this here so I can see it. Okay, so that's August 15th. I put these on July the 7th. Okay. So I'm going to put these here. Okay, I have the 1400, 1410. I really doubt we get the 1400 by the time these expire. 1410. Okay, August 8th. Is that right? August 8th. Okay, these are 20 deltas, I believe, right? Trade. That 1400. 1400 is 22 delta. Okay, 22 delta. 22 delta. And I got 162 per contract. 162, and I got 5 of those. Okay, for earnings. All right, so if we stay in between, I'll keep all of that. I'll keep that $362 per contract times 5. Okay, so I have 5 of each of these. So it's a nice payday. Nice payday from my perspective. Okay, for just sitting on something and not doing anything. Okay, and I took this on July the 17th. That's pretty cool. 10 days apart. July 17th. All right, so we'll wait for it, and we'll wait for earnings on Netflix. I'm not going to be around though. I have a hard stop. Oh damn! Tell me this didn't. Tell me that didn't hold here. Shoot. Oh, it did. Okay, cool. I thought I lost it there. I scrolled in the wrong direction. Save. All right, cool. All right, so there's a slight bullish bias there. I also have some calls, by the way. Also have calls, by the way. Coinbase still going. Coin still grinding. Very bullish day.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis.
Okay, very happy today. Lots of good positions working. Few or not. Nvidia, Tesla just kind of sitting here. Nvidia will probably get a pop tomorrow, I would think. Maybe even Apple gets a pop. I would love to see Apple come out, Tim Cook come out and say, okay, we are buying Perplexity. We got the message. A lot of people bitching about Apple not participating. Where's my Dr. Pepper? Did you cats take my Dr. Pepper? Did you take my Dr. Pepper? Did you? You did? Where'd you put it? Where'd you put my Dr. Pepper? Where'd you put my Dr. Pepper? You want to bite me? Okay. I'll be right back.
It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden. With an hour left in the trading day, let's take a look at where the markets stand right now. We did have the Nasdaq touch a new all-time high. The S&P creeping up towards another one right now at that 6,300 mark, up 0.6% right now. The Nasdaq up 0.75% at 23,079.39. The Dow green on the day as well, up just over 0.6%, and the Russell, our winner again, really doing well. The Russell up 1.2% at 2253.97. As we look at some of our futures products, we'll check in the dollar stronger on the day at 98.43, gold down about 0.5% right now at 30.
Okay. So Netflix, having a good day today on Netflix. Netflix. Okay, so long as this stays right in between here somewhere, rallies a little bit, drops a little bit, as long as it stays within this range, between 1160 and 1400, I'll keep almost $400 per contract times 5, $2,000 just in credit spreads. Good way to make money in the markets without having to manage too aggressively. Okay, Snowflake turning up. I did want to do something on Snowflake, actually. I did want to do something in Snowflake. Let's see. Okay, Snowflake. Okay, there goes.
gains from producing the advanced processors for its clients, but also did highlight right now third quarter revenue.
Okay, there goes the S&P.
33 billion, which would mark
Lunar.
38% year-over-year increase and about 8% higher from the prior quarter. We did see from their CEO, the company expects now its full year 2025 revenue to grow by about 30% in US dollar terms, supported by, again, the unprecedented strong demand for AI. And
Look at that sucker.
Computing division, which does encompass their 5G applications, drove those second quarter sales, contributing to now about 60% of their revenue, which we saw that share of HPC revenue was up 52% from the same period a year ago. I mean, these are staggering numbers for a company.
There goes S&P. Damn it, Janet. Okay, looking good. Looking good. Looking good. All right. Bastards. Bastards. I'm being sarcastic. I'm not that upset about a few $100s. What? A few $100 here and there, whatever. Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia looks like it wants to go back up. Nvidia. Did I add to Nvidia? No, I did not. Okay. Nvidia, still have 175 calls on Nvidia. Looking for that to go. Those are out in August, so I'm sure we'll probably get to Nvidia at that point. 175 by August. That's, yeah, I certainly think we can get there. Lulu having a pretty good day.
But I do think that thawing tensions between now Beijing and Washington are only hugely encouraging for Taiwan Semi, who's like fortunately stuck in the middle of like the two parents that are fighting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certainly Nvidia today seeing a pop, taking the Nasdaq up with it as they're going to sell those H20 chips to China. So big move there. Also,
Netflix, Tesla, today too. Nvidia, go Nvidia.
So yes, a name that I think is a great example of like lowered expectations can sometimes lead to a nice pop in share price. We're up 7.75% today. Did actually say its business remained resilient during the quarter. They logged higher revenue despite this small drop in volumes. If you look at actually their North America volumes, there's a lot more to be excited about. Is overall second quarter volumes.
Okay, there goes Snowflake. Snowflake on the move. All right, Snowflake. I do have a position already in Snowflake. It's down a little bit. I bought it over here above the 20-day. It's below the 20-day. So it needs to get back up to, say, 216. I'll probably be break even about that point. Snowflake. Okay, this looks good. CoreWeave. What's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave turning back up. UMAC, looking for that to continue.
So not seeing further losses, which is encouraging. And Forex has been a bit of a headwind.
Albemarle and PepsiCo hanging out at the highs of the S&P 500. Albemarle and PepsiCo, those two hanging out at the highs. NASDAQ 100, Booking.com, Netflix, Synopsys, Ansys, and PepsiCo, the top 5. MongoDB, CentOS, Lulu, Clack, and Microsoft are the top 10. Lulu doing well. I bought some Lulu on a double bottom. Lulu this morning. Looking for Lulu to get back up to that upper Bollinger Band. I did buy the 250 strike. So looking for that to turn back up. I don't think that would be too hard for it to do. Speaking of not too hard to do. Speaking of that, what's UNH doing? UNH? Okay, UNH just can't get out of its own way. That's going to be a loser if it doesn't do something soon. I have January calls on Lulu, United Health. Coinbase still moving higher. Coinbase getting a bit extended on Coinbase from a perspective, a IV perspective. Okay. Let me just check that out. Scanners. Let me just add. Let me add. Coinbase. Coin.
And they do believe that they're restructuring as well as just
I believe that's getting a little expensive. Nah.
a more
Could be a bit higher, but looking for risk reversal rank at 91%. So this could pull back some. Coinbase back up to the highs. You might want to think about taking some profits off Coinbase. Coin, CONL. Added some shares on Coin, CONL. What? I took that off? Oh, I have the, okay, I have the calls. Okay. I have the July 25th calls on Coinbase. Just a little bit out of the money now. 420s, 425s, 430s. Butterfly.
Lucid is really, I feel like, the primary beneficiary of the story, because you're seeing, you just mentioned the share price. Uber today,
Snowflake on the move.
the upside. Lucid soaring though after this self-driving partnership that was announced with Uber as well as Neuro. Lucid will of course be providing the cars. Uber will be the ride-hailing network, and Neuro is the self-driving technology. Uber does plan to deploy about 20,000 or more of these Lucid vehicles that are equipped with this Neuro driver over a 6-year period. The news release, though, indicates that either Uber or third-party fleet operators will be owning those cars. But mind you, pricing for the cars wasn't disclosed. Lucid does still definitely fall in that luxury space. So this means their Amsterdam starts at roughly $70,000. I mean, their cars go significantly higher as far as just like baseline price, depending on what model you're looking at. So investors might be expecting that this service could be a high-end offering, but that's a lot of cars for Lucid. It's expecting to produce 20,000 vehicles now this year. It still loses between $220,000 to $330,000 per unit, which does include like the broader implications and just cost of the growth of their business, sure. But all this to say, Lucid produced about 9,000 cars back in 2024. So to fulfill this partnership, they have some big orders to fill. Production needs to step it up, and robo-taxi services are exciting, yes, and expanding, but could also still be disruptive to Uber's traditional business model, which I think is why you're not seeing the rising tide lifting all boats today. Uber lower today, well, Lucid's up a whopping, 38 and some change percent.
Yeah, I mean, really an interesting play, because like you said, such a expensive vehicle. I mean, in the luxury category. So it is interesting to think, is this a new sort of black car offering? What is this going to look like for the customer? You know, as so many people seem to be moving into the, Uber X category and the lower, and controlling where spending is and moving into experiential. It'll be interesting to see how this all plays out.
I know, I hope it can get me into a Lucid, because I've only seen them on the road, and I'm like almost gotten hit by a few at this point. So I want to be inside of one so badly. So I'd love to be, you give me all of the pilots, the tasks, I will get into a Lucid vehicle someday.
Well, at some point over the next 6 years, there may be 20,000 of them on the road as a robo-taxi. You've got a shot, Jenny. Well, thank you for joining us to break down all the top stories today. A lot to cover. And now we're going to switch gears here, move to the macro side of the market. We'll welcome in Michael Green, portfolio manager and chief strategist at Simplify Asset Management. Michael, thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Oh, I'm glad to. I'd like to just start with, overall takeaways on the day. We saw the NASDAQ hit a new all-time high as I'm looking out at the S&P now at 6303.27. So, a bit of a record day again.
Yeah, I mean, it's turned into a relatively strong day. It's being led by high volatility stocks, which are up strongly for the year. There's a lot of short covering that's going on. The reports that we received economically this morning were relatively strong. Certainly the Philly Fed was one that I commented was eye-opening in terms of the broader strength associated with it. And we are seeing that largely play through. Cyclicals outperforming defensives, high quality underperforming low quality, et cetera. So this is very much an affirmation of, some positive growth surprises.
What specifically about the Philly Fed stood out to you? Most of the discussion today has been about, retail sales, but I'd love to get your takeaway from Philly Fed.
Well, there was a dramatic change in the new order expectations, which is really one of the critical components that I watch for economic activity. This is echoing changes that we've heard in other surveys, and broad growth surprises have actually been trending slightly higher. We're not seeing the negative effects of tariffs that many had been concerned about. The offset to that is that there's very strong pricing expectations, higher for prices paid than prices received, which suggests there could be potential hits to corporate profitability. But clearly, this was just a much stronger report on the new order side. It came in at positive 15 versus I believe expectations of minus.
Okay, so looking good. Snowflake.
It certainly was, and as we're starting to look more and more for inflation and tariff impacts, we did see some in CPI. Are you feeling as though once we get more clarity on this and we get farther into our journey in this tariff conversation, we will start to see more of that? Or is it going to be much of the same where we aren't getting a lot of inflationary reflection in the data?
Well, I think the critical difference between tariffs and the inflationary impact that we saw in 21-22 was a surge of income and demand as the world reopened after COVID, with people flush, particularly in the United States, with the stimulus and benefits received associated with COVID. Staying at home, they were able to save significantly more money. Money was transferred somewhat, unthoughtlessly, let's say, or without thought. Today what we're seeing is very different. This is effectively a supply chain disruption and reordering of it, and so it is a relative price shift. And the real question basically boils down to
Okay, S&P. There goes Coinbase. What a nice move on Coinbase. Thank you very much, Coinbase.
If you are introducing a tariff or a tax on consumption, effectively, that is going to.
All right, we have 45 minutes to go. 45 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, the 17th. One more trading day for the week. OPEX tomorrow. A lot of calls are going to get wiped off. A lot of calls and puts will get wiped off. Gamma. And we'll start over for August expiration.
That would suggest that there's just less purchasing capability for a lot of other stuff, and how those relative prices shift out, we just don't know yet.
So then, with that said, I'd love to get your takeaway from retail data that came in today with retail sales.
I have to be honest with you, I don't follow the retail quite as closely, although the disaggregation that I'm seeing, because retail sales are largely tied to the PCE, or largely tied to goods, as compared to services. You don't walk into your local mall mortgage broker. Those prices were higher. And so on an inflation-adjusted basis, we continue to see a general slowdown in terms of retail spending, even as we outperformed expectations.
Absolutely. And as we move into our earnings season, with our kickoff this week, and speaking of outperforming expectations, have been relatively good. I think 88% have beat so far. So earnings season off to quite a start. But a big conversation is about strict valuations right now.
Okay, S&P.
Concern there?
All right, going into the close. Okay, Coinbase still going. Okay, we're starting to taper off a little bit here. Let's see what 0-day looks like. 0-day. Okay, most of this is coming off now. A little profit taking. Okay, so it's been a good day. Definitely a good day. So I'll be taking some profits off. Netflix with earnings tonight. Netflix. Okay, next expiration.
Even more, or their contributions are outweighed by other people starting to sell. We're approaching a limit that historically has demonstrated that kind of holds. Whether it's different this time or not is impossible to know, but from a valuation perspective, we are absolutely running out of room in terms of how far the market can end up going.
And historically speaking, I know we're in unprecedented times, but as you look at the technicals historically, how much more room do we have to stretch these valuations before there has to be some sort of correction or pullback?
Coinbase. Coin's still moving. Looking good.
You can actually create conditions under which it only goes up.
Okay. Can we get giddy up? Can we giddy up a little more into the last half an hour, last 43 minutes? 43 minutes to go. Palantir coming off the highs. I didn't want to buy the high today. Palantir. Coinbase continues to push a bit higher. Apple off the highs of the session. Google trying to press through this supply area. Google, let me just check Google's flow. Google's flow.
There is a general disinterest in owning anything that has a fixed income component to it, and part of that is because people are trying to explain the stock market. Right? We know valuations are high. We know prices are behaving in an unusual manner. We know that volatility has been higher in realized drawdowns than we've seen for a long time. that puts people on edge. But the simple reality is it hasn't yet stopped. And so this is the classic period from 2007 when Chuck Prince was saying, when the music's playing, you got to dance. A lot of people are still dancing.
A lot of people are still dancing, and then the music stopped in that particular message. But I want to go back to fixed income and bonds. Do you think it's a good time to buy bonds right now, or no?
I personally think the bonds are very, very interesting. And you can pick up bonds if your concern is about inflation. Treasury inflation protected securities, particularly out at the long end, are offering extraordinarily high real returns relative to history. You can get paid in an inflation adjusted basis for owning long US duration. Part of the reason why nobody wants to do that, though, is actually tied again to the passive investing framework. Much of the bond market is bonds that were issued in the time period from basically 2010 until about 2022.
Snowflake.
When interest rates
All
were
right,
very,
looks
very
good.
low. Those bonds have now
Okay,
grown to
Google having a good day. Google's up against supply, pushing really hard here. Google, a really good day today on Google. Need to get above 186 or so. Above 186 will be trending. Continue this trend. Okay, so here's Google. Google going into the close. Okay, so we're trending. All right, so the thing that I see here is, okay, so let's look at Google. Okay, you got this in your mind? Now look at Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft, obvious trend. Look where the 50-day is, the green line. See how prices just glide along the 50-day as it drops down into the left into April, and then boom, Microsoft takes off and gets above the 50-day. Now look at Google. 50-day, the green line. See how it's just kind of gliding along, and then boom, gets above the 50-day. Not as abruptly as Microsoft, but it does get above the 50 and 200-day. Now it's gradually starting to grind higher. So this is going to be a slow mover until it gets above 186 or so. Once it does, I would think that we're going to start to grind higher pretty quickly. Volume shows institutions have been buying shares. MACD showing momentum is with the bulls. RSI is rising, showing persistent trend. So yeah, Google looks really good. A little bit different. Every chart's a little bit different. Let's look at Meta, for example. Meta. Okay, so below the 50-day over here on the left, April, reverses back up, gets above the 50 and the 200-day in May, and then it starts trucking. Well, it's coming, earnings not too long, right? Drop below the 21 days, so we're looking for Meta to bounce back up. Apple, same thing. Apple's just kind of been sitting here doing nothing. Okay, below the 50-day. Then in June, starts to push above the 50-day, gradually starting to get something going. We need a major catalyst. We need something like Tim Cook coming out and saying, we're buying Perplexity or we're buying some AI company to push forward their AI initiative, right? So that looks okay, but it's not my favorite. Tesla turning the corner. Tesla gradually, you can see it got above the 50-day and 200-day, kind of slipped below because of all the news. Now it's trying to get back above the 50-day. Once it does, we could see a move higher. Somebody rolled the position, from what I understand. They rolled the position, a previous position, to the August 15th 350 strike. All right, so that was a repositioning. That buying that we saw earlier at the ask. All right, so that's 350. What else? Let's see. Let's look at SMR. SMR. Okay, some of the nuclears, some of the nukes. Okay, here's the 50 over here on the left. Gets above the 50-day, starts trending along the 9 and 21-day. Got a little exhausted there once it got to 40. Comes back towards the 50-day, bounces, gets above the 20-day, and what's it doing now? It's looking to start trending. RSI is pointing higher. MACD volume says institutions. Stochastics, MACD turned up. Okay, this looks good. What about Caterpillar? Caterpillar was something earlier, right? Caterpillar. Okay, here's the 50-day. The green line's the 50-day. 50-day. Let me go to the 20-50-day cross. 20-50-day cross. Okay, very simple chart. 20-50-day moves above the 50-day, the red line, and just takes off to the upside. Caterpillar. What's 3M doing? 3M. Oops. 3M. 3M above the 50-day. Amgen. Okay, just sitting here, not going anywhere. PepsiCo earnings out. PepsiCo. What does it do? It gaps up. Now, we just got a 20-50-day cross just 2 weeks ago. So while I like PepsiCo, I won't chase it up here. Look for a base. CoreWeave's another one. CoreWeave. Okay. Coming back to the 50-day. Looking for it to bounce back above the 21-day. MACD needs a turn. Circle. Circle. Whoops. CRCL. Circle. Okay, that's kind of sitting here. We're looking for a push and circle.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at it. I think there's two places where we're seeing shifts through the flows. One is investors are
Booking.com, BKNG. Can you see where we were below the 50-day, just kind of gliding along down into the right? April comes along, boom, we jump above the 50-day, and now we're trending. Booking.com, trending. Okay, we're above the 50-day, the green line. Okay, Netflix, like Microsoft, like NVIDIA. These are trending. Okay, I have an iron condor on this one. 1160 on the downside, 1400 on the upside. Iron condor. Let's see what else. Lulu. I bought some Lulu this morning. Okay, so I'm looking for this to come off of this double bottom. The great thing about double bottoms is that your stop is right below. So if this loses 220, I'm out. But I'm looking for this to get to 250. So that's 20 points overhead. Those calls will do very well. 50 delta, 40 delta calls will do very well. Lulu reports again in September 4th. Okay, Lulu reports again September 4th. Okay, Google's still going. Okay, Google made it through this supply overhead. Notice the supply disappeared. Okay, Google making it through supply. Okay, Google making it through supply.
Actively managed ETFs versus passively managed ETFs. Are there other trends that you're observing?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, making it through supply here.
Taking off in the ETF space. They, for the first time now, surpassed $1 trillion in assets.
Okay. IREN, IREN. That one, that rings a bell. What was that? IREN, IRE. Oh, that was the one we saw a couple of weeks ago. Starting to go now, IREN. Okay, I like that. Okay, IREN. IREN, IREN. Okay, let me just check this out. IREN, IREN. Energy Limited, Iris Energy Limited. Okay, they report again September 9th.
Is becoming lower cost through the ETF wrapper that investors are really attuned to what's happening in the active space.
And as we move into the second half of the year, David, what trends are you expecting to see?
Okay, IREN, IREN.
Notion of focus on cost. It's one of the reasons that
Okay, we got 34 minutes to go. 34 minutes to go. They got pretty good. They got pretty good earnings growth. IREN, IREN, and good revenue growth. So this looks good. Okay, I'll go ahead and buy some here. We had some, last week? Consolidated. IREN consolidated. Okay, IREN. Okay, this looks good. Flag. Okay, look at the volume. IREN.
What your asset allocation is and realigning to long-term strategic weightings is going to continue as well. And thirdly, a focus on
look at the volume. Wow.
Curve is your fixed income allocation. There's a lot going on right now in the fixed income markets, pressure on the short end. Who knows about inflation on the long end? So finding that right allocation for maturity on the fixed income, I think, is going to play through in the second half of this year.
And in your opinion, on the curve, where is the most opportunity? Is it on the short? Is it the mid? Or is it long term?
Well, right now we're seeing a lot of interest in the short end of the curve. There's not a lot of incremental.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one, folks.
Going longer in the curve. We're seeing a lot of short-term, ultra-short products. Now, is that the best position to
Is
be
it?
in for the long term?
Okay.
A countermeasure to that could say, well, now may be the time to lock in a longer-term interest rate at the current rates, if in fact we think there's going to be economic pressure that's going to force the Fed to lower interest rates in the second half of this year.
Look at the volume, though.
We appreciate it. Certainly an exciting
Look at the
time for
volume on
ETFs
IREN,
and,
IREN.
breaking records right and left with how many surging to the market. We appreciate the insight that David Gossett from Schwab Asset Management. Coming up, we'll talk options and options corner.
Bitcoin mining? Okay.
Look at SLB ahead of earnings tomorrow. Market on close. We'll be right back.
Maybe it was okay. It says right here, right? It says it right here. Sustainable Bitcoin mining company, decarbonization of the Bitcoin network. Okay. Yeah, I would take Peabody Energy before I took BABA. I'm not crazy about Chinese stocks, nothing to do with Chinese people. It's just the headline news, just too risky. Too much easier to make money in big cap US stocks or big cap European stocks or Asian stocks. But Chinese stocks, just too much risk from my perspective. I mean, there's other things you can trade. I mean, why do you have to go to that? Why do you have to go to that, right? Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay, so going into the close, we have 380 stocks advancing, 380 out of 500. 380 out of 500 are advancing, 1,048 on the IWM. Okay, enough of your music here. All right, enough of your Schwab music. Okay, going into the close, maybe Rick Santoli. Mike Santoli, not Rick Santelli. All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. Google, high of the day. Google, nice move on Google. Google. Okay. There goes the S&P bounce, S&P. Rambus, nice. Road. Okay, looks good. Road, what do they do? ROAD, not familiar with them. ROAD. Construction Partners. Oh, Construction Partners. Are they going to help build out the they're probably going to help out build out the electrical grid, right? Vertically integrated civil infrastructure company operating across 5 southeastern states with 57 hot mix asphalt plants. I know AGX is going to be helping with the electrical grid AGX. Okay, looks good though. They have good earnings, Frank. 500% earnings growth. Okay, so what are they trading at? 101. Okay, maybe I'll join you tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow if I forget. Okay, remind me tomorrow. ROAD. Yeah, that looks good. Breaking out of a 3-month, 10-week consolidation. Crypto bill. House passes the crypto bill. Okay. Yeah, it is, right? 500% earnings growth. I would say they're on the path to higher prices for sure. Road, I like it. I like it. If it wasn't so late in the day, I could buy some and just scale in, I guess. I could scale in to like maybe 100, 200 shares and then scale in if it keeps going. Kind of like what's happening right now with SMR. SMR having a good day and good week so far. Okay. Did fade from the high of the day. That's okay. Just shy of 50. Palantir, I'm looking for that to pull back a little bit so I can get into it because I sold my position yesterday. Just reducing my exposure. I'll do something with Palantir. Palantir is going to be a wonderful stock to trade over the following years as AI builds out and more companies partner with Palantir and its software stack. Okay, Google looks good. What else is going on here? Google's stalling at the high of the day. Looking for a follow-through day tomorrow. It's been a good week. Been a good week. Yep. Yeah, that's looking good. All right, so Road, let me see what I can do with Road here. Road, let's see how expensive they are. Road, ROAD. Okay, let's see. When did they have earnings again? Road? August 7th. Okay, August 7th. So August 15th is the next. They don't have a whole lot of volume. That's the only problem. There's hardly any volume, actually. Road. So you'd have to buy shares. ROAD. Yeah, you'd have to buy shares. The 105s or the 73. There's a $3 spread there. $4 spread in the 110s. All right. So somebody come in and buy. You come in and you buy something at the. Never buy options. Never buy options at the market. Always buy options at a limit. Might take you a little bit more manual dexterity to get the right. Especially if you're trading with TOS, I find it very cumbersome to like increment your. I guess there's a way to have your trade increment with price so that you try to get a limit order to fill. If it doesn't fill, it steps up a couple of pennies or whatever. 5 cents at a time. I know Schwab used to do that. You had the opportunity. SBET, you looking for that to go again? SBET, SBET, SBET. Yeah, that looks good. 40 call. Okay, 40 call. That's at the high of the day. That's one thing I don't like to do. Yeah, it's high of the day. I guess it's okay if you scale in. Looks like it wants to go though, right? SBET, SBET. Looks good. Looks good there, Susie. SBET. Sharp Link Gambling. Sharp Link Gaming. Okay, looks good. September. Wow, these the deltas are really high on this SPET. A 50 strike. A 50 strike on SPET is a 55 delta. How is that possible? They really bid these things up. Okay, we're coming into the last 20 minutes of the trading day. Hope everyone's having a good day. Let's see what this guy has to say. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
And they make the recommendations. Or the RIAs around this country are making the recommendations after doing the research. Or the big platforms like a Case or like an iCapital are doing all the research to vet what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. And so, yes, they probably need a little assistance, but they have it there. Now, these are the same individuals that are day trading options on, on equities. And so to say they can do that and not have a better risk return profile associated with the half the volatility of the equity market with a better risk adjusted return, to me, doesn't make sense. Doesn't add up.
All right, we have to leave it there. I wish we had more time, Bruce. I'll always love having you. Bruce Richards, CEO and Chairman of Marathon Asset Management. And of course, as he speaks of maybe risk taking going on in this market, turn your eyes to crypto right now. You're seeing a lot of the names in that space like Coinbase, Marathon, unaffiliated, rally now to session highs. As we learned that the House of Representatives have indeed passed one crypto bill, and it is the market structure bill that will now be sent to the Senate. Keely Lyons joins us right now, co-host of Balance of Power. Keely, what do you know?
Well, Romaine, this is Crypto Week, and the House of Representatives living up to its name. The Clarity Act has indeed passed. As you mentioned, this is a market structure bill that divvies up jurisdiction over digital assets between the SEC and CFTC. Slightly changed from the iteration we saw in the last Congress, the FIT 21 Act, that was attempting to do something similar. That Act, FIT 21, only got 71 Democratic votes, which at the time was seen as robust bipartisan support. But important to note, Romaine and Scarlett, that 78 Democrats voted yes for the Clarity Act. That is actually potentially something that could be seen as a mandate for the United States Senate, which would receive this legislation and have to grapple with the market structure question next. I spoke with Congressman Mike Flood, who sits on the Financial Services Committee earlier today, and he said if we get more than 70 votes, that's going to be a sign to Democrats in the Senate that they may need to get on board with this market structure effort as well. Now, of course, the United States Senate already passed the Genius Act, which would regulate stablecoins. That is what the House is actively voting on right now. And at this time, it does have the votes to pass as well. And that would be final passage of the bill. It would send it to the desk of President Trump, who could sign it into law as soon as tomorrow.
Okay, so that's two. There's one more bill that also is going to be worked on during this crypto week. What are the prospects for that one?
Yeah, that's the anti-CBDC legislation, and this is much of a thornier issue, as a lot of Republicans, specifically on the far-right conservative side, have great concern over the issuing of a central bank digital currency and want to prohibit the Fed from doing that. That is actually the thing that held up the procedural steps toward getting to the final passage votes today. Republicans were holding, or a handful of Republicans were holding up a vote on the so-called rule to move the process forward over the CBDC issue, and were promised by leadership that it could get tied into a defense appropriations bill by the end of the year. But that's another question that is going to be considered very differently in the Senate as well, considering you have to think about the different levels of Democratic support in that chamber. But it is going to be kind of a tandem effort. Conservatives did want to see that actually attached to the Genius Act, to the stablecoin legislation itself, but that was seen as being potentially a deal breaker in the Senate, which is why these have been broken up, or stayed broken up into many parts.
All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. Kaylee Lyons joining us from Washington again. The House has enough votes to pass the stablecoin bill. The vote is ongoing right now, and this, of course, on the heels of the House passing the crypto market structure bill, which is now being sent to the Senate. We want to switch gears now and take a look at the broader economy, because this morning we got data showing that June retail sales handily beat analyst estimates and seeing a big upswing from the month of May. But our next guest says she saw at least one area of constrained spending. Let's bring in Dana Telsey, the founder and CEO of Telsey Advisory Group. Dana, tell us more. What area concerns you the most?
I think overall the areas that are of concern, definitely the weakness in department stores, what we've been seeing out of furniture, a little bit of electronics are the concerns. Certainly the theme of everything's good but seems to be holding, given the trajectory that we've been seeing, and everyone's waiting for when does the slowdown begin to occur. Back to school is right upon us now, and we're beginning to see all of the retailers put out their values in order to drive conversion sooner, because lower priced inventory is here now. We're going to get that higher priced inventory begin to creep in as we move through the month of August.
But are there retailers that you think are better positioned for the uncertainty, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, going forward?
What we've seen is those who are the haves. It's the discounters, it's the off-pricers, it's the brand leaders. Look at the strength you saw from Levi's last week with their strong sales. We have Ralph Lauren, who's driving strength. Tapestry with the Coach brand in particular driving strength. And then you've seen even, for example, like at the super high end, Brunello Cucinelli delivered a double-digit increase. But it's not everyone, because we still have weakness in department stores, you have weakness in some of the home areas, you have weakness in the department stores. So as we move through second quarter earnings season, we're going to see more telltale signs of what holiday will look like.
Dana, right now you say there's no evidence of across-the-board price increases, yet a lot of these retailers will need to start raising prices because their own expenses are going up, their own cost of goods are rising. Who can afford to do that? What will you be looking at in terms of the first movers on raising prices?
So we put out a price tracker every Tuesday. We've been doing it since the middle of April, pricing around 80 items, iconic items all across the board, whether it's Levi's 501s, Barbie dolls, you name it. And what we have seen so far is there's been some select items where there's been some increases. On average, it's around mid-single digits type of price increases. Retailers and brands have the ability to do a third. 1/3 basically is sharing the cost with the existing manufacturer. Other third is diversifying the sourcing. And the
Google,
companies certainly don't want to do.
Google at the highs, S&P, little fade S&P. So maybe we'll get another one tomorrow. We did make a new all-time high, right? We did make a new all-time high. Looking good. AMD, nice little move. End of day, AMD coming off the low. Thank you, Corey. AMD, Apple, fading, Coinbase, Palantir, Tesla.
But also recognizing that what does this mean for their bottom line? The public companies overall are typically stronger than some of the private companies.
Tesla, get a turn in the day, maybe nice.
Look at those retail sales. A closer look up ahead of some of the earnings that we're going to get out of the retail and apparel. Maybe now wait another 3 or 4 weeks to get to them, but it could be very tough.
Yeah, it's all about managing managing inventory. It's all about managing their expenses while they try to wade through the fog of tariffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And this idea that we're not seeing it show up. It's not just that we have strong retail sales report. Remember, we had an import price report that didn't show much increase in import prices, though we should point out the tariff dynamics are weird.
Okay, AMD trying to push back up. Shorts covering. There goes the S&P.
Yeah, possibly here. And then Chris' question is why he would actually cut the tariffs right now.
D-Pro. Okay, you're looking at D-Pro.
But at least one analyst out there has got some concerns about the leadership that's coming up next. Discipline.
Another support ticket. The old way takes too long. This is Cisco AI Campus. Agent first, deep network. With 40 years of Cisco expertise for every decision. Unified telemetry.
Okay, now I'm getting advertising for AI. Cisco AI.
And executes across the network. Agent speed and scale. With full human oversight. Agent goes. Cisco AI Campus.
Life with Norman is fun and full of adventure. You just started to slow down a little bit on walks and seemed like he had some discomfort. His doctor diagnosed him with osteoarthritis pain and recommended
UMAC turning up. UMAC added at low. Gonna add again. Looks like it's gonna go.
Hey, Carl. So another
UMAC.
for Starbucks today. Nasdaq has been lower. Jeffrey downgraded to underperform, saying that it's surpassed
UMAC.
reasonable expectations for improving
UMAC looking good.
has questionable strategic
Coming off the low. UMAC.
experience and hot beverages, and also says that China stake is baked in and lower than rumored, but you can see
UMAC turning up.
now later today. McDonald's also moving higher today. Wells naming it a top idea.
1338 was the high earlier.
For about the last 2 months, but saying it sees reasons for the narrative to improve in the second half, including the snack wraps, easy comps, limited time offers, etc., that will cause its comps to accelerate. And then finally, Pepsi shares absolutely flying today, reporting upbeat earnings and raising its full year outlook. The company says it's seen improving demand for energy drinks and healthier soda brands in the U.S., along with FX tailwinds helping to lift its results. You can see up by 7.
AMD. Nice move on AMD.
Thanks, Kate. We're just a few moments away from Netflix results out in the overtime. We'll talk about what to watch for when we take you inside the market zone.
Yeah, Cisco. Just saw a bunch of ads. I just saw an ad on Cisco on Bloomberg talking about AI agents. Pretty nice what they just showed.
Minus 800.
Okay, a little selling there. Pretty nice what they showed. Just what I got on a 30-second ad, 15-second ad. All right,
Extreme low tick alert.
These companies, AI agents, that's going to be a big deal as they start to come out with those. SoundHound. Yeah, I saw that earlier. SoundHound, I mentioned that one early this morning. Yeah, SoundHound, I saw that one this morning on the most actives. I haven't looked at it all day, but oh, that was a nice little move today. Gap up 50. You got a 5,200-day cross soon. Okay, you had to cross to the downside, now cross to the upside. 5,200-day cross. Yeah, Cayman. I'm thinking the same thing. Somebody said what I just posted in the trading room. Hope he's okay. Yeah. I thought he was American. Okay, Coinbase pulling back a little bit. Coinbase. Okay. All right, we got a few minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. I got a hard stop at 4. I got to take my daughter's car to get a tire plug put in it. She's got a little a screw in her tire, so I have to get that. Brand new tires too. I don't know how the hell she found the one screw in the parking lot where she was. Okay, core weave not following through. It's at 134. Okay, that's pulling back a bit more. So basing. Okay, looking for Soundhound to go. Looks like it's going to go here. Soundhound was active this morning. Okay, looks like it's going to go. Looks good. Okay, we got 7 minutes to go.
Market zone. Uber investing in Lucid as part of a plan to deploy a robo-taxi fleet. Jürgen Bosa has details on that. Julia Borson's going to look ahead to Netflix reporting in just a few moments. And Truist's Keith Lerner breaks down these crucial final minutes of the trading day. Let's begin, though, with D on Uber and Lucid. What a story, D.
I know, what a story, right? And you see shares of Lucid, they're surging after the EV maker inked that $300 million deal with Uber. Now, they're teaming up to bring Lucid electric vehicles to Uber's premium ride services, first LA, then nationwide. But the bigger play here, Carl said it, is autonomy. It's robotaxi.
All right. Well, it's been a good day. I hope everyone prospered. If you didn't, just practice buying dips. Practice buying dips. Don't buy the highs of the day. It's going to help you out a great deal. Is the stock trending? Okay. Soundhound moving through supply here. Bullish. Defender, we've got Soundhound moving through supply right here. You can see it flickering right here. Makes it through 12. Let's see, Soundhound. Okay. When did they report? SOUN. Soundhound. August 11th. Last earnings was a beat. Soundhound, last earnings were a beat. 542% earnings growth.
And finally, foreign exchange. Many analysts saying the weaker dollar could be a big tailwind for Netflix. The Netflix shares are.
Okay, Soundhound looks like it wants to go.
But analysts remain bullish. 65% have a buy rating on the stock. Many of them noting the strong slate of content that's set to release in the second half of this year. Carl?
Squid Game references we're waiting. Julia, thanks. Julia Borston. Let's turn to Truist's Keith Lerner talk about.
Okay, call wall's at 12. It's above the call wall.
In July, your take is to keep playing with what's working, right?
That's right, Leave this market deserves the benefit of the doubt. What got you here is still the growth sectors, it's the technology, it's communication services. You also have industrials at all-time highs today. And, the banks continue to act well as well. So you put that together with also today the economic data, right? The economic data showing the economy may be cooling, but it's showing not collapsing when you look at initial jobless claims moving down. You have retail sales that are solid as well. And the earning estimates for this market continue to move higher. So again, we would stick with the underlying trend, which still seems positive in our world.
Okay, I bought some Soundhound. Okay.
Streak like that in a couple of years. Retail sales, second best print of the year. Your point on rates. I mean, is the market warming?
As it moves higher to hedge, dealers will buy above 12. Okay. Okay. SOUN, that was active since the morning. Soundhound. Okay, I'll put a stop underneath today's low. RGTI on the move. Okay. I almost sold some covered calls, or not covered calls, almost sold some call verticals on our GTI. At the 20 strike.
We have to think that we certainly had some broken glass, in the first half.
All right, we got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. I got a hard stop. Hard stop. Okay. Tesla still looking like it might do something. Coinbase, a little fade towards the end of the day. Apple is flat on the day. It's pulling back. Apple. Google a little profit taking end of day. So it looks like somebody taking profits there. End of day on Google. Netflix earnings. I have an iron condor and I have some 1,300 calls.
But we're still TUSA. We still have a US bias. In some ways, we saw with international was it had underperformed by the most since the 1990s last year. So we saw some mean reversion this year. Over that last 18 months, US is still outperforming. But on the margin, I think things are a little bit better. You have a dollar ahead. You have more stimulus there, and the main
Got 2 minutes to go.
Out of a multi-decade range. So I think on the margin, we're somewhat more constructive, but we would still have a greater allocation to U.S. large caps and the growth sectors.
All right. Tomorrow's going to get interesting. We get one final piece of the puzzle from AXP on financials and consumer, and then 3M on industrials, as you point out. XLI has been on fire. Caterpillar led the Dow at the open today. Would you expect those pieces to be informative tomorrow?
Of course. I mean, it's interesting that the industrial is the best sector at a time when tariffs have been funded sector, but there's a couple things happening. The defense.
Okay, Netflix.
But also, these industrial old line names are, indirect AI plays, or maybe direct plays. When you think about, AI, I'm sorry, with cooling, you think about power generation infrastructure. But it will be a tell as far as the global economy as a whole, and also on the AI side as well. You made a point earlier about the.
Have a good one, Frank. Thanks for everything.
Appreciated as far as that coming down, helping some of these global multinationals.
Okay. All right. Less than a minute to go. Okay, I got a hard stop. Soundhound continuation. Looking for follow through. That's a wrap. I'm out of here, folks. Take care. Check out Netflix. I will check in every so often, but I'll be out and about. See you in the morning. Take care. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the closing bell. Thursday, the 17th of July. That's a wrap for me. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.